Chapter 889. Hiss, 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 hiss. The last wandering soul at the peak of the kingdom turned into countless fragments and scattered. Shinrue didn't slack off at all. The sword of fallen angel in his hand swung out layers of water ripples, completely disintegrating the fragments. This time, the dismemberment completely cut off the possibility of its resurrection. After successfully killing all the wandering souls, Shinrue felt that the nearby cold air seemed to be attracted by something. It gathered and condensed at a high speed in front of him, just as he was holding the sword of fallen angel and secretly guarding against it. The condensation had become solidification, and a faintly glowing object appeared in front of him. Shinrue waved his hand, and the thing flew over. It was a finger-sized crystal. Although it wasn't big, it exuded an amazing aura. What surprised Shinrue was that this aura actually contained the power of the kingdom-level rule, and it was extremely pure. Rule fragment. Shinrue thought of what the Earth Elemental King once mentioned. After the Supreme Powerhouse was completely annihilated, the purest rule might remain and condense into the rule fragment. This kind of rule fragment was generally formed after the annihilation of the kingdom-level or demigod powerhouse. It contained the purest rule power that was comprehended during his lifetime. The rule fragment was actually the initial prototype of the future divine spark or pseudo-divine spark. The rule fragment was an extremely rare treasure. It could help the cultivator who didn't possess the rule to comprehend the rule as soon as possible. It was equivalent to a shortcut to the kingdom level. However, this kind of cultivator who relied on the fusion of the rule fragment to enter the supreme level would progress much slower than the cultivator who comprehended the rule on his own after entering the supreme level unless he could find another way or obtain a real great understanding. The difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck would also be doubled. In addition, the rule fragment was also the best nutrient for ordinary supreme powerhouses. They could absorb the purest rule power in it to enrich their own rule foundation. Although this kind of quantitative change was not as good as qualitative change, it was also an extremely precious supplement, especially after Shinrue broke through to the Crimson Pole Star Emperor. He had fully understood the importance of quantitative change and foundation accumulation. What an unexpected gain! With the fragments, Athena, Isabella, and the others will be able to reach the super level at a much faster pace, and their lifespans will be greatly extended. Shinrue revealed a happy expression. Although the law fragment was very precious, the first thing he thought of was not himself, but Athena and the others. Rala and Catherine had already entered the kingdom level. Jia had advanced from the intermediate stage of the demon overlord to the peak stage of the demon overlord. However, due to her shallow foundation and busy state affairs, her usual training time was limited, so it was quite difficult for her to enter the kingdom. Isabella had only just reached the early stage of the demon overlord. Athena and Kia were even weaker. Athena was the demon emperor, while Kia was only the peak stage of the great demon king. The difference in strength also meant a huge difference in lifespan. This difference could not be narrowed by external factors, such as longevity potion. The lifespan of ordinary demons was 200 to 500 years, and the lifespan of the royal family was relatively longer. After reaching the middle level, Demon King, Great Demon King, the lifespan would be extended by about half. After entering the high level, Demon Emperor, Demon Overlord, the lifespan would be extended by 100% or more. Generally speaking, the lifespan of a demon overlord powerhouse was at least 1,000 to 2,000 years. After entering the kingdom, the trainers could absorb the power of nature to replenish their energy. They did not completely rely on food to maintain their lives. The power of life was also greatly enhanced under the effect of the power of nature and the law. Their lifespan was extended by another 10 times. After reaching demigod or pseudo-god, this ratio would increase significantly. Shinrue was most worried that his beloved woman would die in his arms because of the exhaustion of her lifespan. For this reason, he would rather shorten his lifespan. Now that he had the law fragment, it was equivalent to seeing the hope of greatly extending the lifespan of Athena and others. The more law fragments, the greater the chance of breaking through to the kingdom. Moreover, there were 5 people, including Athena, Isabella, Ja, and Kia, plus friends such as Delia, Crobolus, and Metallu. 1 law fragment was far from enough. Therefore, Chinrue made a decision to hunt wandering souls with all his strength to obtain more law fragments while looking for Tiffany. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Medusa powerhouse, Cletia, who had been recuperating and recovering, slowly stood up with a cold light in her eyes. It had been 3 full days. Of the 2 people sent to scout, Demon Overlord Enlil had returned yesterday, but the guy named Richard had not returned. Judging from her kingdom mark, Richard did not die. There was no sign of him returning or approaching until now. He should have deliberately left the team. Want to escape? Do you think that you can come and go as you please when you want it? Kurisha's pupils turned into the vertical pupils of a snake. She brushed her hand over her body, and a silver scale appeared on her body. The runes of the previous imprint could be faintly seen on the scale. She squeezed hard, and the silver scale shattered. Somewhere in the UFO land, Chinrue felt his soul tremble. The mark in his palm shone brightly and then disappeared without a trace. A sneer appeared on Chinrue's face. That mark was just as he expected. Not only did it have a tracking and directional function, but it was also a time bomb that could be detonated remotely at any time. However, he was already prepared. Even Charlie's evil eye had been assimilated, let alone this small demigod mark. Shortly after receiving the imprint, he had already used deep analysis and star conversion power to absorb the power of the imprint, leaving only an empty shell to confuse Cletia. Therefore, the so-called explosion was no different from the flash of a camera. Cletia did not know about Chinrue's means. She thought that this had turned Richard into ashes. She sneered and said that Richard tried to escape the team, and now his soul has been completely annihilated. Our team does not need such selfish or cowardly characters. Who still wants to leave? The last sentence was obviously threatening. Everyone looked at each other, but no one suggested leaving. Madame Cletia, what do we do now? Thursfield asked in a flattering tone. Cletia looked at Enlil with approval. Although Richard has been executed for his attempted betrayal, we still obtained important information. Enlil did a good job this time. Not only did you find the traces left behind by those people, but you also drew a detailed map. The kingdom mark on your body has been removed, so this scale is for you. The scale contains a trace of my kingdom power, which is equivalent to a powerful magic bomb. You can use it to defend yourself when necessary. Angelina hurriedly and respectfully received the scale, thanking Caressa. We will first go to the place where Enlil discovered and then follow the traces. We should be able to find the whereabouts of the key or gate. Cletia's tone was firm and decisive, but she did not notice the trace of a strange light that flashed past Enlil's eyes when she turned around. In another direction, Chinrue already had 4 pieces of rule fragments in his hands. This was the result of his hard work for several days. At this time, the light on the blood-killing ring deepened a little. It was obvious that they were much closer to Tiffany's location. A heart-shaking, crying sound came from ahead again. Chinrue was already very familiar with this sound, but this batch of wandering souls was not small. There were about 1,000 of them, and it looked like a vast expanse of whiteness. They were flying towards the island where Chinrue was, although he could not see exactly how many super-grade wandering souls there were. Based on Chinrue's experience of hunting wandering souls these days, there are at least 10 national-level wandering souls. He did not know if there were more powerful, demigod-level wandering souls. Just 2 days ago, Chinrue had encountered demigod-level wandering souls. At that time, there were hundreds of thousands of wandering souls, and that analytical eyes detected that there were 8 demigod-level wandering souls. He could not defeat them at all. If he did not use stealth in time to hide his figure, perhaps even escaping would be a problem. Although there were a lot of wandering souls in front of him, with the sword of fallen angel and the furious king's armor, he should be able to take them down. If it really did not work, he could still use the crimson polar star transformation. However, there was a certain period of weakness after the polar star transformation, and he could not use the skills of the super system. Especially in this extremely dangerous environment, he must be cautious and not take risks easily. Qinrui did not use stealth. He just converged his breath and hid behind a huge rock. When he was thinking about the strategy, he suddenly found that the wandering souls in front of him were restless. They seemed to have discovered his existence, and they all whistled towards him. Qinrui was shocked, but he did not panic. He rose into the air and quickly equipped the furious king's armor and the sword of fallen angel on the way. The originally accumulated power was suddenly raised to the peak, and the cold air was suddenly filled with a violent and fierce breath. A huge flame dragon exuding a destructive aura roared. Wherever it went, the wandering souls were torn apart. The huge impact caused by the flame dragon also repelled the surrounding wandering souls. The surging, scorching dragon flew a big circle, circled back and collided with Qinrui. The scorching dragon and Qinrui, who was bathed in flames, merged into one. The red light that condensed amazing power entered his body, exuding a terrifying pressure. The ground under his feet cracked. Scorching dragon possession made Qinrui's breath soar again. The sword of fallen angel in his hand drew circles of vast sword intent. This was another state of the water sword technique, overlapping sword energy, which was transformed from the fist power that he comprehended from the surfy sea. Unlike the ripples that borrowed strength to fight, this kind of sword energy was sharp like a huge wave. It was surging. Wherever it passed, the slightly weaker wandering souls were directly turned into ashes. Analytical eyes showed that there were 15 king-level wandering souls. Fortunately, there were no demigod-level wandering souls. The talents of king-level wandering souls were far better than the demon overlord level, especially the regeneration ability. Even with the sword of fallen angel, it would take several attempts to kill them completely, coupled with nearly 1,000 demon overlord wandering souls. Even if Qinrui used scorching dragon possession, he still felt tremendous pressure. He fought and walked at the same time. Combined with the power of teleportation, he avoided the heavy attacks and focused on the light ones. He fought while quickly killing the wandering souls. When he was in high spirits, the sword of fallen angel in Qinrui's hand actually left his hand. This blow was extremely fierce. It penetrated 3 wandering souls in a row and flew back to his hand after a half circle. Sword maneuvering, double damage. He could control the sword body far away from the body to launch various attacks within the effective range. Qinrui instantly teleported to a distance and glanced at the long sword lightly. There was blood on the tip of the sword. Wandering souls had no blood. A surprised voice sounded in front. You actually saw through my stealth talent. Chapter 890. A figure appeared in the void in front of him, covering her shoulder. It was a young woman with blue hair and blue eyes. Her appearance and figure were considered excellent, but compared to Athena and Kia, there was still a certain gap. Only her eyes were particularly attractive, and they were full of captivating charm. This sword actually damaged my soul. Could it be that sword? Before the woman finished speaking, she was already surrounded by the wandering souls. The target of the wandering souls was all life except themselves. Previously, this woman used a special concealment talent to hide her figure, so she was not discovered by the wandering souls. Now that the concealment talent was broken, she would naturally be attacked by the wandering souls. Qinrui sneered without saying a word. The sword of fallen angel in his hand burst out with full force, cutting a wandering soul at the peak of the kingdom level into 2. It was not the first time he hunted wandering souls. He felt that something was wrong when he was accidentally discovered by the wandering souls. The strongest of these wandering souls was only at the peak of the kingdom level. At that distance, even if he did not use stealth, his hiding place would be exposed. Later, when he was fighting with the wandering soul, analytical eyes unexpectedly showed some information other than the wandering soul. He finally understood that someone deliberately led the wandering soul to him and wanted to use the wandering soul to kill him. They even wanted to take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured to take advantage of the situation. This woman was from the Leviathan royal family. Her strength was not at the demigod level, but at the peak of the kingdom level. However, she definitely had some kind of special ability to see through things remotely. She had been hiding by relying on the concealment talent. After noticing Chen Rui's location, she successfully led the wandering souls over. However, she also did not expect that Chen Rui could see through her location, deliberately retreating while fighting, and unexpectedly launched a sneak attack on her with a sword. This attack condensed the powerful power of scorching dragon possession. It was a fatal attack aimed at the center of the eyebrows. Unfortunately, the woman was also very vigilant. She actually dodged at the critical moment, and only her shoulder was severely injured. However, the woman's concealment skill could no longer be used for the time being, and she also became the target of the wandering souls. There was no need to worry about the wandering souls escaping when fighting them. This was because these souls had lost their sense of self and were only left with the ability to attack. Once they started fighting, there was only one word to describe them: fight to the death. The nation-level wandering soul that had been cut in half was extremely fierce. Even though it had already suffered several heavy injuries, the two halves of its body still pounced towards Chen Rui. Chen Rui's lethality in the state of scorching dragon possession was greatly enhanced. The sword of fallen angels shone brightly, and countless vast sword chi surged out. The two segments of the wandering soul suddenly became dozens of segments, then hundreds of segments. In the layers of surging sword chi, the wandering soul was finally completely cut off. A moment later, a fragment of the laws appeared in midair. Law fragment. The woman blurted out. She was surrounded by 4 nation-level wandering souls, yet she still had the energy to observe them. Chinrui was about to collect it when another peak realm wandering soul flew over and launched a frenzied attack. Suddenly, he clearly sensed that his enormous wave of sword chi contained a strand of gentle water element energy, and it silently swept towards the fragment of the laws. A cold light flashed in Chen Rui's eyes. His sword chi changed, and the monstrous wave of sword chi emitted by the sword of fallen angel turned into layers of ripples. Like an invisible big hand, all the approaching wandering souls were thrown away. In the next second, the big hand entangled the gentle water power. With a twist, the water power suddenly collapsed. With the guidance of the sword chi, the law fragment was brought in front of Chen Rui and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene made the woman's eyes flash with boundless hatred. Her pair of blue eyes suddenly turned deep black, including the whites and pupils. Generally speaking, only the right eye of the Leviathan family was the eye of Incubus, but this woman's eyes were both. This was an extremely rare talent, just like Brock. However, Brock's strength was not even comparable to the light of a firefly in front of this woman. The history of the demon realm was unknown for how many years. Excluding factors such as fighting and death, based on the lifespan of a super powerhouse, there were countless powerhouses and geniuses who retired from the secular world. If they did not enter the ranks of super powerhouses, they would not truly come into contact with this level. They would only stop at the ordinary powerhouse level of the original Demon Emperor or Demon Overlord. Super level was a new starting point, and there was still a long way to go. Chinrui was already aware of this. After the woman displayed the eye of Incubus, there seemed to be no change on the surface. Instead, she was hit by a wandering soul while she was distracted, and she immediately showed a painful expression. Then, countless wandering souls drilled into her body. Her hot body began to expand rapidly, and with a bang it exploded into pieces. Chinrue saw clearly that the explosion was just a water mirror image. It seemed that the woman had once again displayed her talent of hiding, wanting to use the wandering souls to consume his strength. As expected, after killing the target, the wandering souls immediately turned their attacks to Chinrue. Chinrue snorted coldly. His body moved continuously, and the ripples on the sword suddenly had waves of coldness. In the air in front of him, a figure that was gradually solidifying appeared. It was that woman. Originally, the Leviathan royal family was proficient in water, and normal water freezing would not work at all. However, this coldness was completely different from water power, and it was also different from the coldness of the UFO land. It was another kind of extreme cold that contained the power of destruction. It was actually impossible to resist. Even the movement of the formless soul bodies like the wandering souls gradually slowed down. The weaker ones even turned into ice sculptures floating in the air. The woman reacted very quickly. Seeing that her hiding talent was seen through, she did not continue to fight, nor did she covet the fragment of the law. She only wanted to use the power of the wandering souls to quickly leave and get rid of this dangerous man. This plan was actually very wise. It could be seen that she was the type that was scheming but cautious. Unfortunately, Chinrue saw through her intentions at a glance, and he once again used a method to break her hiding technique. That terrifying aura of destruction was very difficult to deal with. Not only did it quickly destroy her resistance, but even her soul was gradually invaded. The black light in the woman's eye of incubus shone brightly, and a torrent of fluctuations appeared around her body. It contained the soul shackles talent's spiritual blockade, and it gathered into a strange kingdom. However, she still could not break free from the realm of winter that was fused with the strongest law of destruction. No, it should already be called the Kingdom of Winter. Not only that, under the interference of the Kingdom of Winter, she could no longer use the same trick to hide. She could only resist the freezing and deal with the attacking wandering souls at the same time. Due to her injuries, she was in a difficult situation for a while. Chinrue's sword body shook, and countless sword chi containing soul splitting radiated out. The ice sculptures turned into powder one after another, and the frozen wandering souls were annihilated. Under the power of the sword of fallen angel, the besieging wandering souls were killed one after another, and he harvested another piece of law fragment. The woman saw the wandering souls around Chinrue gradually disappear, and she was secretly terrified. She originally wanted to use this man to delay the wandering souls and benefit from it, but she didn't expect that not only did she not harm them, but she also became a tool for the other party to delay the wandering souls. Chinrue appeared in front of the woman with a teleportation, and the approaching wandering souls were instantly torn into countless pieces by the terrifying sword aura. The woman only felt that the aura of destruction suddenly became several times stronger, and even her feet began to freeze. She couldn't help but be shocked and shouted, "I am willing to surrender!" That destructive power immediately paused. Before Chinrue could speak, a small crossbow suddenly appeared in the woman's hand. This small crossbow was black and emitted a powerful wave. Before Chinrue could dodge, swoosh, 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 3 sharp winds had accurately nailed into Chinrue's chest. This 9 successive absolute kill crossbow was one of the woman's great killing weapons. Its quality had reached the quasi-divine weapon level. It was extremely sharp, contained poison, and could be instilled with the power of the law. It was extremely powerful. Humph. You want me, Leslie, to surrender with this kind of trash? The woman's sneer quickly froze on her face. She saw that there were only 3 shallow holes in the other party's chest armor. It was not penetrated at all, and the small holes quickly returned to their original state, as if it had not suffered any damage. What? This was the first time Leslie had encountered such a scene, and she was greatly shocked. Not to mention armor. Even a shield could be easily penetrated by the absolute kill crossbow. What kind of armor was this? Although Leslie was surprised, her hands did not stop. The small crossbow fired again, and the remaining 6 crossbow bolts were all shot out. The target was the face that could not be covered by the armor. A large round shield with simple patterns suddenly appeared in front of her, replacing the target of the crossbow bolts. Ding, 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 ding. This time, not even a small hole was left, and it was not damaged at all. When Leslie saw this big shield, her face suddenly changed. Demon shield! Leslie was a collateral relative of the Phantom Demon Empire's royal family, and she was no stranger to this shield. In other words, any member of the Leviathan royal family knew what this shield meant. The highest divine weapon of the Leviathan royal family, one of the 7 divine weapons of the demon world, the demon shield of the Phantom Demon Shield. Chinrue was waiting for the moment when Leslie's mind was distracted. The red light in his hand shone brightly, and 2 chains flew out, exuding a strange flame aura, forming a cross and binding Leslie. He had long guessed that Leslie would launch a sneak attack. The reason why he did so was mainly to leave her alive. The chains were like phantoms, and they quickly entered Leslie's body. Chinrue did not look at Leslie again after his attack succeeded. With the Kingdom of Winter and the Sword of Fallen Angel, he slaughtered all the remaining wandering souls and harvested 3 more pieces of the law fragments. This time he harvested a total of 5 pieces of the law fragments. Plus the hunting gains a few days ago, he had a total of 9 pieces. The harvest was not small. Chinrue put away the pieces of the law, and then his eyes fell on Leslie. Leslie was floating in the air at this time, and the kingdom around her had long disappeared. She looked like she was at the mercy of others, and her power seemed to be almost completely imprisoned by these 2 invisible chains. In fact, she struggled desperately, but as long as she struggled, the chain would give off a terrible suction force, and it actually began to devour her flesh and blood. She was almost scared out of her wits. Fortunately, as long as she did not move, the devouring force would disappear automatically. True flame shackles. This was a powerful divine weapon that the 4-winged angel Isil had used on Chinrue. It was bestowed by Raphael, one of the 3 supreme angels. If it weren't for Duo who risked her life to save him, the true flame shackles would have almost killed Chinrue. Later, he spent 2 years completely absorbing the laws of the true flame shackles and turning them into his own power. The true flame shackles that Chinrue used were not as overbearing and lethal as the original, but their binding ability was stronger. Leslie. Chinrue looked at the silent woman and smiled coldly. You're Satan's subordinate, right? Chapter 891. I also know that you're Charlie's man. We're on different sides, and I was forced to attack you. If you want to kill me, I have nothing to say. Leslie's expression was delicate and pitiful, especially her sorrowful eyes, which made people involuntarily feel pity for her. This woman was indeed a powerhouse that Satan had sent to the mysterious place. Her purpose must be to escort Tiffany to a certain gate, and, of course, to defeat the rival Charlie's team. Chinrue was clear that this was a special competition. Be it Satan's team or Charlie's team, they were all chess pieces that were being manipulated, killing and exhausting each other in this chessboard. The chess players behind the scenes were the 2 false gods, Satan and Charlie. Augulus had once said that even false god powerhouses could be completely annihilated at any time where there were crystals. Only special constitutions of light and darkness could survive, be it the members of Charlie's team or Satan's team. They all had very special constitutions and all kinds of abilities. Although they had encountered many dangers before, they still survived. However, none of them had light and darkness bodies. Perhaps the Lost Land and this UFO land both had their own special rules that restricted the power of the demigod level. But neither of them was the place that Augulus mentioned. It should be the realm of chaos behind the gate, which was the most dangerous place. Even powerhouses like Satan and Charlie, who were the closest to gods, did not dare to set foot there. That was why they had manipulated these chess pieces to go there. Qin Rui did not know if there were other tacit understandings or rules in the game between the two false gods. He only knew that in this game, any chess piece could be abandoned at any time. Even the last chess piece that survived might not have a good ending. With Qin Rui's current strength, he could not compete with false gods like Satan and Charlie at all. The best way was to escape the chess game. He had tried it before. This UFO could open the Stargate, so it was not a problem to escape directly. However, the consequences would be even more serious. The name Aguile had already left a mark in Charlie's mind, and Charlie seemed to pay special attention to him, who had the body of destruction. Even the Evil Eye badge might have some tricks up its sleeve, so he had to be on guard. What's more, Qin Rui came to the mysterious place this time for another important mission, which was to bring back his fiancée Tiffany. This was the most important condition for the peaceful unification of the demon realm. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Qin Rui looked at Leslie, whose eyes were filled with hidden bitterness, and his murderous aura gradually became stronger. Although it's just a different standpoint, since you're here, you should be prepared to die. Wait. Leslie's body trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. You're stronger than me. It's not difficult for you to kill me. Just now, you deliberately used such a powerful imprisonment method to get more information from me. I can tell you everything, and I'm even willing to become your absolutely obedient servant as long as you don't kill me. Keep you alive? Qin Rui sneered. You've already seen so many of my secrets, and you still want to live. Master, Leslie couldn't care much anymore. She even changed the way she addressed him. Master can possess and use the sword of fallen angel, angry king's armor, and demon shield at the same time. He can be called an unparalleled genius of the entire demon realm. He will definitely become an unprecedentedly powerful existence in the future. I'm willing to follow Master. I can also tell Master the whereabouts of the illusory shield. Help Master gather the 7 artifacts. Leslie really saw the origin of the 7 artifacts on Qin Rui. The last 2 sentences made Qin Rui's eyes flash. He seemed a little moved. Are you willing to surrender to me? Of course. Leslie's eyes lit up with hope. I'm a descendant of the Leviathan royal family. Back then, my father controlled the royal treasury and transferred a batch of amazing wealth in time before the fall of the country. It's still in my control. I have the talent of the Eye of Incubus. Although it's not as powerful as Master, I've also trained to the peak of the kingdom. I believe I can become Master's right-hand man. In the future, when Master is promoted to demigod, I can also become Master's strongest believer. As long as Master asks, my ability, my wealth, and even my body can be dedicated to Master. By the way, I have the talent of inner charm and a special physique. I can bring the greatest pleasure to men in bed. If Master doesn't believe me, you can try it. Leslie's breathing became a little rapid. Her face showed an undisguised charm. The armor on her body automatically peeled off, revealing her plump and attractive body. A unique body fragrance exuded. Her exposed white skin seemed to be able to squeeze water out of it, especially the timidity in her enchanting eyes. It gave men the urge to pounce on her and ravage her. What I want to say is, Qin Rui seemed to want to resist this temptation, but he couldn't move his eyes away from Leslie. In his mind, he could already imagine the scene of this attractive female body posing in various postures for him to play with. His eyes were a little dazed for a while. At this moment, Leslie's eyes shone brightly, and the power of the Eye of Incubus suddenly rose to the extreme. A terrifying mental power penetrated straight into Qin Rui's eyes as if it wanted to completely cover his soul. After launching this blow, Leslie's face became extremely pale without a trace of blood. The aura of her whole body suddenly dimmed. Obviously, she used a secret technique to overdraft her power and the confinement effect of the true flame shackles. Despite paying a huge price, this woman did not hesitate at all. She was so determined to stake it all on one throw. There was no sign of her previous begging look. Sure enough, the powerhouse who could cultivate to the super rank was not an ordinary person. It was at this moment that she saw a mask. It was a mask that looked ordinary on the outside. Immediately after that, the all-out attack she unleashed with her secret technique disappeared without a trace. What I want to say is, Chinrue looked at Leslie regretfully, the poison in your fragrance has no effect on me, and I have more than the first 3 artifacts. I also have the God-eating mask. One of the characteristics of the God-eating mask was to be immune to all soul control. Leslie's face became even paler. Her facial features were bleeding at the same time, and her power had been reduced to the lowest point. The eyes behind Chinrue's mask glowed with a faint yellow light. Leslie only felt that her mind was shaken, and her soul became blurred. She suddenly thought of the most famous function of the God-eating mask, and she couldn't help but be terrified. No, I'm really willing to surrender. Her voice gradually became softer, and her eyes became dull. Although there were occasional struggles during this period, she finally calmed down. When Leslie regained her spirit, her eyes looking at Chinrue had become extremely pious. Master. Originally, the God-eating mask could only turn people whose strength was lower than its own into puppets. Chinrue and Leslie were both in the Peak Kingdom, but after Chinrue displayed the scorching dragon possession, his strength was infinitely close to the demigod level, which was equivalent to the difference between S+ and S++. The most important thing was that Leslie's final desperate attack was greatly damaged after the failure. After several efforts, Chinrue finally succeeded in turning her into a puppet. Chinrue nodded to Leslie with satisfaction and dispersed the power of the scorching dragon possession. His face was full of exhaustion. The fierce battle with the wandering souls had consumed a lot of energy. Plus, he had to maintain the scorching dragon possession to transform Leslie, which consumed a lot of energy. Because of this, he deliberately pretended to be confused to lure Leslie to attack and successfully control her while she was weak. Otherwise, he could only display the more energy-consuming Crimson Polar Star transformation. Leslie, now, tell me everything you know. Yes, Master. Now that Leslie had become a puppet of the God-eating mask, she wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice herself or commit suicide, let alone these. He learned from Leslie that Satan controlled a lot of super powerhouses in his hands. This time, he sent more people than Charlie. In addition to Tiffany, there were a total of 18 people. 2 of them were demigod level, 7 of them were king level, and 9 of them were demon overlords. Team Satan passed through the Lost Land very quickly, but they paid the price of 1 king-level powerhouse and 2 demon overlords. When they just arrived at the UFO land, they happened to encounter a group of wandering souls, and they lost 4 demon overlords and 1 king level. Now there were 2 demigod, 5 king level, and 3 demon overlords. The primary task of Team Satan was not to find the so-called gate or kill Team Charlie, but to obtain the law fragments. Because the law fragments were necessary materials to open the gate, Leslie and others were sent out to obtain the law fragments. Before meeting Chinrue, she had already obtained 3 pieces. At this time, there were still 10 days before the agreed gathering time, and they would return to the gathering place by then. Tiffany was not in a conscious state, but she was sleeping in a special crystal coffin as if to prevent some kind of power from leaking. As long as the required number of law fragments was gathered, Tiffany could be released to find and open the gate. Leslie also revealed a piece of news, which was that Team Satan's demigod, Enquete, had already set a trap to catch Team Charlie in one fell swoop. Currently, Team Charlie seemed to have taken the bait. If it was teammates like Lomont and Delia, Chinrue would not hesitate to rescue them, even if he had to risk his life. However, Claysha and the others were purely a group of interests that schemed and schemed against each other. Claysha even activated the mark, to kill Chinrue. Such teammates deserve to die. Chinrue was concerned about Tiffany's news. When he heard that she was locked in the crystal coffin, he frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he made a decision. Let's work together to kill the wandering souls and obtain the law fragments. Then, I will quietly follow you to the gathering place. Yes, master. At this moment, in another place, Team Charlie was in a fierce battle with a group of wandering souls. Glacia's eyes flickered, and a few nation-level wandering souls nearby solidified. This was the mutated talent of a demigod Medusa powerhouse. Even souls could not be immune to the great power of this super petrification. Boom, boom, boom. Glacia flung her hair, and the corporeal wandering souls turned into powder and dissipated. Medusa's face turned slightly pale, and the side effects of the wandering soul's mental erosion were all resolved. Lady Glacia, save me. In the distance, Thursdayville could no longer resist the fierce attacks of the wandering souls, and the defensive magic barrier collapsed. Glacia ignored Thursdayville's cry for help, and her gaze fell on a crystal chip left behind by the nation-level wandering souls. She took the crystal chip into her hand, and when she felt the pure law power, she could not help but reveal a look of joy. It really is a law fragment. Anlo, your information is very useful. You have made a great contribution this time. At this time, Thursville's body had already been penetrated by a few demon overlord-level wandering souls. He was badly mutilated, and he screamed. A cruel smile flashed across Glacia's face. As she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something. She waved her hand in the air and destroyed all those wandering souls. Then, she flew straight toward those nation-level wandering souls. Chapter 892. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Charlie's team, led by Kersha, searched for the key, while hunting for wandering souls to obtain rule fragments. Although Sala, who was at the early stage of the kingdom, was killed in a fierce battle, their teamwork became more and more proficient, and they successfully obtained many rule fragments. Kersha got 8, Pato got 3, Quiro got 1, and Malton got 1. Angel and Thursafire were left empty-handed. It was obvious that Kersha took the majority of the share, but the others did not dare to voice their anger. On one hand, Kersha was too strong, and they were no match for her, even if they joined forces. On the other hand, wandering souls were very difficult to deal with, and Kersha's innate talent had a considerable restraining effect on wandering souls. If she left the team and acted alone, even Pato of the kingdom would find it rather difficult to hunt a nation-level wandering soul. Moreover, not every nation-level wandering soul could condense a rule fragment. If something went wrong, Sala would be a good example. As for Angel and Thursafire, they did not dare to object at all. However, Kersha promised that as long as the two of them could find the whereabouts of a valuable group of wandering souls or the key, they would be allocated the next rule fragment. In fact, Angel and Thursafire were also aware that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. With their strength, even if they obtained the rule fragment, they would not be able to keep it. They could only further cling onto Kersha. If not for the fact that they still had some value, if this was not the floating land but the outside world, their lives would have long been snuffed out by these super powerhouses. However, absorbing or comprehending a rule fragment required a lot of time, so even Kersha did not dare to absorb it immediately. After all, these teammates were all people with ulterior motives. Moreover, the most important thing was to complete the mission as soon as possible and leave this damned place as soon as possible. Even without Charlie's reward, just these rule fragments would be a great harvest. Lady Kersha, I discovered a group of wandering souls. Angel, who had been scouting the way, panted as she came before Kersha. In terms of numbers, there are about 500 to 600 of them, but there should be super wandering souls among them. I sensed their pressure and did not dare to get too close. If not for Lady Scales concealing my aura, I might have already been discovered. Very good. Kurisha stood up. 5 or 600 was a sum that could be easily taken down by a small team. I'm a man of my word. If we obtain a law fragment this time, you'll have a spot. Sir, I only wish to leave this place safely. Anlil smiled bitterly and said, I hope that my lord can protect me. This quota will be my tribute to my lord. Seeing that Anlil was so tactful, Carisha revealed a satisfied expression. All right, I will provide you with protection to the best of my abilities. Although the credibility of these words was not very high, Anlil knew that she was just an ant in the eyes of the other party. She did not dare to doubt him and quickly thanked him. Careza ordered, Let's go, everyone. Let's go hunt the wandering souls. At the same time, in another direction, Chinrue and Leslie were flying unhurriedly. Leslie, the scouting map you provided will make it easier for us to find the main gathering places of the wandering souls. Also, your concealment talent and water clone are the best way to lure the wandering souls. With you dispersing those wandering souls, I can easily defeat them one by one. In just 7 days, we have already obtained 21 law fragments. Chinrue showed a look of approval. Leslie had a humble expression. Thank you for your praise, Master. The marks on the map are actually just the locations of the wandering souls that I detected a few days ago. It's just that I'm not strong enough and don't dare to provoke them. Master is the true almighty powerhouse to be able to kill demigod wandering souls. In the past few days, Chinrue and Leslie had joined forces to hunt a large number of wandering souls. Especially yesterday, they had actually found a group of demigod wandering souls. Chinrue had used Crimson Polar Star transformation to kill that demigod wandering soul in one fell swoop and obtain the even more precious demigod crystal ball of law. Unlike nation fragments, demigod crystal balls were complete crystal balls. The laws contained within were more powerful and complete, and their value far exceeded that of nation fragments. The next step from demigod was false god. At that time, it could no longer be called law fragments, but the power of truth evolved from the law. It was closer to divinity and was called pseudo-divinity. However, until now, Chinrue had not seen a pseudo-god wandering soul. He did not know if it was restricted by some special rules. What kind of existence is this mysterious place? There are so many powerful wandering souls, almost endless. Even if it's just demon, overlord, wandering souls, the number is already beyond imagination. Not to mention there are so many super wandering souls. If they are placed outside, they can simply destroy the entire world. I don't know if it's formed by the strange power here or the soul mutation of the real person. This was Chinrue's biggest doubt since he entered the UFO land. Judging from the law fragments, this kind of soul body is likely to be formed after a real powerhouse was annihilated. Moreover, these powerhouses were quite powerful when they were alive. Otherwise, they would not form a soul body after death. Therefore, the weakest wandering souls here are demon, overlord, wandering souls. Chinrue took a deep breath. So, the actual number of deaths in a certain period is far more than the number of these wandering souls? What's going on? Leslie shook her head. Chinrue's heart suddenly moved. Have you heard of Ragnarok of the Gods? Ragnarok of the Gods? Leslie was taken aback. I have seen incomplete records in some ancient books. Legend has it that it was a huge disaster that affected all the worlds. Even the gods fell into a long sleep. However, no one can be sure whether it is a legend or a fact. The gods have indeed not shown miracles for many years. Perhaps this is the origin of these legends. Chinrue frowned. What Leslie said was similar to what he learned from Catherine. Although the gods had not shown miracles for a long time, the concept of time of the legendary gods was completely different from the ordinary world. The gods just yawned, and the world might have passed for thousands of years. Take the galaxy in the super system as an example. The birth and evolution of a real galaxy took hundreds of millions of years, or even longer. However, according to the time of Chinrue, only a few years had passed. Therefore, no one could be sure whether the legendary gods were napping or in eternal slumber. That's right, Master. I've seen the term law fragment in an incomplete, ancient record. Leslie seemed to think of something. That notebook also has some fragmented descriptions, such as life essence, law fragments, the secrets of creation and destruction. Life essence spirit crystal, the secrets of creation and destruction silver box? Chinrue seemed to have touched something crucial and asked, "Who wrote that notebook?" That notebook is incomplete. It mentions a Ben Hong. It seems to be a name, but I don't know if it is the author. Ben Hong? Chinrue had never heard of this name. Although he now had the power to compete with demigod, his knowledge in this world might not be comparable to that of a demon overlord. If there was a chance, he might be able to find the answer from veterans like the Earth Elemental King or Augustus. It's not long before your gathering time. The most important thing right now was Tiffany and the silver box. Chinrue didn't waste any more energy thinking about these things. I will give you 7 fragments to complete the mission. Let's go to the gathering place together. I will use stealth to follow you from afar. When we find Tiffany, we will act according to the situation. Yes, Master. Chinrue and Leslie were calm along the way, but at this time Coretha encountered a great danger. Under Angelina's guidance, Charlie's team found the group of 500 to 600 wandering souls. However, the battle had just begun when the number of wandering souls suddenly increased by 10 times, and it was still increasing. They were surrounded in layers upon layers of encirclement. What was more terrifying was that the super powerhouses like Anlil and Pato had already felt the breath of demigod wandering souls, and there was more than one. Everyone in Charlie's team was shocked. They quickly gathered together and formed a defensive formation. Coretha felt that the wandering souls seemed to be deliberately attracted by something, and the focus was actually Anlil, who was exploring. She shouted angrily, "This is a trap! Anlil!" Anlil's smile looked extremely strange. "Coretha, you self-righteous guy, you finally have this day? You actually only realized it's a trap now? You're not Anlil. Who are you?" "No, the mark I secretly cast on Anlil hasn't changed. This is..." Coretha suddenly reacted. "Puppet technique. Beelzebub, royal family. Do you remember the battle at the Dead Sea back then? I didn't expect to meet you here, and as an enemy. The woman you sent to explore has already been captured by me and made into a puppet. I even asked my teammates to use their talent to shield the breath that the puppet might leak. It's just nice to lead you into the trap step by step. Enjoy your last moments of life. This time, you can finally take revenge." "Vasilna!" Coretha gritted her teeth and said the name of an enemy. "Huh." Anlil's laughter stopped abruptly. Her entire person had already turned into ashes under Coretha's anger. Vasilna was not being an alarmist. There were more and more wandering souls, and the initial estimate was more than 10,000. There were actually 6 demigod wandering souls. Everyone's expression changed drastically. It was not a choice to attack or defend at all. Even escaping was a problem. Coretha gritted her teeth and grabbed Thurspield. She channeled her power, and Thurspield's body suddenly emitted a blazing light. This blazing heat had instantly risen to a terrifying level, and the approaching demon overlord level wandering souls actually evaporated into thin air. "Madam Coretha." Thurspield only felt that his body was inflating like a balloon, and he could be crushed into pieces at any time. He couldn't help but be terrified. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already lost the ability to speak under that terrifying expansion. Pato, Quiro, and Malton, a few country-level powerhouses, saw clearly that Coretha used a secret technique to activate Thurspield's spirit flame talent, turning Thurspield into a human bomb. It seemed that Coretha had already done something secretly, so she deliberately spared Thurspield's life. However, the demigod-level existences among the wandering souls had already surrounded him. It would be difficult to escape by relying on Thursfield's spirit power to detonate. Coretha also understood this point. Since it was a matter of life and death, she couldn't be stingy anymore. A few more rule fragments appeared in her hand, while she used her petrification talent to block the wandering soul's attacks. She consumed a large amount of her vitality and faith power to quickly fuse into Thursfield's body. The energy in Thursfield's body instantly became 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Soon, Thursfield had already turned into a ball that emitted violent heat, ready to explode at any moment. Pato and the others felt that astonishing breath, and they retreated in shock. Boom! The red light shone brightly, and a monstrous heat wave surged out. This kind of fire spirit power that fused with the explosion of the rule fragments was extremely terrifying, especially to souls like the wandering souls. All the wandering souls within the range of the light turned into light, smoke, and dissipated. The demigod wandering souls closest to the center of the explosion were also torn apart, and it was difficult for them to recover for a while. Coretha's figure disappeared into the distance, like lightning with the momentum. Pato and the other two were also shocked out of their wits by the aftermath. Their bodies flew backward, and they were quickly drowned by the large number of wandering souls that had reassembled. Chapter 893. Shinrue didn't know that his original team had been annihilated. He was approaching the gathering place of the Satan team with Leslie. I don't seem to have encountered any wandering souls in this area. This should be the area that Rainin and Lostelli are responsible for. It is likely that the wandering souls have been temporarily cleared by them. From Leslie, he learned that Rainin was at the early stage of the kingdom, while Lostelli was a demon overlord. The mission assignment of the Satan team was that the stronger the strength and the further the area they were responsible for, the more law fragments they needed to pay. Of course, as long as the specified amount was completed within the specified time, the excess could be kept for themselves. This assignment plan was much better than the Charlie team, but it was impossible for such a combination to be united no matter what. The strong controlled and enslaved the weak. Moreover, the team members also had ulterior motives and were plotting against each other. I can already feel someone coming. Shinrue looked at the sky in front of him. In the past few days, under Leslie's protection, he had completely digested the soul power obtained by the sword of fallen angel from killing the wandering souls. He felt that his soul power had more than doubled, and the sensitivity of his spirit power was greatly enhanced. It had surpassed the level of the peak of the ordinary kingdom and was far above Leslie. Soon, Leslie also sensed the people coming, 2 people. The strength of this breath should be Rainin and Lostelli. Master, do you want to kill these 2 people? Kill? Shinrue nodded. Looking at the blood ring that had reached a dense light, an idea flashed in his mind. By the way, I suddenly thought of a better way to go to the gathering place with you. Half an hour later, the figures of Leslie and Rainin appeared in the air, and they both flew toward the gathering place. 2 days later, the 2 arrived at a floating island. Shinrue, who was disguised as Rainin, finally met his teammates of the Satan team. In addition to Leslie, there were 5 other people. 2 were demigod, 2 were at the kingdom level, and 1 was at the demon overlord level. The demigod level was a man and a woman. Enquete, a great demon, peak stage of demigod. Veselna, a Beelzebub royal family, intermediate stage of demigod. The kingdom level was List and Spree, while the demon overlord was Wall. Including Shinrue and Leslie, there were 7 of them in total. Shinrue inadvertently glanced at the crystal coffin on the ground. The material of the crystal coffin was similar to frosted glass. A woman was lying quietly in it. She seemed to be in a deep sleep. He could vaguely see her face. It was indeed Tiffany in his memory. To avoid suspicion, Shinrue did not look at them for too long. After all, Enquete and Veselna were both demigods, especially Wulfgar, who had reached the peak of the demigod realm. Enquete's first question was directed at Shinrue, Reikanen. Why did you come back with Leslie? Where's Lostray? Chinrue looked dejected. We were besieged by a large group of wandering souls, and Lostelli died. Fortunately, we met Leslie, who returned. Leslie, you saved him? Vasilna couldn't help but look at Leslie a few more times. The Beelzebub royal family had a special spirit sensitivity to puppetry. When Chinrue was in the Crystal Valley, Asgalar had seen through the puppet Fadalu made with the god-eating mask. However, the puppet effect of the god-eating mask was related to the user's strength. When Chinrue puppet Leslie, he was in the state of scorching dragon possession and was extremely close to demigod. Not only that, in order to prevent being seen through, he also used the power of the Angry King armor to give Leslie the armor soul. The armor soul of the Angry King armor had half of the body's defense. More importantly, it was immune to spirit power erosion. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Vasilna's spirit power could not see through Leslie. Leslie smiled and nodded without saying much. Chinrue cooperated and showed a resentful look. He took out 5 pieces of law fragments and handed them to Enquete. Master Enquete, these are the shares that Lostray and I have submitted. Vasilna didn't look at Leslie again. Apparently, she didn't notice anything wrong. She frowned and said, "Why haven't Walters and Maisie returned yet?" "Wait a little longer. It's not the last time yet," Enquete said coldly. "No matter what reason they have, as long as they don't return within the specified time, they will be treated as leaving the team and killed." Except for Vasilna, the rest of the team lowered their heads in silence under Enquete's terrifying murderous aura. Chinrue secretly thought that Satan's team was indeed not a kind person. However, the advantage of Satan's team was that they had the key Tiffany in their hands, so they weren't afraid that their team members would escape. Only Tiffany could open the door. If they left the team, they would definitely die in this world. After another day, the final assembly deadline had arrived. Alkit didn't say much, but from his sharp eyes, it was obvious that even if the 2 of them returned, they would still be dead. Now, we are still short of 5 pieces of law fragments. Except for me and Vasilna, each of you will take out 1 piece to open the space door. Everyone looked at each other and were speechless. Generally speaking, other than the law fragments that were submitted, there would more or less be intercepted. Now that Enquete asked them to take out their personal goods that they had risked their lives to obtain, naturally no one was willing. "Master Enquete!" Chinrue was the first to speak. "If it were 2 days ago, I would definitely take them out without hesitation. But now, I really don't have any left. If Master gives me time, I can immediately go and hunt the wandering souls." As he spoke, Chinrue glared at Leslie with hatred. Everyone suddenly understood that the reason why Leslie saved Rainon was because she forced Rainon to hand over all the law fragments that he had kept for himself. Even Lostelli might have been killed by Leslie. This time, Enquete and Vasilna's last bit of doubt disappeared. But Leslie glared at Chinrue. Enquete didn't care about the grudge between Rainon and Leslie. The conflict between the team members was more conducive to his control. As for the Aunt Lostelli, he didn't care about his life or death. "Leslie, you hand over Rainon's piece and the rest," Enquete said. "Rainon, when we enter the door, you will be the first." Despite their reluctance, Enquete had pulled Vasilna to his side. With 2 demigods working together, there was no way anyone could resist. They had no choice but to obediently hand over the fragments. There were a total of 24 fragments. Enquete began to draw a hexagram on the ground. He took out pieces of purple stone slabs that he had prepared beforehand and lined them up in their corresponding positions. Chinrue could clearly see that the stone slabs were engraved with ancient runes. These runes emitted a great aura of power, and the content was profound and mysterious. Even with Chinrue's current level, he could only roughly understand the meaning, and this was under the premise that he had Charlie's runes guidance. Chinrue guessed that these stone slabs were probably made by Satan. In the center of the hexagram was Tiffany's crystal coffin. Under Enket's command, Chinrue and the others placed the stone slabs of the ancient runes one by one, and then placed the 24 fragments into the corresponding runes. The entire hexagram began to emit a strange light. The law fragments in the matrix gradually liquefied, and the crystal-like pure liquid seeped into the gaps and lines of the hexagram, faintly forming a giant symbol. The liquefied crystal flow vaporized again, and the star-like light wrapped around the crystal coffin in the center. Chinrue could see that although it had turned into gas, the law power had been further purified by the hexagram, reaching a terrifying level of purity. The crystal coffin slowly stood up, constantly absorbing the purified nomological power. The crystal coffin and the six-pointed star array became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if the chrysalis inside was absorbing the power and was about to break out of the cocoon. After half an hour, the crystal coffin had completely melted, revealing the female body inside. The hexagram and the stone slabs also turned into a cloud of purple gas. Tiffany's light blue hair fluttered without wind, and her body floated. There was no longer a veil on her face, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Her closed eyes slowly opened. Her pupils were one black and one white. At first glance, it looked similar to the Lucifer royal family's heart of light and dark, but that breath was not only the power of light elements or dark elements, but it contained the breath of destruction and creation as if they were integrated into one. The power of this breath had surpassed her original peak stage of the demon overlord level and leaped to the kingdom level. This breath was still rising. Tiffany stretched out her hand and drew some incomprehensible ancient runes in the air. Every rune that contained the power of light and darkness gradually disappeared after it appeared. It should be a long, difficult, and incomparably profound incantation. Chinrue could no longer recognize the meaning of this profound rune. He just felt an indescribable ancient breath coming to his face, and his heart involuntarily surged with a feeling of looking up. Not only him, but everyone was the same. Tiffany's state at the moment was very strange. She seemed to have lost her consciousness. She was only driven by the power of the hexagram and completed this incantation like a marionette. That ancient and vicissitude breath became more and more intense. It was certain that once this incantation was completed, the door to the final chaotic world would open. At this moment, Al-Qait's ears moved as he suddenly felt something. He turned his head to look at the distant sky and frowned. Immediately afterward, Viserna also noticed the abnormality. Chinrue was the third to feel it, and he clenched his fist slightly. Wailing. This was the wailing of the wandering souls. With the two demigods Al-Qait and Viserna, here, even if there was a group of wandering souls, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, this was definitely not an ordinary group of wandering souls. Judging from the direction of the sound, it was coming from the island they were on. With Chen Rui's experience in hunting wandering souls, the scale and power of this wailing had to be at least tens of thousands of wandering souls. This scale of wandering souls meant that there were at least 4 or 5 demigod-level wandering souls. As the sound gradually became clearer, Al-Qait and Viserna's expressions changed at the same time. Chinrue's eyes were also filled with horror. The number of wandering souls was much more than what they had estimated. Judging from the wailing, the wandering souls seemed to be moving very fast, especially the first 20 or so voices. The power contained in them even shocked the 2 demigods. There were not 4 or 5 demigod-level wandering souls, but more than 20 of them. Viserna! A cold voice came from afar. This voice was very familiar to Chinrue. It was the captain of Charlie's team, Kesha. I asked your 2 teammates about your rendezvous point. Kesha's voice was getting closer and closer. I have a special gift for you. Do you like it? Old friend. Kesha, you're not dead. This time it was Viserna's turn to grit her teeth. Not only did her enemy not die, but she also launched a terrifying counterattack at this critical moment. It turned out that the reason Walters and Macy did not make it back in time was because they encountered Kesha, who had escaped from the previous trap. They were forced to reveal the rendezvous point by Kesha, and one could imagine what happened to them. Kesha knew that there were 2 demigods here, and one of them was at the peak of demigod level. She was no match for them, so she lured a large number of powerful wandering souls here, intending to pay them back in their own coin. "You guys protect Miss Tiffany." Al-Kite leaped into the air and shouted, "Viserna, let's go lure the wandering souls away. You must hold on until the door opens." It was not that Al-Kite was sacrificing himself to save Tiffany, but because the remaining people were only at the national level, and they could not fight against Kesha or lure the wandering souls away. This was the most critical moment. If there was any mistake that led to Tiffany's death, then he and the entire Satan team would not be able to survive. Viserna understood this as well. With a scream, she turned into a bolt of lightning and followed Al-Kite. Chapter 894. Al-Kite and Vasilna's teleportation speed was extremely fast, and they soon arrived at the source of the wailing. Even though the 2 were mentally prepared, they still could not help but gasp. The number of wandering souls was much more than they imagined. From afar, it looked like an endless ocean. Just the demigod wandering souls that were charging at the front numbered more than 30. Their eyes fell on the figure that was being chased by the demigod wandering souls. The figure was a woman with disheveled hair, and her lower body was actually that of a snake. The woman's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. She seemed to be heavily injured, but she kept evading and leading the horrifying sea of wandering souls to the gathering island of Team Satan. Klesha. Vasilna looked at the culprit that attracted such great danger at the most critical moment, and her face showed intense hatred. The heavily injured Klesha, who was being chased, seemed to want to perish together with the enemy. She actually flew straight toward the 2 without a care in the world. The demigod wandering souls had already discovered the existence of Al-Kite and Vasilna, and some of them were already flying toward them. Vasilna took a deep breath, and the space seemed to be torn apart. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in front of her. Beelzebub royal family's bloodline talent, Devour. Although it was not comparable to the god-eating mask's absolute devouring power, this talent was not to be underestimated, especially when it was performed by a demigod. For a moment, the demigod wandering souls that were flying toward them slowed down. The white mist on their bodies was constantly extracted by the vortex, and their bodies became much thinner. Klesha was the first to bear the brunt, and her snake body even became smaller and smaller under the devouring power. Vasilna suddenly felt that something was wrong. She saw that Klesha had already changed, and her true appearance was revealed. It was actually the body of a man, as if what was devoured just now was just a camouflage shell. Walters! Vasilna was shocked. It turned out that the true body of this Klesha was actually a member of Team Satan who did not make it back in time, the national-level powerhouse, Walters. However, Walters was clearly a corpse at the moment. His body was covered with dozens of snake scales that had been cast with a secret technique, and each of them contained Klesha's true blood essence. It was as if Walters had been made into a temporary clone. The creation of these clones also consumed a great deal of Korsha's energy, but it was obvious that her strategy was successful. Even the peak demigod, Enket, did not notice it. A diversion. The name appeared in both Enket and Vasilna's mind at the same time. Their thoughts drifted to the lair behind them. At this moment, Walter's body expanded like a balloon. There was a faint white light coming from within, and an extremely dangerous aura was emitted. It's the power of a law fragment. Retreat. Enket was the first to react. He shouted and moved away like a bolt of lightning. Vasilna also tried to teleport away, but it was too late. Walter's body had expanded to its limit and exploded. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose into the air. Vasilna's body was blown away by the terrifying light. The demigod-level wandering souls nearby were all shattered. Even Enket, who was the quickest to react, was shaken by the aftershock. His blood was boiling, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Although there was some distance between them, there were at least 10 law fragments in the explosion, and it was using the body of a nation-level fighter as the medium. The power was terrifying. Vasilna, of course, was the most heavily injured. The armor of faith that appeared to protect her was already in pieces. Her face and body were covered with horrible wounds, and her right arm was almost unusable. Although her absorption arcana could absorb a part of the explosion, the law fragment's energy was too strong. She only absorbed 30% of it, and the remaining 70% landed on Vasilna's body. Her vitality was greatly damaged, and her combat power was reduced by at least half. If not for the armor of faith and the absorption arcana, Vasilna's situation would be even worse. The wandering souls nearby were either annihilated or disintegrated, but they did not know what fear was. The ones behind them did not stop and continued to rush forward, surrounding the heavily injured Vasilna in the middle. Although most of the demigod-level wandering souls were unable to recover due to the explosion, there were too many wandering souls behind her. There were even some national-level wandering souls in the middle. They surrounded Vasilna and launched a frenzied attack. Vasilna was at her weakest. She knew that she was in a precarious situation, so she shouted, "Enquête, help me! I'll give you all the law fragments I have." Enquête, who was far away, hesitated for a moment. He turned around and left. The law fragments were good stuff, but they were not as important as his life. Even if he did not consider the enemy's diversion, under such circumstances, as long as he led the wandering souls away and held on until the door opened, there was still a good chance of survival. Once he was surrounded, even if he was at the pinnacle of the nation level, he would not be able to withstand the attack of so many wandering souls. Now that Vasilna was surrounded by the wandering souls, he could at least buy some time. He could rush back to protect Tiffany. If even the key was lost, he would die no matter how many law fragments he had. Seeing Enquête escape, Vasilna's face was filled with despair. She gritted her teeth and disintegrated her body into countless light spots, quickly turning into a swarm of demonic flies. They surrounded her and tried their best to defend against the attacks of the wandering souls. However, there were more and more wandering souls around. Even the demigod-level mental strength could not withstand so much mental erosion and could only struggle to hold on. The most terrifying thing was that the demigod-level wandering souls that were blown into pieces earlier were also recovering rapidly. Chinrue did not know such a sudden change had happened in front of him. Enquête and Vasilna's departure had given him a new plan. The ideal result was that the two demigod-level wandering souls were entangled by the wandering souls, and he could enter the door with Tiffany or try to escape. Of course, an ideal was just an ideal. Now he had to be careful and wait for Tiffany to finish the spell. Every time Tiffany wrote a rune, the ancient aura became more vast, and the purple aura condensed by the power of law weakened a little. Judging from the concentration of the purple aura, this open sesame spell should still have a long way to go before it finished. Suddenly, Chinrue had a strange look on his face. He suddenly pushed Leslie, who was next to him. "Be careful!" Almost at the same time, a figure broke out from the ground. Leslie was pushed away by Chinrue, and she just happened to avoid the blow. However, the figure's figure was like flowing water. List and Spree, the two king-level powerhouses along the way, trembled at the same time, then stood still. They were swept by the wind brought by the figure, and they were actually torn apart. List and Spree strength was in the early and middle stages of the nation level, but they did not even have the power to fight back and were instantly killed. "Caressa!" Chinrue stared at the figure that was rising into the sky. Thinking of what happened before, he was shocked and immediately understood the Lamia's plan. What a sneak attack! What a great diversionary tactic! Leslie's figure swayed, and she had already activated her concealment talent, disappearing on the spot. As Caressa was almost killed by the trick of her old enemy, Vasilna, a few days ago, she was not surprised that the enemy could call out her name. She looked at Tiffany, who was still drawing the runes as if she was unaware, and her eyes fell on the 3 survivors. She thought that she could easily deal with the enemies around the key, but she did not expect a guy in the early stages of the nation level to be able to sense her sneak attack and even push away the woman at the peak of the nation level at the critical moment. It was indeed a little surprising. However, it was probably just a fluke. Even if the other party had special senses or concealment skills, he was just a nation-level ant and could not be her match. Her top priority was to end the battle quickly and capture the key to enter the gate as soon as possible. At this moment, there was a huge explosion in the distance. Caressa's lips curled into a victorious smile. Her black hair suddenly lengthened, and her eyes turned into snake eyes. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and the crisscrossing black silk seemed to cut the space into countless pieces. The demon overlord named Wall only met the snake eyes for a moment, and his body instantly turned into a stone statue. The black silk in the space brushed past him and shattered him into powder. Chinrue knew that Caressa was of the Medusa race, and he avoided her gaze in time the moment her eyes turned into snake eyes. However, even if he did not look her in the eyes, a pair of terrifying snake eyes appeared in Chinrue's mind. He felt his entire mind turn gray, and his body began to quickly stiffen. This was no longer a simple mental erosion, but the power of the demigod kingdom fused with the Medusa's petrification talent. Leslie's muffled groan came from not far away. She could not maintain her concealment state, and she fell to the ground, her body beginning to stiffen. Caressa's kingdom was indeed terrifying. It could actually ignore visual restrictions and directly petrify. The strength of this petrification was more than 1,000 times stronger than that of an ordinary Medusa. Caressa knew that time was of the essence, and she did not wait for the 2 of them to be completely petrified. Her figure moved, and she teleported in front of Chinrue, preparing to kill him in one strike. But she saw him suddenly raise his head and meet her gaze. In that instant, Caressa seemed to see a sky full of stars that were flashing with scarlet light. A powerful aura erupted from this kingdom-level ant, and it instantly rose to a level that shocked Caressa. That body became extremely dazzling, as though it was made of stars. The resplendent light rapidly spread out, turning into a sky full of stars that filled the entire petrification kingdom. The 2 different kingdoms' faith and life force began to repel each other and eliminate each other. In the blink of an eye, the power of the petrification kingdom was suppressed. Caressa's snake eyes suddenly contracted. Her plan should have succeeded. She should have made a feint and lured the 2 demigod experts away, then used the nomological fragment to detonate the substitute. Then her true body would take advantage of the situation and directly attack their vitals, seizing the key. However, she had encountered such an enemy, one who actually possessed such great power. The scarlet-armored figure, shining with starlight, waved his hand, and an extremely sharp aura slashed toward Caressa like an invisible giant blade that was over 10 meters long. Caressa instinctively felt how terrifying this blade was. If she was hit head-on, her entire body would be cleaved into 2. She immediately shook her head, and her long hair condensed into a long whip that met the invisible blade aura. This aura blade was actually dispersed, but Caressa's hair was also scattered, and quite a lot of it had been chopped off. Caressa no longer had the time to ponder how her opponent's strength could suddenly rise to the same level as hers. This was because her opponent's body was already burning with a strange flame. Amidst the violent and ruthless aura, a long and winding giant flaming beast whizzed over. The giant beast's body emitted a special power that seemed to have an innate restraining effect on her. This attack was unavoidable. The robes on Caressa's body suddenly disappeared, revealing her naked body. Her upper body was that of an almost perfect woman, and her towering twin peaks stood proudly. Her lower body was that of a snake covered in purplish-red scales. The scales on Caressa's lower body quickly spread upwards, instantly wrapping most of the skin on her upper body and forming an armor. It was the Medusa's armor of faith. At the same time, dozens of eyes suddenly opened on her body. They were all terrifying snake eyes, and her entire body looked extremely ferocious. Her aura suddenly increased, and Chinrue could clearly feel that this was the power of the evil eyes. Dozens of evil eyes. With the armor of faith and the amplification of dozens of evil eyes, Caressa's eyes suddenly turned silver as she stared at the flame dragon. The flame dragon's speed paused, and it gradually slowed down. Its body was quickly covered in a layer of silver gray, and its body, which was originally made of energy, actually started to solidify. When it neared Caressa, the entire flame dragon had already completely solidified. After being struck by Caressa's whip, its huge body actually turned into powder. Chinrue was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Caressa's talent to be so powerful that she could actually petrify the flame dragon. However, for him, who had used ultimate Crimson Star transformation, Flame Dragon Kill was just an ordinary killer move. If he used Flame Dragon's Roar, then Caressa definitely wouldn't be able to completely petrify, let alone use Polar Star Storm. The problem was that these were all AoE moves, and he was afraid that it would affect or disturb Tiffany. It seemed like he had to try out his strongest single-target killer move, True Red Extinction, which he hadn't used in actual combat yet. Caressa's combat experience was extremely rich. Before Chinrue could react, she had already launched a counterattack. Chinrue felt dizzy, and countless phantom snake eyes appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the entire shining Crimson Star Kingdom had become a world of eyes, and the twinkling light of the stars had actually turned into the blinking of the snake eyes. Evil stare! Caressa shouted, and blood flowed out of her mouth, nose, and ears at the same time. This move was very powerful, and it consumed a lot of vitality and the kingdom's power when it was charging up. Under the illumination of the countless snake eyes, Chinrue felt as if his star power had become stagnant. Even his soul and will felt as if they had been frozen. He snorted coldly and closed his eyes. The Crimson Star territory that was covered by the snake eyes started to shine brightly again, and the temperature within the kingdom suddenly dropped. The countless snake eyes started to gradually solidify. This wasn't the power of petrification, but freezing. Caressa felt that her evil stare was sealed by a terrifying, destructive power. On the surface, it seemed like a simple freezing, but in reality it was completely destroying the internal core. At this moment, Chinrue's eyes opened, and they shone with a deep and strange light. Crack! All the frozen snake eyes cracked at the same time. Caressa screamed in pain, and the silver snake eyes and the eyes on her body all spat out blood. Evil Eye. This is the power of Evil Eye. Caressa covered her eyes in pain. Who are you? Chapter 895. Claysha's judgment was correct. Chinrue had used the power of the Evil Eye. His Evil Eye had been fused with deep analysis, and its power and control were far superior to the average Evil Eye. Although Claysha was a demigod, the quality of the Evil Eye was far inferior to Chinrue's. Moreover, Chinrue's attack was a combination of the Crimson Star domain and the Realm of Winter, which was equivalent to a level suppression, and directly reflected Claysha's ultimate move. Claysha's ultimate move was broken, and the amplification of the Evil Eye disappeared. Her eyes couldn't see anything for a moment, but she reacted quickly. The power of the kingdom quickly condensed in front of her, forming the most effective defense in the shortest time possible. She was indeed a battle-hardened demigod. Chinrue didn't answer. He knew very well how ruthless and cunning this opponent was. Coupled with Charlie's powerful regenerative ability, he couldn't let his guard down. The aura of destruction in Chinrue's hand began to condense rapidly, and his right arm glowed red. It was the strongest move, Red Annihilation. The profound meaning of true Red Annihilation was to use a special method to compress power to a high degree and then explode it. This wasn't a simple compression of power, but the compression of nomological laws and the power of faith. After the compression, the explosive power would multiply. This move consumed several times more star power than the polar star storm. Although it wasn't a large-scale attack, the concentrated destructive power on a fixed target was far greater than the polar star storm. Qinrui was preparing this ultimate move, obviously ready to kill in one hit. A centipede died, but it didn't stop moving. The purple gas around Tiffany had mostly disappeared, and it wouldn't be long before the gate opened. Anket and Vasilna could return at any time, so he had to kill Klesha as soon as possible. Klesha was a demigod, after all, and a demigod with the body of a Medusa. Although she was severely injured by her own evil gaze, she recovered quickly. She couldn't use the evil eye for now, but her vision was almost back. At this moment, she suddenly instinctively felt a great danger, just like when she was luring the wandering souls earlier, and was almost surrounded by dozens of demigod wandering souls. No, this was even more terrifying. As long as the other party unleashed his accumulated power, he would definitely die. Carisha could clearly sense this, and her firm willpower began to waver involuntarily. Her aura immediately weakened. This wasn't only because the true Red Annihilation's laws of destruction were extremely powerful, but it was also a mysterious power of force. Before he killed anyone, he was already intimidating them. Although this true Red Annihilation seemed to be in the midst of brewing, it had already been unleashed. Qinrui suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky on his left. A figure had appeared there. It was Anket who had teleported here. Anket looked at the two combatants in shock. His gaze swept past the Medusa form of Klesha and landed on Qinrui. Reikanen. No, you are not Reikanen. Who are you? Rainin was only a beginner-level kingdom. Although this person looked like Rainin, the aura of power on his body was clearly that of a demigod. In particular, there was a terrifying aura brewing in his right arm. Even a peak demigod like him felt threatened. This person disguised as Rainin and lurked in the team. He must have some ulterior motive. Fortunately, he exposed himself, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Anket was also a scheming person. If it were any other time, he would definitely make good use of the battle between the two enemies, Rainin and Klesha. However, the situation now was very urgent. The phantom army behind them could approach at any time, and Tiffany's beginning ritual was about to be completed. This was the most crucial moment. No matter who the other party was, he had to be eliminated as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. As soon as he thought of this, flames appeared on Anket's body and enveloped his body, forming a set of black and red half-body armor. As soon as the armor of faith appeared, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. The flames suddenly turned into icy cold air, and the nearby space began to crystallize out of thin air. The crystallization quickly spread towards Qinrui and Klesha. More than 80% of Anket's power was targeted at Qinrui. This enemy disguised as Rainin posed the greatest threat to Anket. Even Klesha, who had plotted to put him and Visern in danger, had suffered a great loss at his hands. He had to be the first target to be eliminated. Qinrui clearly felt the opponent's murderous intent. At this time, the law of true Red Annihilation had been compressed to the limit. His mind turned quickly, and with a loud shout, the power in his hand exploded. He abandoned Klesha and charged towards Anket. Klesha had almost regained her sight. She saw a crimson light flash past her and fly towards Anket. The light wasn't very big, it didn't have an astonishing momentum, and it wasn't fast either. It looked like an ordinary strike. However, Klesha's snake eyes could clearly see that there seemed to be a world in the light, a world that was constantly being destroyed. The terrifying feeling caused Carisha to shiver. She suddenly felt a piercing pain in her body, as if countless sharp needles were stabbing into her. When she focused, she discovered that there were large cracks on her armor, and wisps of highly concentrated destruction energy had penetrated her body. And this was just the aftershock of the attack. Anket wanted to attack, but he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. All the hairs on his body stood up. This level of danger was even more dangerous than when he found out that he was facing a human bomb. He made a prompt decision and immediately turned all the power he had accumulated into defense. In the next second, he saw a red light. It was not a red light, but an earth-shattering destruction. Anket crossed his hands and made a sealing gesture. The space around his body suddenly turned into a huge crystal ball. Countless crisscrossed ice crystals extended from the crystal ball, forming a huge shield in front of him. This was his strongest defensive secret technique. No matter if it was magic or physical attacks, they would all be deflected in front of this huge shield. However, the red light directly penetrated through, vaporizing all obstacles in its path. Anket showed a look of disbelief. Now that he had been locked in by the destructive aura of the red light, he could not even teleport, let alone teleport. There was no way to avoid it. With a loud roar, Anket's body suddenly doubled in size. The faith and life force of the kingdom were raised to the peak. Countless solid and sharp ice crystals in the kingdom of ice were like open fangs, welcoming the red light with all their might. The red light maintained a constant speed as it penetrated into the ice crystal kingdom. Klesha only saw that the huge ice ball that was emitting a powerful chill tremble, and then turned into countless gravel-like substances that rapidly collapsed and annihilated. This collapse continued for nearly 1,000 meters, and it turned out that Anket's body had been pushed far away. There was still a red light flashing in front of Anket. It was less than a meter away from his body, but the light had dimmed a lot. He suddenly exerted force and finally crystallized the terrifying red light completely and extinguished it in his hands. At the same time that the red light turned into crystals and shattered, the armor of faith on Anket's upper body completely shattered, and his enlarged body gradually returned to its original state. His face was pale, and he was panting heavily. His hands involuntarily trembled, and he felt that the internal injuries he suffered from fighting the wandering souls had more than doubled. His eyes were filled with horror. The power of this attack was so terrifying. He, a peak demigod, had to use all his strength to withstand it. If there was a slight mistake, just now, if there was another attack like this, Anket looked at Chenrue as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and he no longer underestimated or slacked off. Klesha was even more terrified. If it was her just now, she would have turned into ashes like that ice ball. Medusa rolled her eyes and said, "Let's join forces and kill him." Anket was moved, and he slowly flew closer. This Reinin was too powerful and could be considered as the biggest threat. In the current situation, joining forces with that woman could be considered a wise choice. Chenrue looked at Anket coldly. In fact, the red annihilation attack just now consumed much more energy than usual. It seemed that the stronger the opponent, the more star power and the power of law the attack absorbed. Although this attack made the peak demigod suffer a great loss, it also depleted 80% of his energy. If Anket were to launch a counterattack now, it would be difficult to resist. Moreover, there was still the cunning Medusa watching from the side. Most importantly, it was already the last moment before opening the door, and he must not escape. Chenrue already had an idea. He coldly snorted, and an item appeared in his hand, and he raised it towards Anket. It was a badge, a snake badge. Anket was shocked, but Chenrue had already asked indifferently, "Do you still want to join forces with her to kill me?" "So you are Lord Satan's confidant." Anket smiled bitterly just now. "Just now, if you didn't want to kill me, I wouldn't have attacked you." Chenrue glanced at Klesha. "Time is running out. Let's kill this cunning woman first. Don't delay Miss Tiffany from opening the door." All right. Anket's murderous aura rose again, and the ice crystals around him began to condense again, locking onto Klesha. In fact, if it wasn't for Chenrue's terrifying strength that caused Anket to have a lingering fear, even if he could confirm his identity as a teammate, Anket might not sell it, and he might even kill him. In this world, The fist was the greatest truth. Glacia originally believed that Chinrue was related to Charlie and wanted to use Enquête to take advantage of the situation. She didn't expect Chinrue to be able to take out the token of Satan's team, and she was the one who fell into the most dangerous situation. She couldn't help but be horrified. She was no match for any one of them, let alone two. Glacia's reaction was extremely fast, and she immediately flew towards Tiffany, wanting to take her hostage. Chinrue and Enquête saw through her intentions, and just as they were about to stop her, Tiffany's hand pointed in the air, and she drew suddenly shone brightly, and the vast ancient power around it suddenly increased by 10 times, 100 times. Strands of powerful and pure life force quickly emitted. Whether it was Glacia, Chinrue, Enquête, or Leslie in the distance, they were all sent flying far away by that power. Chinrue and the other two could only barely stabilize themselves a few 100 meters away, unable to move a step forward, while Leslie had already been repelled 2,000 meters away. This position was still moving backward as the power of the symbol increased. Judging from the purple aura of the power of the rule, this should be the last symbol and also the most powerful one. At this moment, there was a sound of crying behind them. Chinrue and the others all sensed it, and they turned around abruptly, and their expressions changed at the same time. It was a boundless sea of wandering souls. The wandering souls seemed to be attracted by the powerful life force emitted by Tiffany symbol, and they surged towards them in a frenzy. Leslie, who was the closest, was already surrounded by the wandering souls, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Chapter 896. Block these wandering souls first. Otherwise, everyone will die together. Kureza screamed. Kureza was right. Tiffany was behind them. Now was the final moment to open the door. If the key fell into the hands of the wandering souls, the opening of the door would fail. Whether it was Team Satan or Team Charlie, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission. In this situation, whether it was Chinrue, Enquête, or Kureza, they temporarily put aside their previous grudges and split into 3 directions to block the wandering souls. They could only resist and couldn't escape. Beside Enquête, a snow world projection became clearer. The shattered armor of faith actually condensed again, but this time only the shoulder armor and the chest armor were condensed, and the increase in strength was also reduced a lot. After all, he suffered a huge loss after taking the true red annihilation blow. Enquête's ice power didn't have much of a restraining effect on the wandering souls, so he could only suppress them with pure strength. However, the defense power of the ice crystal was very outstanding. It formed a barrier that blocked several demigod wandering souls at the front. They couldn't be broken for a while. The evil pupil's backlash power in Kureza's body had basically been suppressed. Her talent power was extremely powerful, especially now that she had the Medusa's body. She could fully exert the petrification ability, which was far more lethal to the evil pupil than Enquête. Wherever she looked, the wandering souls were petrified one after another. Even the demigod wandering souls were no exception. However, the petrification speed was much slower. Even if they were shattered, they would reform again. Those kingdoms and demon overlord level wandering souls were different. The kingdoms could still be reborn once or twice, but the demon overlord level wandering souls were directly annihilated. Although the demon overlord level was the highest level of the mortal world and the outside world, they were at the bottom of the pyramid here. They were cannon fodder that could be consumed at any time. Chinrue had already equipped the Angry King armor and the Sword of Fallen Angel. The Polar Star transformation armor was a kind of energy body that could be integrated with a real armor. It still looked like a star armor. Now that the Crimson Star armor was integrated with the power of the Angry King armor, it was not afraid of the mental erosion of the wandering souls. The Sword of Fallen Angel swung out layers of tide-like sword energy and slashed at the wandering souls. He already had a lot of experience fighting wandering souls. The overlapping power of the giant waves and the gentle sword chi were used together. The wandering souls in front of him were all blown away, but they were quickly torn apart and annihilated in the process. The trio's attacks were powerful, but they still couldn't stop the ocean-like wandering souls. Under normal circumstances, this kind of lethality should be enough to attract the wandering souls' aggro and firepower, but the wandering souls actually ignored the three of them and rushed towards Tiffany's direction in a frenzy. Enket's ice crystal barrier only lasted for less than a minute before it completely collapsed. Although Glacia's petrification kingdom was very powerful, it couldn't be completely petrified due to the strong impact of the wandering souls. Especially those powerful wandering souls. Their bodies shook, and the petrified outer shell cracked, and they continued to rush forward. The situation on Chenrue's side was even worse. Facing the dense sea of wandering souls, although the overlapping sword cheese damage was greater, it couldn't withstand the continuous flow of enemies. Before he could change his move, the huge hole created by his slash was instantly filled up by the wandering souls behind him. Even the rippling sword chi, which was originally the most effective, had almost lost its effect. It was true that the rippling sword chi could easily lift 500 kilograms, but when the weight reached 10,000 kilograms or 1 million kilograms, it was naturally insufficient. Many of the destroyed wandering souls turned into law fragments, but the three of them didn't dare to collect them. They retreated while attacking, but they could only slightly delay the surging of the wandering souls. They were only less than a kilometer away from Tiffany. Tiffany's symbol was already more than half completed, and the repulsive force was gradually weakening. However, the aura of life was getting stronger, causing the wandering souls to become more agitated, and the pressure on Chenrue and the other two doubled. The distance between the wandering souls and Tiffany shortened rapidly. 900 meters, 800 meters. In just a few blinks of an eye, it was less than 500 meters. Roar! A loud roar echoed in Chenrue and Glacia's ears at the same time. In an instant, almost all of their senses were rendered useless by the power of this roar. They saw that Enket had already transformed into the great demon's battle form. His head instantly doubled in size and looked especially ferocious. His kingdom changed from a world of ice and snow to a huge head made of ice crystals, and let out the roar just now. This roar contained a terrifying power of faith, and a large number of cracks appeared in the space, as if countless bombs were detonated at the same time. A huge gap suddenly appeared in the wandering soul ocean, and all the wandering souls within the range were torn apart and annihilated. The roar had a strong endurance, and the gap was still expanding, and the wandering souls at the edge of the gap were all pushed back. Enket's strongest move, God-rending roar as a peak demigod, Enket finally displayed his powerful strength. Of course, this was not what he wanted. But under the current situation, he could no longer hold back. This attack consumed a large amount of vitality, and as the roar gradually weakened, so did Enket's aura. Countless crisscrossing black lines appeared around Glacia, dividing the space into countless facades. These black lines were her hair, or more accurately, countless venomous snakes. The demigod kingdoms were all real projections, and Enket's kingdom was a land of ice and snow, while Glacia's kingdom was actually the Medusa's natural hair snakes. The small space divided by the hair snakes carried a terrifying poison, but unfortunately, this poison had no effect on the wandering souls. However, the power of the small space facades was not limited to this. They were like cracks, sucking in all the wandering souls that came close. There was a large number of wandering souls, and those space facades quickly expanded. Glacia's eyes flashed, and the space facades exploded simultaneously. The power of so many facades exploding at the same time was not as simple as 1 + 1, but in a special way that multiplied the power. The sea of wandering souls on this side seemed to be torn in half by a pair of invisible giant hands. Glacia's strongest ability was not the Medusa's petrification power, but the power of explosion. This power had allowed her to escape from Vizurna's trap and then set a trap for Vazurna. Now that she was in a precarious situation, she finally used her full strength. Chinrue's side was also in a tight spot. At this distance, he definitely could not use the Polar Star Storm, and his only ultimate move was the Flame Dragon Roar. However, just as he was about to use it, he suddenly had an idea. The snake emblem appeared in his palm, and he crushed it without hesitation. A moment later, an irregular hole appeared in the space in front of him, and a figure appeared in his line of sight. It was an ordinary young man who looked ordinary, but he gave off a feeling that he was one with heaven and earth. Although he was only emitting a demigod-level aura, this aura was something that even the peak demigod in Kite could not compare to. Satan, one of the strongest demigods, or more accurately, a demigod-level doppelganger. As soon as the young man appeared, he was surrounded by the wandering souls. He did not seem to use any technique, but the surrounding wandering souls all stopped moving. The power of time. Chenrue clearly felt the familiar power of the law, and his heart trembled. Satan had the same special law of time as him. Satan waved his hand, and the wandering souls all retreated. Chenrue could clearly see that this retreating was not being pushed away, but a kind of reverse flow, the reverse flow of time. During the retreating, the wandering souls quickly weakened and thinned, and when they retreated back to their original state, they were completely annihilated. It turned out that the time rule could be used like this. Chenrue's mind was agitated. His current time rule was only limited to pause. It was almost difficult to change the flow rate, let alone control time to go back freely like Satan and exert a powerful lethality while going back. Chenrue's mind was stirred. All the wandering souls around Satan were annihilated by this blow. Satan glanced around and glanced at Enquete and Klesha in the other two directions. He then looked at Tiffany, who was drawing the last symbol. A hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. When the space cracked before the clone appeared, Chenrue had already cast stealth and hid himself. The direction of his hiding was near Tiffany. Satan's doppelganger only had demigod strength, and the supersystem stealth technique was extremely amazing, especially when Chenrue was still in the state of Polar Star transformation. Therefore, although Satan had faintly felt something strange, he still could not find Chenrue's trace. The badge that summoned me should be. Satan seemed to think of something and frowned. Did that person also come here? Could it be that before he died, just now? Without waiting for Satan to think for too long, the wandering soul ocean had approached again. Satan snorted coldly and shook his hands. Countless tiny ripples appeared in front of him. These ripples seemed ordinary, but they carried a high-speed and powerful vibration force. All the wandering souls that rushed forward were shattered and turned into powder. Chenrue saw this scene, and the concept of high-frequency weapon from the sci-fi movies of his previous life suddenly appeared in his mind. Satan's move was similar to the profound meaning of high-frequency vibration, including the previous time rule. These should only be the tip of the iceberg of Satan's true power. Although he couldn't see what happened on Chenrue's side, Enquete sensed Satan's arrival and seemed to be working harder. Klesha also vaguely guessed a little, and her heart was perturbed. Although Satan was powerful, he was after all a demigod avatar. It was impossible for him to completely destroy this wandering soul ocean. Moreover, due to the attraction of life aura, more wandering souls were coming from afar. Not to mention a demigod. Even a false god could fall under this kind of siege. Satan looked back at Tiffany and suddenly reached out his hand. A powerful and pure force rushed over. This attack was not to harm Tiffany, but to support her. The black and white color in Tiffany's eyes brightened, and the speed at which she drew the symbols suddenly increased. The concentration of life aura also doubled. This change caused the wandering souls to boil. Even Satan began to retreat under the terrifying pressure, and Enquete and Klesha found it even more difficult to resist. The wandering souls that broke through from two directions were less than 50 meters away from Tiffany. Chinrue was shocked. Just as he was about to appear to resist the wandering souls, Tiffany's movements suddenly stopped. She saw that the purple law aura had completely disappeared. The final symbol was completed. In the void, a door slowly opened. The final destination, the door to the realm of chaos, finally opened. Chapter 897. The door had only opened a small gap when the wandering souls that were pouncing over seemed to have sensed something terrifying. They turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea of wandering souls retreated like a tide. This phenomenon surprised Chinrue. The wandering souls that fought relentlessly were actually scared away. Immediately after, Chinrue felt a strange aura emitting from the door that Tiffany opened. This aura didn't spread quickly, but when Chinrue wanted to dodge, he found himself enveloped by the aura. This ancient and mysterious power seemed to be above the laws. In an instant, immortality, various thoughts appeared in Chinrue's mind at the same time. He was unable to maintain his stealth state and revealed himself. The moment his figure appeared, he suddenly felt two blade-like, sharp cheese land on his body from behind. When he turned around, he just happened to meet Satan's gaze. Satan's gaze had a hint of surprise, but more of a cold, murderous intent. That's right, it's this human. An ant that was only a demon overlord back then had actually grown to the level of a demigod. He could actually use a secret skill of concealment under the nose of a false god, clone, like him. He actually hadn't been seen through. This wasn't the most important problem. Other than the super powerhouses that Satan himself sent to assist Tiffany, there was only one type of person who could enter the UFO land. The subordinates of his old enemy, Charlie. In the next second, the mysterious ancient aura suddenly changed. Chinrue felt an irresistible suction coming from the door, and his entire body was sucked into the door. At the same time, Tiffany, Klaisha, and Ket, and countless wandering souls that couldn't escape in time were also sucked in. The only exception was Satan. That clone became dimmer and dimmer. Looking at Chinrue's disappearing figure, a sneer appeared on his face. His gaze was as if he was looking at a corpse walking into an incinerator. Soon, this clone completely turned into nothingness with a bang. The mysterious gate only opened a little bit. After sucking in a few people and a large group of wandering souls, it gradually closed and disappeared into the air, as if nothing had happened. Only the wandering souls that were fleeing in panic in the distance were proof of what had just happened. After being swallowed into the gate, Chinrue didn't even have a chance to see his surroundings before his body and soul shuddered at the same time. All of his power, especially his life force and power of faith, began to rapidly fade away. Even the star armor on his body gradually became thinner. Chinrue was shocked by this, and he tried to circulate the power of his kingdom with all his might to resist it, but he was unable to do so. His star armor, including the Furious King armor, were completely useless in the face of this strange, devouring power. With a thought, Chinrue recalled Shura's clone and combined them into one. He retracted the power of polar star transformation, and the star armor quickly disappeared. At the same time, a faint black hole appeared beside him. The devouring power of the black hole and the devouring power in the space contended and eliminated each other. However, even if it was fused with the power of the black hole cast by Shura, it still couldn't completely offset the strange devouring power. However, it was much slower than the previous speed of loss. Chinrue finally got a chance to breathe. He calmed down and secretly operated the super system. He integrated the faith, power, and vitality of the galaxy in the super system into his body, which was equivalent to replacing the loss of his own power. The faith, power, and vitality of a large galaxy were extremely astonishing. Even if a part of it was lost, it was quickly replenished. The real consumption was not very large. Chinrue quickly adapted to the devouring power, and only then did he see the surrounding environment clearly. The chaotic realm, as its name suggested, was full of chaos and blurry. However, due to the devouring power, his body was moving forward involuntarily as if he was attracted by something. He couldn't resist it at all. Ah! A sharp scream came from behind. It was Caressa. Caressa's body had begun to collapse. And Ket's situation wasn't much better. Although he was a peak demigod, and his kingdom and vitality power were far superior to Caressa's, he couldn't withstand this rapid consumption. The armor of faith on his body had long disappeared. It wouldn't be long before he followed Caressa's footsteps. Not only Caressa and Inket, but the wandering souls were also in the same situation. The bodies of the wandering souls quickly thinned and dimmed as they were being sucked forward. This was true annihilation. They couldn't condense into rule fragments, and they couldn't be reborn. Apart from Chun Rue, only one person could remain calm in this terrifying environment, and that was Tiffany. Tiffany's skin was faintly glowing, although there was also a loss of vitality. She seemed to be prepared for it, and her body didn't have the slightest abnormality. Shinrue could see that this wasn't Tiffany's own power, but the effect of a special tool. The tool must have stored a large amount of faith power and vitality using a secret method. So Tiffany herself wasn't affected. However, the reserve of this tool was limited. Once it was used up, Tiffany's vitality would also dry up. After opening the door, Tiffany had already recovered from that unconscious state. Sensing Chun Rue's gaze, she turned back to look at him. Although she was a little surprised that he didn't seem to be acting strangely, she didn't pay much attention to him. In less than 10 minutes, Caressa's vitality was completely exhausted. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer, and her whole body turned into a pile of ashes. Even though she was scheming in the face of absolute power, she still couldn't resist at all. The next to turn into ashes was El-Kite. At this time, the rest of the demigod-level wandering souls had all disappeared. In the huge space, only Tiffany and Shinrue were left, continuing to fly forward under the influence of that strange gravitational force. After another 2 hours, Tiffany looked back again and found that Shinrue was still acting as if nothing had happened. Finally, she revealed a surprised look. This person should be the opponent who obtained the silver box. Like her, he also had some kind of special tool, but her tool was personally made by her teacher, Satan, with great effort. Its power must be far superior to the opponent's. As long as the opponent's tool's power was exhausted, he would be dead. Shinrue didn't know what Tiffany was thinking. He just tried to use the Stargate, but he received an unexpected notification. The controller's power is insufficient, unable to penetrate the space above S-level. S-level space, when he traveled to the human world, it was once prompted as A-level space. Although he didn't understand the specific details of this level division, it was certain that this S-level and above chaos realm was far beyond the existence of the human world and the demon realm. Just in the UFO land in front, he also tried to set up star points and open Stargate. He didn't expect that he couldn't use it after passing through a gate. It seemed that he had to find another way to leave here. The devouring power in front suddenly increased. Shinrue and Tiffany trembled at the same time as if they had penetrated a certain barrier. Immediately afterward, their eyes lit up. The chaos in their eyes finally disappeared, and a new scene appeared in their sight. This was an endless space. From a distance, they could vaguely see planets. It was like the galaxy of the supersystem, but it was countless times larger than that galaxy. It was like a real universe. The previous feeling of eternity, immortality, and immortality appeared again, and it was countless times stronger. Correspondingly, the power of life and faith disappeared faster. Shinrue frowned slightly. This should be the real chaos realm. There's no gravitational force that can control my body, and I can fly freely in the space. The silver box should be somewhere in the chaos realm. The question is, where is it? I can't possibly look for it one by one, right? This universe is vast and boundless. Even if I can survive here with the super system, even if I have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, it is still like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chinrue thought while following behind Tiffany. Tiffany looked at this strange man as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She had been sleeping in the crystal coffin previously, so she didn't know that this Reinin was a member of Satan's team. Moreover, Chinrue was not the real Reinin. Although Tiffany was vigilant, she didn't dare to act rashly. Although she was cleansed by the power of the law in the opening of the gate and benefited a lot, and she could break through to king level at any time, this person's strength was obviously far better than ordinary king-level powerhouses. She was not his opponent if she fought head-on. Ms. Tiffany, don't be nervous. Actually, we're old friends. Chinrue tried. This space did not hinder the transmission of sound. Tiffany didn't say anything, but the vigilance in her eyes was even stronger. Do you remember what happened on the 4th floor of the Bloody Empire's book collection pavilion? Chinrue shook his head. I brought you out. It's you? Tiffany's beautiful face twitched, and she saw that Chinrue's face had changed. It was indeed the person who saved her back then. Tiffany's face was slightly relaxed, but she didn't let down her guard at all. Why are you here? 2 purposes. Chinrue smiled slightly. The first is to find something. The second is to bring you back safely. The second purpose was ignored by Tiffany directly. She sneered secretly. It really is for the silver box. This mission is extremely important to me. No matter where this person comes from, I can't let him succeed. Tiffany's heart became more and more vigilant. She nodded calmly and didn't speak anymore. Her gaze fell into the distance, and she was shocked. Chinrue followed her gaze, and he was also moved. A mysterious thing was now far away in the sky. It seemed to be a humanoid body. The first impression this body gave Chinrue was big. Huge, vast, and even boundless. In fact, Chinrue and Tiffany were very far away from the body, but even looking at it from a distance, they could feel the unimaginable vastness. The strange thing was that this body didn't have the slightest breath. It seemed to be dead or in a deep sleep. The moment they saw the human figure, Chinrue and Tiffany had a tremor in the depths of their hearts. It was as if they had to look up at this corpse no matter when and where they were. Relying on the power of the super system, Chinrue gradually suppressed the abnormality of his soul. But he had another feeling. This corpse contained indescribable power. With just a gaze or even a thought, he could completely annihilate him. Chinrue couldn't help but shudder. He subconsciously activated analytical eyes, and he saw that the shape of the corpse suddenly changed. It was not a corpse, but countless stars. To be precise, it was a galaxy, a complete galaxy, or in other words, a small universe. Chapter 898. Chinrue's analytical eyes just now combined the power of deep analysis and evil pupil, but he didn't expect to see such a small universe. The small universe was surrounded by a powerful power, just like the great energy in the real universe, but he couldn't feel a trace of life or faith, as if it was completely silent. With a slight distraction, the small universe in his eyes changed back to a corpse. He couldn't see the face or even the gender, but he could clearly feel the existence of that human form. Even the analytical eyes couldn't continue to peek at the power of that small universe. If this corpse was really a complete life, it must be some kind of supreme existence. Then her state now, is it a long sleep? Or is it a real death? The corpse didn't stay still slowly, but it slowly flew toward this side. Chinrue didn't dare to peek closer, not only because of the trembling gaze, but also because this huge corpse gave him a strong sense of danger. He instinctively realized that although the corpse had no breath of life, the terrifying power contained was real. With his current strength, let alone attacking or exploring this small universe, as long as he got close to a certain extent, he would be completely turned into cosmic dust under the terrifying power. Suddenly, Chinrue only felt a tremor in his mind, as if he was in a new, boundless space. There were faint clouds surging on the ground, and powerful energy was exuding everywhere, as if every grass and tree was an extremely terrifying existence. In the sky, there seemed to be a pair of eyes slowly opening. The eyes had indescribable supreme power, overlooking everything on the ground. In an instant, the previous tremor of his body and soul appeared again, and it was 100 times stronger. A strong feeling of worship appeared in Chen Rui's heart. As he was resisting, a voice that sounded like a Buddhist chant sounded in his ears. Those who believe can get eternal. Those who believe can get eternal life. Those who believe. Every time the voice sounded, the resistance of Chen Rui's will weakened a little. His whole person seemed to be merging into this space and becoming a part of it. At the critical moment, the super-system galaxy in his consciousness began to run and began to devour the invading soul power. At the same time, the Fury King's Kai on his body emitted a faint glow. Shinrui immediately woke up. That was close. If he had lost consciousness just now, his soul would have been completely controlled, and everything would have been taken away and devoured by this space. He had to break through space and escape from this place as soon as possible. After the activation of Crimson Polar Star transformation, the super system would enter a dormant state, but the faith, power, and vitality of the galaxy would still not be exhausted. The storage warehouse and other functions could also be used as usual, but active skills couldn't be activated. As time passed, this dormant state would slowly be lifted. It had been a few hours since the last time he used Crimson Polar Star transformation. The super system had not completely thawed and was in a semi-dormant state. It could only use basic skills like analytical eyes. If he wanted to use ultimate skills like Crimson Polar Star transformation or Scorching Dragon Roar again, it would take at least a day. In this case, the speed at which the system resolved the power was much slower than usual. Moreover, the power that invaded the soul was very powerful. Even under normal circumstances, it might not be resolved at the same time. Shinrui felt that his soul began to blur again, especially the sound similar to Sanskrit. It lingered in his ears, and it actually sounded in his heart after he closed his hearing. Shinrui bit the tip of his tongue, and his consciousness recovered a little. He shook his body and turned into 3 figures. What Shinrui was using now was not the move of the super system, but the ultimate move after integrating with Shura. Supernova, star explosion. Shura's clone and Shinrui's real body were synchronized. They were both at the peak of the kingdom. This move was the star explosion, performed by 3 clones at the same time. The superimposed power was far more than 3 times the normal. It was Shura's strongest attack move. The terrifying power spread, and the space lit up with a strong light. It was more dazzling than the sun, as if a star exploded. Although it didn't have the power of Crimson Polar Star transformation, this blow should be equivalent to the attack of the early stage of demigod. However, under such a huge impact, there was not even a crack on the ground. Even the faint clouds did not change at all, as if the supernova. Star explosion just now was just a gentle blow. What is this place? Shinrui didn't expect such a result, and he was shocked. There was a hint of mockery in the eyes in the sky. Shinrui felt that the tremor of his soul was more intense. With a thought, a mask appeared on his face. It was the God-eating mask that could be immune to soul control. That strange feeling was immediately isolated. Although the interference from the outside was isolated, a certain power that had entered the soul could not be dispelled. It was spreading rapidly, far exceeding the speed of the super system's resolution. The sound of the Sanskrit in his heart became louder instead. Those who believe in me will be immortal. Shinrui's body trembled, and he was sweating profusely. He shouted angrily, and he suddenly held a sword in his hand, the sword of fallen angel. Like the angry king armor, the sword of fallen angel also flashed with a light that was not there before. It seemed that even the God-eating mask on his face was the same. Shinrui was trying his best to resist the erosive power in his soul, so he had no time to think about these details. He stabbed out with the sword. This sword was a reverse stab. It actually stabbed into my body. Before this, he had already controlled the position of the part of the angry king armor that protected him. So this sword passed through his body without the slightest hindrance. After this sword self-mutilation, his consciousness gradually became clear. The sword of fallen angel had the characteristic of soul-splitting. After stabbing the enemy, it would directly kill and split the enemy's soul power and devour the flesh and blood to convert it into the user's power. Because Chun Rui was the owner of the sword of fallen angel, his own soul and flesh and blood would not be affected by the soul-splitting. Instead, the invading soul was quickly killed and split. As the invading soul was annihilated bit by bit, this space, including the eye in the sky, began to become thinner and eventually disappeared. Chun Rui only felt that his vision was blurred, and he returned to the original chaos realm. He was holding the sword of fallen angel in his hand, maintaining the posture of self-mutilation. Everything just now was not an illusion. Chun Rui's first reaction was not to draw the sword, but to fly at full speed because he was now a lot closer to the corpse. To be precise, he actively flew toward the corpse under the influence of some kind of power just now. Not only him, but Tiffany was also the same. The closer she got to the corpse, the faster her vitality and faith power faded, as if it was a cosmic black hole that devoured everything. Chun Rui was quick to react. He flicked his figure and used the flight skill of light explosion to grab the confused Tiffany. His figure flew in the opposite direction like lightning and finally got rid of the terrifying feeling. The corpse didn't react at all. It just floated on its own and gradually went away. It wasn't until he flew to a safe distance where he didn't feel any danger and abnormalities that Chun Rui pulled out the sword of fallen angel embedded in his body. Compared with the great danger just now, this kind of injury was nothing at all. With his physique, he would recover soon. Chun Rui took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The corpse should be silent. The danger I encountered just now should be a kind of passive characteristic of itself. It can automatically devour the approaching life form and become a part of itself. There is actually such a terrifying existence. If the corpse wakes up, Chun Rui recalled the encounter in the strange space, and he suddenly thought of something. His heart was shocked. Could this corpse be Tiffany, who was grabbed by Chun Rui, gradually opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear. Her soul didn't seem to be affected, or she had some kind of protection. Looking at the huge corpse in the distance, Tiffany seemed to recall what happened just now. She took a few deep breaths with lingering fear, broke away from his hand, and said softly, "Thank you." "Do you know what that is?" Chun Rui saw that Tiffany seemed to know more about this mysterious place than him, so he pointed to the corpse and asked. Tiffany glanced at him and flew forward silently. Chun Rui thought for a while and didn't ask much. He continued to follow behind. About 2 days later, the crystal on Tiffany's body had dimmed a little, indicating that a lot of faith and vitality reserves had been consumed. Chun Rui had the galactic power of the super system, and it constantly generated vitality and faith power automatically, so the consumption was lower. Tiffany wasn't flying aimlessly. She seemed to be moving forward according to some kind of intuition. She was well prepared and brought a lot of food to replenish her stamina from time to time. There was more food in Chun Rui's storage warehouse, but after entering the Supra, he didn't need to rely on food to maintain his life. He occasionally took out food for Tiffany, but she just shook her head and refused. Chun Rui knew very well that Tiffany still maintained a strong vigilance against him. If he asked about the silver box or other related questions, he would definitely not get an answer. Anyway, his mission here was to protect Tiffany. The silver box was just an accessory, so he didn't pester her. Another huge corpse appeared in front of them. This time there were 2 of them. Like before, the 2 corpses also couldn't be seen clearly, but they had one thing in common, which was the universe. Each corpse was a small universe. With the previous lesson, this time Chun Rui and Tiffany both focused and cautiously distanced themselves from the 2 corpses. Sure enough, As long as a safe distance was maintained, the two corpses seemed to be really dead. There was no reaction or threat. Chinrue watched the two huge corpses go away, and a familiar term suddenly appeared in his mind: Ragnarok of the Gods. Chapter 899. Could these corpses be gods? In an instant, many mysteries in Chinrue's mind became clear. No wonder the demon realm, including the human world, has not shown any miracles for so many years, and Michael and the other two supreme angels actually have the guts to successfully steal the faith of the god of light. Chinrue once discussed the issue of the wandering souls in the UFO land with Leslie. Leslie inferred from the law fragments that the wandering souls were likely to be formed after the true powerhouses were annihilated. These powerhouses were quite powerful when they were alive, so their souls could not disperse and become wandering souls after death. The weakest wandering souls in the UFO land were demon overlord level. The wandering souls that Chinrue encountered in the UFO land, including the sea that Glacia attracted, should only be as small than the huge space. Then it was conceivable what kind of terrifying war happened when the wandering souls were formed. The number of deaths at that time must be several times more than the number of wandering souls. This war was likely to be the legendary Twilight of the Gods. Connecting these mysterious and powerful corpses was enough to explain why the UFO land could have so many powerful souls. Compared with these supreme existences, demon overlord level, kingdom level, even demigod and fake god were just ants that could be easily sacrificed. Having said that, even if the corpses were indeed the legendary gods, no one could be sure if they were truly dead. However, it was certain that even if they were not dead, they had fallen into some kind of long sleep. Chinrue now had more questions. What exactly caused the long sleep of these supreme existences? What is the truth of the Twilight of the Gods? What is the silver box? With all kinds of doubts, Chinrue followed Tiffany and continued to travel through this mysterious, chaotic realm. 7 days had passed. Along the way, the two encountered several huge corpses, one after another. They all carefully avoided them, so they were not surprised. For the past 7 days, Tiffany had been traveling almost without sleep. The crystal light on her body had dimmed a lot. It seemed that her life and faith reserves were close to exhaustion. In this kind of environment, with her current strength, the willpower she displayed was astonishing. Just as Chinrue felt in their short conversation, Tiffany had an extraordinary persistence. This persistence itself should not be just for the silver box, but for something else. This was a girl with a story. Suddenly, Tiffany's figure stopped. "Don't follow me anymore." This was the first time she had spoken in the past few days. "If you continue forward, you will die." Chinrue was stunned. He could tell that Tiffany's words were not malicious, but a kind of advice. Perhaps it was because he had saved her life. This life-saving grace referred to the incident on the 4th floor of the library pavilion. As for the incident in the chaotic realm, she had already determined that he had ulterior motives. Judging from Tiffany's attitude, they should be reaching a certain destination soon. That place would be very dangerous. Chinrue pondered for a moment and asked, "Then tell me, how can I leave this place?" Tiffany glanced at him. "Since you don't know how to leave, why did you come in?" Chinrue shrugged. He really didn't know. Charlie didn't say anything. However, when he entered the door on the 5th floor of the ancient magic tower, Charlie said something. "If necessary, I will allow you to summon my doppelganger." That's right, this should be the only way to get out. In other words, if he couldn't complete the task and get the silver box, even if he summoned Charlie, he couldn't return. Tiffany shook her head and continued to fly forward. Chinrue followed her again and smiled. "Since it's dangerous ahead, I can't leave. I said I will protect you." Tiffany frowned and finally didn't speak again. From her point of view, the excuse of protection was so clumsy that even a child wouldn't be fooled. Since he didn't listen to her advice, she would let him seek his own death. About a day later, there were finally changes ahead. It wasn't a scene of stars in the universe. but a mass of dense mist that covered a very wide area. However, it was blurry. Chinrue sensed a very pure aura of destruction in the mist. Even a super expert would inevitably be frightened by this aura of destruction, but Tiffany rushed in without hesitation. As expected, as soon as they entered, they were enveloped by the power of destruction. This was the power of laws. The law of destruction could emit the strongest power in this space without any hindrance. The closer they were to the front, the stronger the power of destruction. If the life force and power of faith in the previous space were devoured, then it was destruction here. The two kinds of power were consumed 10 times more than before. Not only was it consumed, but Chinrue's body also began to dissipate bit by bit. With a thought, he exerted the law of destruction that he had comprehended. The situation suddenly changed. The two kinds of laws began to cancel out and destroy each other. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. The brilliance on Tiffany's body began to shine again. Her body didn't seem to be afraid of the power of destruction, but she needed to maintain the output of power of faith and life force. Chinrue could see that although the brilliance was bright, the power was like the sun setting over the mountains. The brilliance now was almost equivalent to the last radiance of the setting sun. Tiffany was also aware of this, so she suddenly accelerated and flew forward with all her might, racing against time. The mist ahead seemed to have changed. It was no longer misty, but vaguely solidified into a corresponding shape. The power of the law of destruction in this area had reached an extremely terrifying level, be it in terms of strength or density. Even Chenrue's law of destruction couldn't keep up. His life force and power of faith were being consumed at an astonishing speed. The brilliance around Tiffany suddenly flourished and was extremely dazzling. However, just as Chenrue expected, after the brilliance shone, it began to quickly dim. No, Tiffany rushed forward with all her might, wanting to reach the destination before the brilliance disappeared. However, the brilliance had been completely extinguished, and a terrifying law of destruction had completely wrapped her up. Tiffany, who had lost the protection of the brilliance, seemed to be facing a mountain of knives and a sea of flames naked. Her face revealed a look of despair. With her light and darkness body physique, she could completely accommodate this law and not be harmed. However, her own consciousness and soul would be completely erased, and she would become a tool without a soul. It would also be equivalent to the death of Tiffany. If she could complete this mission, she could completely regain her freedom. Her teacher, Satan, would also agree to one of her requests. This was her greatest motivation. However, she had been rushing desperately for the past few days, but she was still too slow. Although she was just a little slow, she was still slow. One step away was the difference between life and death. The power of faith and life force that she had prepared beforehand had been consumed too much on the way. As a result, when she was about to reach the final destination, they were completely used up. Not willing to die here. I still have to go to that place. I still have to see Mom. Just as Tiffany's consciousness was gradually blurring, a special aura wrapped around her. This aura gave her a warm feeling, like a mother's embrace in a dream. Tiffany's consciousness became clear, and she found that she was being held in the arms of that guy with ulterior motives. That person was constantly transmitting the power of faith and life force into her body, resisting the fatal erosion of the law of destruction. Tiffany's eyes turned cold again, and her body tensed up, but she did not struggle, because she knew that if she left the protection of this power, her soul would be erased. At that time, even if her body completed the mission, it would be meaningless. Unexpectedly, this person was so powerful. That kind of life, force, and power of faith seemed to be endless, and he could move freely in this terrible land of law. Unfortunately, his purpose of saving her was for the silver box. As long as he found the silver box, she would lose her value. Over there. Tiffany pointed to one side. At present, she had no other choice. She could only find the silver box with this person's power and then rely on her own means. Qin moved quickly in the direction Tiffany indicated. After passing through a few patches of mist, the scene in front of him changed and he saw a palace. This was a huge and magnificent palace, majestic and imposing. The moment he saw the palace, the power of the law of destruction around Qin suddenly collapsed. The aura of destruction emitted by this palace was the purest power of law. It was many times stronger than outside and could annihilate any matter. Rui's power of law was easily defeated. Qin instinctively felt that in the next second, it would be his body and soul that would collapse. Even the furious king armor could not withstand it. Therefore, he merged with Shura's power without hesitation. The moment he transformed into Shura, the surging power of law had already penetrated Rui's body. Qin could clearly feel that not only was his body not injured, but he had intercepted a part of the power of law and verified it with the law of destruction that he had comprehended. He felt that his own law had actually benefited a lot. The part of the intercepted law gradually dissipated, and the rest was absorbed by Qin. Now, when he looked at the palace again, the scene in front of him seemed to have changed again. It was no longer a solid or misty illusion, but a combination of the purest power of the law of destruction in a special rhythm. This was a palace of the law of destruction. Tiffany looked at the nonchalant Qin in horror. Just now, when Qin law collapsed, she had already felt it, and thought that this person would definitely die. Unexpectedly, he was safe and sound. Even her teacher, the powerful false god Satan, did not dare to set foot in this place. Therefore, he had racked his brains and deliberately cultivated her a chess piece. This man could actually do it. Qin carried Tiffany and shuttled through the palace of destruction, quietly comprehending the mysteries of these laws. He had Shura's body of destruction. These laws might be the most deadly weapons for others, but for him, they were great nourishment. Tiffany, who had both light and darkness, could also survive in this environment. As long as Qin maintained the output of faith, power, and vitality, his consciousness would not be erased. After figuring out the general pattern of the laws, Qin clearly felt that the entire palace was an epic law. However, according to the structure, there should be a derivative source. This source should be the only goal of the false god mission, the silver box. The silver box was in this palace of destruction. Chapter 900. After comprehending the general pattern of the destruction palace, Qin finally realized that this destruction palace should be derived from an origin. In other words, the destruction palace was an illusion created by the origin. Of course, this illusion was not used to scare people, but to kill people. The origin was in the palace. It might be hidden anywhere, or it might not be anywhere. However, as long as the rule of this palace was broken, he could find the origin. However, the power of the rule of the destruction palace was unbearable even for a pseudo-god, let alone breaking it. The rule of destruction was not a single one, but it could be derived into thousands of variations. Everyone's understanding was different, but the origin was the same. With Shura, a special clone, Qin could touch part of the power of the origin. Unfortunately, his comprehension and understanding were only at a relatively early stage, and he could not reach the height of the true origin. The destruction palace was a materialization derived from the law of origin. With Qin current level, it was impossible to defeat the power of the rule of the palace, but he did not need to use absolute power to suppress it. 1,000 miles could be defeated by an ant's nest. In theory, he only needed to affect a part of the key points to make the palace collapse on its own. Only the power of the origin could affect the key points of the origin. Therefore, Qin needed to borrow the power of Shura. Shura was another body of destruction derived from the silver box, and it itself represented a part of the origin. Of course, there was still a big difference between theory and practice. Qin fumbled for a long time, and with the power of deep analysis, He only roughly understood the structure of the entire rule of the palace, but he did not even find a key point that could affect it. It was like a primary school student who did not have enough writing skills trying to revise an adult author's masterpiece. He clearly had a pen and a dictionary in his hand, but he did not know where to start. Tiffany was in Chenrue's arms. She did not struggle or interfere. She just watched him fly around the palace indifferently. She understood that this person was looking for the silver box. However, even if she was the key, she had to use some kind of sacrificial ritual and sacrifice something to find the clue of the silver box. If this person wanted to search for it directly, it was simply a delusion. The problem was that she had fallen into this person's hands, and she had to rely on the life force and faith power to maintain the existence of her soul. Therefore, she had to calm down and wait until this person was at his wits' end before trying to negotiate with him. Chenrue was exploring and thinking while using the power of deep analysis to calculate quickly, but the more he calculated, the more complicated it became. This kind of comprehension was very mysterious, and it couldn't be analyzed by simple data. After several failed attempts, he simply turned off deep analysis and stopped thinking about cracking and influencing it. He purely used Shura's origin to feel the origin of the palace. Gradually, this change produced unexpected results. After a period of mutual rejection and cancellation, the two origin energies finally became complementary and fused together. Shura's origin had grown a lot stronger, or rather, his origin of destruction had become more complete. A thought flashed through Chenrue's mind, and he suddenly understood. So that's how it is. As long as Shura's origin could be supplemented and he could use it to comprehend and master the most fundamental law of destruction, he could truly reach the perfection of Crimson Pole Star Emperor and break through to the next realm. Chenrue couldn't help but laugh out loud because not only had he mastered the general mystery of this destruction palace, but he also had a clear direction to move forward. In Tiffany's surprised gaze, Chenrue pointed at a pillar of the palace. In Tiffany's eyes it was a pillar, but in Chenrue's eyes it was a node of the law. Even a demigod might not be able to sense this node, but Chenrue could see it clearly. He wasn't using Shura's power of destruction at the moment, but an extremely rich life force. Just like when he defeated Shura, what he displayed was the power of creation, which was the opposite of destruction. Life was the greatest creation. The life force was instantly devoured by the law of destruction, but the node of the law was also affected. Cracks appeared on the pillar, and even a part of the ceiling collapsed, instantly turning into a cloud of mist, unable to recover. Although Tiffany didn't understand what was going on, she was very clear that this destruction palace was made of the strongest law of destruction. Even her teacher, Satan, couldn't destroy it, but it was easily destroyed by this man. Immediately afterward, Chenrue's figure was like lightning. He quickly shuttled through the palace and pointed. Wherever he passed, large areas of collapse appeared, looking incomplete. After he made his last move, the entire palace collapsed. The mist seemed to be attracted by something and quickly gathered at one point. The silver light started to become clearer, condensing into a square box, floating in the air. The silver box! Tiffany was shocked. This man actually found the silver box. Chenrue let go of Tiffany and flew toward the silver light. Of course, he didn't forget to release a cloud of energy to protect her. The surprise in Tiffany's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by despair. Since he had found the silver box, she had lost her value. Even if he didn't kill her and left her here, as long as the protection on her body was exhausted, her soul would disappear. Chenrue grabbed the familiar silver box, which was exactly the same as the one in the dark moon. He thought for a moment, then opened the box. In an instant, the flow of life force suddenly increased by thousands of times. Then, Chenrue saw destruction. Destruction was the ultimate law of the universe. Everything would die, including the universe itself. But death didn't mean the end, but the transfer of energy, another kind of birth, The red light in Shenrue's eyes shone brightly. When he was exploring the Palace of Destruction, he already had some insights. Now that the feeling was clearer and more complete, the origin of Shura became complete in this insight. Destruction disappeared instantly because Shenrue had closed the silver box. The silver box might have other more special functions, but for him, it was already his own precious thing. The only strange thing was that there was no small box in the silver box. Shenrue remembered very clearly that there was a smaller box in the Dark Moon's silver box. What's going on? What's that small box? This thought was interrupted by a muffled groan on the side. It turned out that when the silver box was opened, the life force absorbed was thousands of times more than the normal state. The protection on Tiffany's body had been emptied in an instant. She was wrapped in the breath of destruction, and she was in danger. Shenrue immediately moved in front of Tiffany. With a wave of his hand, a cloud of rich life force and faith power wrapped around Tiffany, making her recover. At this moment, a whirlpool-like exit appeared where the silver box was originally floating. Shenrue's eyes lit up. Is this the passage to leave the realm of chaos? Kill me, and then you can leave here. Tiffany's words confirmed his guess. Shenrue smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Come with me. Tiffany didn't move, but she asked with some surprise, why? As I said, I came here for two purposes. The first is this box, and the second is to protect you. Shenrue shrugged. Actually, I said the wrong order. The most important thing is to take you away safely. The silver box is just along the way. Tiffany stared at him for a moment, and her eyes softened a little. She looked at the silver box and shook her head. You go. Without the silver box, it was meaningless for her to leave here. She would die anyway. Shenrue saw through her mind and asked, Tell me, besides life, what else can you exchange the silver box for? Tiffany hesitated for a moment and finally said the answer, freedom and mother. Shenrue knew that Tiffany's mother was a human. Was she imprisoned by Satan? No wonder she fought so hard. If that's the case, this is for you. Tiffany looked at the silver box in her hand in disbelief, and her body trembled a little. No, it's not an illusion. It's real. Shenrue's voice sounded. I said the silver box is just along the way. Who the hell are you? Tiffany's voice was also a little trembling, full of indescribable gratitude and excitement, but she couldn't figure out why. This treasure was coveted even by false gods. This man had risked his life to get it, but he gave it to her so easily. Actually, we met a long time ago. Besides, this silver box is a hot potato. I may not be able to keep it. Well, there are many other reasons. If you don't mind, I'll find a more suitable place to sit down and have a good talk. By the way, that my hand is a little numb. Tiffany's eyes gradually turned red. She didn't say any polite words, just nodded and held his hand tightly. The two held hands and flew toward the exit together. After entering the exit, the whirlpool gradually disappeared. A moment later, Shenrue and Tiffany appeared on a small island, surrounded by endless ocean. The radius of this small island was only a few dozen meters, and the area was very small. This is... Shenrue tried to cast the stargate, and the light gate appeared without any hindrance. It seemed that they really got out of that mysterious, chaotic realm. The Sea of Death, Tiffany said, and gently let go of his hand. For the first time, I feel that the fishy sea breeze smells so good. Shenrue took a deep breath and turned off the output of faith power and vitality. Finally left that damn place. Tiffany asked hesitantly, You are saying that we've met before? Shenrue scratched his head. Remember, the game mistakes will accumulate and successes will disappear. So you are that Simon. Tiffany's eyes were a little bright. Shenrue didn't expect her to remember that alias. Tiffany asked again, Simon, tell me, why did you save me? Why did you give me the silver box? Shenrue thought for a moment, took off the necklace with the blood-killing ring from his neck and put it in her hand. "Before answering you, take something first. Someone entrusted me to give this to you." Tiffany looked at the ring in her hand, and her complicated eyes kept intertwining and changing. Finally, she gradually became cold. Just as she was about to speak, a strange light suddenly appeared on her waist. A snake-pattern badge slowly floated up, and with a bang it automatically exploded. "No." Tiffany's face suddenly changed, and she lost her voice. "Run. My teacher, Satan, is coming." Chapter 901. Chinrue could see that it was not Tiffany's trick, but the badge flew out and exploded automatically. She didn't even know it beforehand. On that badge, there should be an extremely brilliant environmental sensing rune. In other words, as soon as it left the mysterious place and detected a new environment, it would automatically explode and summon Satan's clone. There was no doubt that this was Satan's calculation. Although Satan's clone was at the demigod level, it was a peak demigod who had realized the use of pseudo-god. It was much more powerful than ordinary peak demigod. Chinrue had seen it before in the UFO land. Even if he used the Royal Star transformation, he was far from its opponent. Moreover, Satan had already been fooled once in the UFO land. Even if Chinrue used the stealth skill again, he might not be able to fool him. "Tiffany, I'm leaving first. Let's talk about it next time. I will tell you a lot of things. I believe this day will come soon. Before that, you have to take care of yourself and be careful." Chinrue glanced at Tiffany and flew into the stargate. Tiffany looked at the disappearing light gate in a daze, and a tear slowly fell. Suddenly, she felt something. When she looked back, she saw that the man was actually about 10 meters behind her. His smile seemed a little strange, and there was a faint red glow in his eyes. "Why are you still?" Tiffany was shocked. Before she finished speaking, the space in the sky had begun to distort. "Remember, you got the silver box from the Chaos Realm, and I am chasing you all the way. If you don't want to harm me, you must cooperate." Chenrue's voice sounded in Tiffany's mind. He waved his hands, and Tiffany's body was thrown away involuntarily. Chinrue followed behind as if he was chasing. At this time, the distortion in the sky was even more severe. A crack appeared in the space. A pair of hands stretched out and bent to both sides. The space was suddenly torn apart, and a figure appeared in the crack in the space. Satan! In the blink of an eye, Satan had already seen the two people who were chasing in the distance. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chinrue suddenly felt that he had become slow, and Tiffany's figure in front of him suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, she had already distanced herself from him. The control of the flow of time, and it separated the targets fast and slow. This exquisite control made Chinrue secretly shocked. At the moment when time returned to normal, he felt his body trembling uncontrollably. It turned out that the surrounding space was vibrating at a high frequency. Traces of cracks appeared around as if it was going to tear his body apart. Sucking was exactly the move similar to the mystery of high-frequency wave. Chinrue quickly shook his body and trembled at the same weird frequency. Satan raised his eyebrows. Chinrue shook his hand, and the space around Satan actually trembled in the same way. "Pay them back in their own coin." Satan was slightly moved. He raised his hand, and time stopped. The trembling of the space seemed to have stopped. In the blink of an eye, Satan's figure had appeared beside Tiffany in the distance, and the trembling space took a long time to recover. Facing his own move, Satan easily used the time rule to get rid of it. He looked at Chinrue with a little more surprise. Although Chinrue successfully bounced back this move, he paid a considerable price because the opponent's power was too strong. His entire body looked broken, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Tiffany's heart trembled. The silver box in her hand flew up automatically and fell into Satan's hand. Satan looked at the silver box in his hand, and he seemed very excited. He laughed 3 times, finally calmed down and nodded approvingly. "Tiffany, you did very well. You go back to Mountain Secret first. I will fulfill all the rewards I promised you." With that, Satan waved his hand, and a space entrance condensed by the power of the kingdom appeared. Tiffany looked back at Chenrue, and she happened to meet the two determined eyes. She gritted her teeth, entered the space entrance, and disappeared. Satan saw the scene of Tiffany being chased just now very clearly. Besides, he had already gotten the silver box, so he did not doubt Tiffany's look back. Satan's gaze fell on Chenrue, and it became colder and colder. His powerful spirit power had firmly locked him. "Your growth and ability really surprised me. I will give you a way to live. Become my believer, otherwise die?" Chenrue sneered. Stubborn. Satan didn't say much. He twisted his fingers, and an irresistible force swept over. Chenrue could no longer use the power of giving him a taste of his own medicine, and his body suddenly shattered. At the same time, Satan sensed something and glanced at the sea in the distance. He saw that there was another Chenrue in the sea, and the badge in his hand was crushed. "Charlie!" Satan's eyes were so sharp that he had already seen the badge's appearance before it shattered. There was a mark of a huge eye on it. Satan was taken aback. Because he was far away, it was too late to stop it. He saw a plume of smoke coming out of the shattered badge and gradually condensing into a human figure. It was the first time that Chenrue saw Charlie's human form. The last time he was in the library, and when he set off to the mysterious place, Charlie was a huge eye. This was a somewhat slender figure. His face seemed to be very delicate, but it was just a feeling. The more he looked at it, the more blurred his facial features were. Instead, the curly blonde hair was eye-catching. "Lord Charlie," Chenrue hurriedly said, "I was about to get the silver box, but that Tiffany summoned a big shot, Satan." Charlie saw the silver box in Satan's hand at a glance. He let out a low grunt and appeared in front of Satan. Be it his voice or his appearance, Charlie was somewhat androgynous. "Charlie, you've actually already lost this game. Could it be that you're still planning to use force?" Satan didn't panic. He played with the silver box and said indifferently, "Don't forget that you were no match for me back then." "Humph. It was just a trick of yours back then," Charlie said coldly. "You've always been good at playing tricks. In the battle for the silver box, even many false gods died. I was seriously injured, and Ben Hong was in an even worse state. Even his body was destroyed. In the end, you became the biggest winner and obtained one of the 3 silver boxes. I won't make the same mistake again." Chenrue's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that there had been a battle for the silver box between false gods back then. That battle must have been earth-shattering, and Satan actually became the final winner and obtained one of the silver boxes. With one more, it would be 2. "I can't be considered the biggest winner," Satan sighed. Ben Hong didn't hesitate to use a secret technique to burn his own body, but his soul body managed to escape with the other silver box. Right now, the whereabouts of that silver box is still unknown. I've spent a lot of effort to find it, but after so many years, countless silver boxes have appeared, but none of them are real. It seems that Ben Hong is deliberately misleading the public. He must still be alive. This sentence made Chenrue understand a little more. "My father-in-law, Dragon Emperor Augustus, once said that he was actually just passing by. He heard about the silver box battle between Paglio, Rala, and others, and he happened to meet Paglio, so he captured him for questioning. However, he didn't find the silver box, so Augustus didn't interrogate or harm him. He just sealed the poison dragon, wanting the poison dragon to gain further enlightenment in his sleep. The reason was that Augustus thought that the poison dragon, a demon overlord level powerhouse, should get a fake, so he just came to take a look. After finding nothing, he was not interested in investigating further. Chenrue suddenly thought of another key question. The Dark Moon silver box should be real, then. Yes, you were all winners that time, and I was the only one who lost. However, it's not certain who will win today. Charlie took a deep breath, and his eyes glowed. Chenrue felt the pressure suddenly increase. This kind of power is definitely not inferior to Satan. Satan didn't do anything. He just shook his head. Charlie, now that all the silver boxes have been found, have you ever thought that we should really work together to gather the Book of Destruction? In this way, we can follow the example of Michael and the others to establish or expand a church all over the demon realm, share the huge faith power obtained, and greatly increase the chance of becoming a god? A contemptuous smile appeared on Charlie's face. If I remember correctly, you've said something similar more than once before you backstabbed me in the past. Book of Destruction? Michael? Establish a church? Obtain faith? These keywords made Chinrue's ears perk up. He suddenly had a feeling of a little too much information, and several mysteries in his mind were all solved. The secrets of those veteran powerhouses who had lived for tens of thousands of years and hundreds of thousands of years might not be as much as what he heard at this moment. Really? A strange smile appeared on Satan's face. So this battle is inevitable. Humph. Don't pretend. You've been delaying time because you want to use the secret technique to project your real body here. Aren't you the same? Satan laughed. Before the battle, I'll give you a fair evaluation. Even if your strength is not as good as mine, it's not far away. Unfortunately, your brain will never be as good as mine. Cut the crap. Do you want to fight me with one hand? Charlie's gaze fell on the silver box in Satan's hand. The silver box couldn't be kept into space equipment or kingdom. For two evenly matched opponents, if they had to split their attention to protect the silver box, they would definitely be suppressed. Charlie wasn't a kind person. This psychological tactic hit Satan's weak point. Satan frowned and didn't say anything else. Charlie slowly raised his hand, and the originally turbulent sea suddenly stilled. Chinrue felt as if his body had solidified with the sea, and he couldn't move. Charlie's law of confinement. Satan, who was also unable to move, was also bearing the force head-on. However, Charlie quickly looked away and looked in Chinrue's direction. Another figure of Satan appeared there. It turned out that Satan was already on guard. The one that Charlie had imprisoned was only an afterimage. Light flashed in Satan's eyes, and he flipped his hand downwards. A terrifying power pressed down on Chinrue. Chinrue was shocked, and it seemed that he couldn't dodge. Facing an opponent like Charlie, the first thing Satan had to deal with was actually the ant watching from the side. Chapter 902. Satan's attack seemed ordinary, but it was hundreds of times more powerful than the high-frequency wave from before. Chinrue could clearly sense that there was no room for him to dodge or even resist. This attack had probably far surpassed the level of a demigod. It seemed like Charlie was right. Satan was using a secret technique to project his true body bit by bit. In other words, this was no longer a demigod's clone, but a false god that was about to become his true body. In terms of laws, a kingdom was comprehending a law. A demigod grasped a more perfect law, and a false god usually had more than one law. However, the fundamental difference was the fusion of laws. The higher the degree of fusion, the closer the law was to the origin, and the more powerful it was. Even if Satan suppressed his strength to the same level as Chinrue, his power would still be far stronger than Chinrue's. Although Chinrue could use Shura to touch and comprehend the origin of destruction, his own strength was too weak. It was like his body could not keep up with his soul, and he could not unleash its true power. At the same level, he could suppress almost all opponents. Even if he was at a higher level, he could use the power of the polar star transformation to unleash a stronger law and fight against a demigod. However, against a true false god that had fused laws, he could not resist at all. Even if he could use the polar star transformation now, he definitely could not withstand Satan's attack. Chinrue laughed bitterly. Looking at the great power that was about to hit him, he did not move. Whether he took it or not, there would only be one result: death. Seeing that Chinrue was about to be annihilated by this palm, Satan's power stopped instantly. It was as if the turbulent water suddenly solidified into ice, unable to flow. It was not that Satan was merciful, but because of Charlie. Charlie's confinement law was extremely powerful. Even Satan didn't dare to face it head-on. His figure flickered, and he appeared in the distance. Chinrue saw the opportunity very quickly. He took advantage of this moment and immediately moved away. Charlie sneered. "Didn't you claim to be the strongest false god? Why are you attacking a weakling? Are you worried that you won't have time to look after the silver box when you're fighting with me, and that my servant will take it away?" Servant? Chinrue's eyes flashed. He knew very well that Charlie had not really lent a helping hand to protect him. In the eyes of a false god, even a demigod was an ant that could be abandoned at any time, let alone a nation-level being. Charlie was well aware of Satan's abilities. They were evenly matched, and under normal circumstances, neither of them could do anything to the other. At such a time, additional factors were extremely important. Although an additional nation-level servant wouldn't be able to defeat Satan, it could be the key to obtaining the silver box. At the very least, it would be able to distract Satan, whether it was real or fake. Satan smiled faintly and did not explain. However, this human ant's ability was indeed a little unexpected. Back in the floating youth's floating lands, he had managed to hide it from Satan's eyes and ears. Now he could not sense the aura of the light physique from his body. It must be because he was shielded by the power of Charlie's evil eye. Charlie's aura skyrocketed, and the powerful power of law firmly locked onto Satan. This was different from the hasty attack earlier. This time, Charlie was ready to attack. If Satan was distracted again, he would be heavily injured, and the chances of him losing the silver box would naturally increase greatly. Even if that ant was destroyed, it would be worth it. Satan saw through Charlie's plan and did not continue to chase after Chinrue. He said calmly, "Charlie, you seem very confident. Then let me show you whether or not the title of the strongest false god is self-proclaimed." As soon as he finished speaking, Satan pointed his finger and shouted, "Collapse!" The space around Charlie immediately began to distort intensely, and then it began to crack. At the same time, Charlie's body began to crack as well. Even from afar, Chinrue could sense the immense power of the law. Just a single glance was enough to make his soul feel like it was about to collapse. If it were not for his strong willpower, it was very likely that he would have been severely injured. This was not an illusion, it was a real feeling. He hurriedly continued to fly backward to increase the distance between them. Charlie's body collapsed into pieces, but Satan did not relax at all. His eyes flashed, and he shouted again, "Cut!" Charlie's cracked body was sliced into countless pieces. Fortunately, Chinrue had reacted in time and left the range of the attack. Coupled with Charlie's power interference, he was not affected. However, the seawater below the two powerful beings began to crack like a spider web, and it took a long time for the cracks to close. The countless pieces that Charlie had been sliced into suddenly flashed with light, turning into countless strange eyes that looked at Satan. Satan's body trembled, as if he had been locked onto by an invisible gaze. "In the name of misfortune, I curse you. Weakness, delay, fear, blindness, numbness, disease, rot." Every time he uttered a curse, Satan's body would undergo a corresponding change. Countless stripes, scars, and even rot would appear on his skin. This was no longer a simple negative spell, but a curse law. 7. Calamity. Chapters. Not only was his movement affected, even Satan's words became slower under the special power of the law. In the blink of an eye, the slicing and destruction retreated like a video playback. The countless eyes reassembled into Charlie's body. Clearly, Satan had used the law of time to change the flow of time, returning to the time before he was struck by the 7 calamity chapters. However, his body did not change at all. He was still in that terrifying cursed state. Satan flashed again, and the scenery around him immediately overlapped, as if he was rapidly changing dimensions. However, he still could not escape the curse of calamity. Misfortune is not moved by time or space, Charlie sneered. His eyes flickered, and he further increased the power of the curse. Even if you escape to another dimension, to another time, you will still not be able to escape the shroud of calamity. I am prepared for everything. I am wise. I am beautiful. Satan's hoarse voice rang out. I wear all kinds of gems: rubies, red tourmalines, diamonds, aquamarines, cornelian, jasper, sapphires, emeralds, red jades, and gold. Exquisite drums and flutes are in my hands. I am beautiful because of my pride. I am glorious because of my corruption of wisdom. Even if I turn into ashes and blaspheme the Holy Spirit, I will not exist in this world, but I am still me. Satan's words became smoother and louder, echoing throughout the world. Chinrue only felt his head buzzing. He saw Satan's body emit rings of intense light, and 6 pairs of light wings appeared on his back. However, the wings were black, and they gave Chinrue an extremely sacred feeling. The negative effects caused by the curse of misfortune quickly faded at a visible speed, until they completely disappeared. In the instant that Satan recovered, the destruction and lacerations that had been restrained due to the time reversal immediately accelerated, and Charlie's body was shattered once again. This time, Charlie did not transform into an eye. Instead, he let out a cold snort, and the fragments automatically reassembled, returning to his original human form. It was as if he had never been injured, but there was now a vertical eye between his brows. Satan waved his hand slightly, and 12 black wings spread open. He praised, as expected of the constitution of Moon Soul. It is comparable to Raphael's constitution of light. It can actually ignore the damage of destruction and lacerations. How can it compare to your power of blasphemy? It can even avoid misfortune. Charlie had a fake smile on his face, and the pupil of his third eye gradually turned golden. Both sides were quickly gathering their strength, preparing for an even more powerful attack. Be it Satan or Charlie, they were no longer avatars. Instead, they had used a projection secret technique to transfer their true bodies here. Both of them were pseudo-gods who stood at the very peak. The battle between them was an eye-opener for Chinrue. Satan and Charlie did not release their kingdoms to attack each other like nation-level or demigod experts. Instead, they used a power similar to might. This power contained the endless mysteries of laws and faith. In reality, it was the purer and more effective power of kingdoms. It was already faintly approaching the divine might that only gods possessed. The golden light in Charlie's third eye shone brightly. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly discovered something. His heart trembled, and he shouted angrily, "Not good, the silver box! Satan, you actually... I've been discovered. Unfortunately, I'm a little slow." A smile appeared on Satan's face. He saw that the silver box in his hand had suddenly expanded, and its shape was also changing. To be more precise, it was 2 silver boxes, and from the looks of it, the 2 seemed to be fusing together. If it wasn't for your power of calamity, I wouldn't have been able to fuse them with my power alone. Satan laughed loudly. After so many years, I've already refined the container and fused it with my body. As long as these 2 pages of the Book of Destruction fuse with me, I'll be able to absorb them into my body. Unless you have the ability to kill me, don't even think about taking them away. I've already said that your brain will never be as good as mine. Only then did Charlie realize that his previous power had instead facilitated Satan's trajectory. He could not help but be furious, and the golden light in his third eye suddenly turned crimson. If that's the case, then die. In that instant, 2 blood-red moons appeared in the sky. Countless incantations that looked like ancient runes floated in the air, and small worlds appeared one after another. It was like a picture within a picture on a television. There were countless lesser worlds within a greater world. This was the large world on the 4th floor of the library. So this was Charlie's kingdom. Chinrue immediately came to a realization. This kingdom was surrounded by an extremely special power of faith, knowledge, civilization. Charlie's body began to transform rapidly and turned into a huge eye. Satan knew that Charlie had gone all out in anger, so he did not dare to neglect. His kingdom was vaguely the mountain Sekret that Chinrue was familiar with, but it was different from the one that destroyed the abyss last time. The main body was a big tree that faintly glowed. This tree was full of extremely rich life force and exuded powerful might. Satan's body was also transforming into a snake. This snake was somewhat similar to an Eastern dragon. It was brimming with an ancient and vigorous aura, and its body was shining with gem-like light. Then Chinrue felt that the sky and earth were collapsing. The seawater, the island, time, space, everything collapsed. If it were not for a special force protecting him, Chinrue would definitely not have been spared. In the next second, both kingdoms disappeared, and the giant eye and the ancient snake also returned to their human forms. The two of them held each other's hands, and an astonishing power was in a stalemate. An exaggerated huge vortex appeared in the seawater, sometimes surging, sometimes solidifying. It was thousands of kilometers in diameter. The silver box that was in the process of fusing was floating in the air. Now, Charlie's voice sounded in Chinrue's mind. It turned out that Charlie had been trying to protect Chinrue for this moment. He had just used all his strength to separate the silver box from Satan with the power of the evil eye, but he was secretly ordering Chinrue to seize it. As long as he succeeded, the two silver boxes would belong to him, Charlie. Chinrue's mind turned quickly, and his figure flashed. He had already appeared in front of the silver box. The black wings of light behind Satan suddenly spread out and erupted with a powerful force. Charlie's third eye oozed blood, but he wanted to control Satan at the risk of his body being damaged. At that moment, Chinrue's hand was already close to the silver box. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Satan's face, and the two boxes that were connected together suddenly opened. The power of the evil eye that Charlie had wrapped around the silver box was instantly shattered, and a tremendous amount of destructive power filled the entire space. The whirlpool in the seawater immediately collapsed. Even Satan and Charlie couldn't withstand this terrible power, and their bodies were damaged to varying degrees. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Chinrue. It seemed that because of some special constitution he could hold on for a moment, but in the end he couldn't. His body swelled like a balloon, and with a bang his whole body exploded. Chapter 903. The moment Chinrue exploded, the other, Chinrue, decisively used the power of the super system to destroy the last bit of power that Charlie had attached to Evil Eye. Charlie's soul sensed that the seed that was attached to this servant had been completely destroyed. Charlie had been wondering why he could not sense Evil Eye's presence on this servant. But now that he had seen Chinrue die and the seed of Evil Eye being destroyed, his doubts were gone. Of course, Charlie did not care about this ant's tricks or his life. His attention was completely focused on the silver box. Satan had not closed the silver box, and now both of them were doing their best to resist the destructive origin power of the silver box. The source of destruction in the two silver boxes was not as simple as 1 + 1. Even though they had only fused halfway, the power that they were emanating was already extremely fearsome. Even the body of a semi-divinity realm cultivator was unable to withstand it, and his body was slowly being destroyed. Charlie had the body of a moon soul with an extremely strong regenerative ability. Originally, he had an absolute advantage in terms of endurance and regenerative ability. However, the power of destruction was not an ordinary power. It was the strongest origin force. It was not something that a false god could withstand. On the other hand, Satan had fused with the silver box that he obtained from the previous war of false gods. It had a special ability to contain the power of destruction, so he had an advantage. In addition, in order to let Chinrue seize the silver box previously, Charlie did not hesitate to cast the secret technique of burning his foundation to imprison Satan at the risk of being damaged. Under such circumstances, his body began to show signs of collapse. He actually couldn't hold it anymore. Charlie was not a fool. He knew that he had fallen into Satan's trap. If this continued, not only would he not be able to get the silver box, but his life would also be in danger. This was a huge loss. Not only were all his servants dead, but the silver box was also about to fly out of his mouth. As a false god who had survived until now, Charlie knew the importance of life more than anyone else. Although the silver box was a good item, it was not as important as his life. Plus, there were only 2 silver boxes. If he could not complete the Book of Destruction, Satan would not be able to obtain any substantial benefits. When he thought up to here, Charlie gritted his teeth and activated the secret technique that ignited his foundation once more. He suddenly struggled free of the stalemate and transformed into a ball of smoke. A large number of cracks appeared in the space around the light smoke. The light smoke quickly drilled into the cracks and disappeared. The silver box slowly closed, and the destructive aura gradually disappeared. Satan took a deep breath. His originally somewhat broken and thin body became clear and complete once again. A proud smile appeared on his face. Without a doubt, he was the biggest winner of this mysterious land incident. However, the wily Satan still didn't know that he wasn't the only winner. The other winner was a human who was already dead. Chinrue, the one who exploded in the destructive aura just now, was Shura, the master of suicide explosion. Chinrue's real body entered the Stargate early in the morning. He was not stupid enough to directly face the 2 false god clones, which were actually their real bodies. Before he left the evil eye badge that could summon Charlie to Shura. Chinrue left Shura there not to seize the silver box. That thing was a hot potato. The name Aguile was marked by Charlie. Even if he was lucky enough to get it from the hands of the 2 false god clones, it would implicate his friends and family, and he would never have a peaceful day. In the original plan, Shura's purpose was to die in front of Charlie, erase the name Aguile, and also die in front of Satan to completely eliminate some potential hidden danger. Before he truly had the power to compete with Charlie, Aguile would disappear in the demon realm. What Chinrue didn't expect was that Shura, who was originally used as a scapegoat, actually got lucky. Satan's true body was carrying the first silver box that he had obtained during the battle between the false gods. He wanted to fuse with the silver box of the chaotic realm and completely control the source of destruction, which was the Book of Destruction that the 2 false gods had mentioned. Charlie also had his own calculations. As a result, when Shura was ordered to seize the silver box, Satan controlled the silver box to open, and Shura was annihilated. However, the 2 false gods didn't know the truth of the ant annihilation. With Shura's body of destruction, even if he couldn't bear the power of the 2 origin, it was impossible for him to be annihilated so quickly. His death was simply a show. The most important thing was that before he was annihilated, Shura had already absorbed all the aura of the origin law in the silver box in Satan's hand, including the 2 silver boxes. This kind of devouring was equivalent to a kind of memory imprint, and it wouldn't affect the silver box itself. Shura was a clone, so he wouldn't really die. As long as the time was up and Shura recovered, Chinrue would integrate with this clone again, and he would be able to comprehend step by step until he fully grasped the origin law of destruction that Shura had just absorbed. This meant that the 3 silver boxes and the 3 pages of the Book of Destruction were all gathered. Chinrue didn't get the silver box on this trip, but the fragments of the laws, the origin of destruction, the path forward in the future, including Tiffany's safe return, were far more valuable than the silver box to him. The place where Chinrue was now was an island floating in the air. It turned out that the place he returned to using the Stargate was the UFO. The UFO was not the final chaotic world. Chinrue had experimented with the Stargate and Starpoints here, and they could be used normally. During the experiment, there was also a star point reserved here. The reason why he returned to the UFO was to be safe. Charlie's strength was not to be underestimated. The mysterious place should be the place that could confuse the evil eye's senses the most. Now that Shuro was dead, he should have successfully deceived Satan and Charlie, so he could return to the Dark Moon with complete peace of mind. In addition to making Igual disappear this time, it was best for the human Chinrue to slowly fade out of everyone's sight. As for the marriage between Igual and the two empresses of the Dark Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire, one of which was the future empress, he could only suppress it. Anyway, Raisin was also a sensible person. Now Chanrue felt that the most troublesome problem was the Dark Moon's silver box. The biggest difference between this silver box and the other two was that there was a small box in the middle. This small box was very abnormal. From the conversation between Satan and Charlie, Chinrue heard some secrets of the battle between the fake gods for the silver box, especially the name Ben Hong. Judging from the tone of the two fake gods, Ben Hong should be a powerhouse on the same level as Charlie and Satan. In order to fight for the silver box, he burned his body, leaving only his soul to escape with the silver box. Then he released a lot of smoke bombs and created countless fake silver boxes. Satan and Charlie had not found the real silver box so far. This person's scheming was evident. Then, in the silver box in the Fountain of Resurrection in the Rainbow Valley, now Ben Hong? Small box? Chinrue suddenly thought of the birth of Shura and the unexpected advancement of Rala in the Rainbow Valley last time. He couldn't help but frown. As Chanrue was about to open the Stargate to return to the Dark Moon, he suddenly felt that someone was moving quickly toward him. He was slightly surprised. His figure moved, and he had already cast stealth to hide his figure. What appeared in front of him was a woman with brown hair, a plump figure, and delicate facial features. However, she looked disheveled with many injuries on her body. Strange? I clearly sensed some movement. The woman revealed a suspicious expression as she carefully looked around. This woman is actually one of the two demigods in Team Satan, Vasilna, Beelzebub. Chinrue remembered that when Tiffany opened the gate of the chaotic realm, Klesha attracted a large sea of wandering souls. Vasilna and Inket were forced to lead the wandering souls away. In the end, only Inket returned. He thought that Vasilna had died, but he didn't expect her to still be alive. In fact, when Vasilna was plotted against by Klesha's human bomb and surrounded by the group of wandering souls, she couldn't resist even if she tried her best. Even she thought that there was no way to survive. Just when she closed her eyes and waited for death, the group of wandering souls suddenly seemed to go crazy. They abandoned her and rushed forward. Soon after, the wandering souls inexplicably fled desperately, completely ignoring Vasilna. Vasilna didn't understand what happened. When she rushed to the front, she only had time to see the light gate that devoured everything close. Vasilna knew that she had lost her last hope. Although she was lucky enough to survive, she might never be able to leave this place again. Unwilling to give up, Vasilna kept trying to find a way to leave, including killing wandering souls to collect law fragments and recalling the magic circle that Inket had taken out. Although she knew that even if she could accurately recreate the way to open the gate, without the key, the hope was still very slim. However, as long as there was a trace of hope, she would not let it go. "So you're not dead." The sudden words startled Vasilna. She saw a silhouette in front of her. It was her teammate, Rainin. "It's you." Vasilna, who was on high alert, secretly let out a sigh of relief. This Rainin was only a kingdomized person. She could easily control him. Moreover, with this person here, she was finally not alone. In this kind of environment, loneliness was scarier than death. "You want to leave." Chinrue's words hit Vasilna's weak spot. "I can take you away." "You know how to leave?" Vasilna suddenly thought of something. Could it be that you came out from that gate? She did not see the scene of Chinrue being sucked into the gate, but when she thought of Rainin's position and his confident tone, her heart suddenly raced. This guy didn't seem to be lying. "There's only one condition, surrender." "What?" Vasilna thought she misheard. seeing Chen Rui's calm expression. She was so angry that she laughed. Is your brain broken? You want me to surrender? I'll give you 10 seconds to tell me how to leave, or I'll get the same information from a puppet. Don't try to play tricks. I won't give you a chance. In front of a demigod, you can't even kill yourself. Kill myself? Seems like you don't understand the difference between us. Even if you're not injured, you're still no match for me. Chenrue shook his head. I'll say it again, surrender. Not only will I take you out, but I'll also give you more power and faith. Ridiculous! Vasilna suddenly waved her hand, and a strong force came straight at him. You've successfully angered me. I'll take you down and make you into a puppet. This attack hit Chen Rue squarely and exploded. However, what exploded were countless flies, which quickly condensed back into human shapes. This attack was completely ineffective. Vasilna's expression changed. She stared at the mask that suddenly appeared on Chenrue's face. God-eating mask. One of the 7 artifacts, the supreme artifact of the Beelzebub royal family. You're royal of the Empire? The current leader of the Beelzebub family? Vasilna asked tentatively. Obviously, she shouldn't be a noble of the God-eating empire back then. No, I'm not from the Beelzebub family. Besides, I have more than just the God-eating mask. A black armor appeared on Chen Rui's body, and he held a sword in his hand. There's also the armor of Angry King, the sword of Fallen Angel, the elusive demon shield. The appearance of these divine armaments shocked Vasilna. The 7 divine armaments could only be used by the royal family. She had never heard of anyone who was not of the royal family being able to use them, and she had never heard of anyone being able to use more than 1 divine armaments at the same time. Right? And Polar Star transformation. A terrifying aura suddenly broke out, and then her eyes were filled with bright stars. Looking at the figure wrapped in the red starlight armor, feeling the huge and vast aura of faith of the kingdom, especially the extremely terrifying red power brewing in his right arm, Vasilna's voice couldn't help but tremble. Who are you? 10 seconds, I'll give you a final choice. Surrender? A puppet of the God-eating mask? Or a part of the wandering souls here? Chapter 904. It had been more than a month since Chenrue left the UFO land and returned to the Dark Moon. He also brought 1 person with him this time, which was Vasilna, who had become a servant. In the choice between life and death, freedom and puppet, Vasilna, who was a demigod powerhouse, finally made the right choice. Not to mention anything else. Even if the other party didn't kill her and just left, she couldn't bear being locked up in that damn place for a lifetime. Sometimes, loneliness was even more terrifying than death. This Reinin could control the 7 artifacts, including the God-eating mask, the sword of Fallen Angel, and the Angry King's armor. He might be the reincarnation of some kind of god. Moreover, the situation was stronger than people. If she didn't surrender, she would either die or become a puppet. She could only choose to surrender. Just after Vasilna gritted her teeth and signed the master-servant contract, Chenrue struck the true red annihilation that had been brewing for a long time on the empty part of the island. Obviously, this was a show of power. Seeing the terrifying scene of everything being destroyed, Vasilna couldn't help but shiver. She secretly thought that she was lucky. If this move was used on her, even if she was at her peak, she would definitely not be able to withstand it. Compared with the humiliation of surrendering, the following benefits made Vasilna feel surprised and even ecstatic. First of all, the magical star level enhancement had washed her basic strength again, which was equivalent to removing the impurities and retaining the essence. At her current level, she naturally understood the benefits of this washing. The higher the level of a cultivator, the more difficult it was to break through. Take Vasilna's current intermediate demigod as an example. Every small step forward required a lot of effort. This washing not only improved her strength to a certain extent, but it would also reduce the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck in the future. Not only that, when she was with the master, her strength would be particularly strong. This ability was simply comparable to the legendary God's blessing. The subsequent bestowment of stars confirmed the guess in Vasilna's heart. Her title was Star Apostle. As she was a super powerhouse, she was directly promoted to True Star Apostle. True Star Apostle, star position bonus, movement speed increased by 50%. Characteristic, True Running Thunder, attack or casting speed increased by 50%. The magic effect of acceleration doubled, and the magic effect of deceleration halved. This kind of attribute bonus was an unbelievable leap for a demigod champion who was having a hard time advancing. In addition to the effects of Emperor's Prestige and Devout in the Star Sealing link, if one were to say that he harbored resentment when he became a servant before, now he had completely become a devout believer. Qinrui didn't stay idle these days. He didn't return to the Dark Moon, but he calmed down and stayed in the UFO land. While digesting and comprehending the destruction origin law obtained in the Chaos Realm, he also hunted wandering souls to train and verify the law he comprehended. Of course, he also used the time training ground in the super system. After Vasilna enhancement, Rue's medicine, warrior in the medicine, she healed Rue's body. Shen's demon Dragon King, head dragon was. After Shura's resurrection, Qinrui gained new insights, and his power of law was further enhanced. However, the mystery of the origin of law was so profound. Although he had Shura and the origin of the 3 silver boxes, his current understanding was still relatively shallow. If he wanted to fully master it and integrate the origin of the 3 silver boxes into one, it was definitely not something that could be done in a short period of time. This short period was not just time, but also included experience, integration, etc., and even the epiphany. Qinrui understood the principle of haste makes waste. Therefore, after reaching a certain bottleneck state, he didn't force himself to continue. Instead, he chose to stop and return to the Dark Moon. He needed to stabilize his state of mind and time, then consolidate his foundation step by step before trying to break through. The first person to sense his return was not Rala, but little Phoenix's daughter. Dad. A flame bounced over at a rapid speed. Qinrui could know even with his eyes closed that this was his daughter's unique secret skill, Angry Bird. The little lass bounced in front of him and pounced over, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and left several saliva marks on his father's face that represented Lord Duodwa's sovereignty. Qinrui smelled the faint milk fragrance on his daughter's body, and he felt an unprecedented warmth in his heart. He gave a light kiss on Duodwa's face. Bad Dad, my beard is pricked. Ms. Duo touched the place where she was kissed with dissatisfaction, and she gave a few more kisses on her father's face as if she was taking revenge. Qinrui laughed. Seeing that his daughter's outfit was a little weird, he asked, Baby, tell Dad, what are you playing today? Lord of the Rings? Ha, Dad guessed wrong. Lord of the Rings was played the day before yesterday. Duo is the Demon King Sauron. With the help of Gru, she captured all of Aunt Athena's Ring Guardian team. Qinrui was speechless. I don't know who made this plot twist. Today is the legend of the White Snake, Ms. Duo said in a childish voice. Duo is Fahai. She just suppressed White Lady and Little Qing, and she is about to marry Su Xian. What? Qinrui was shocked. Master Fahai? It's fine to suppress the green and white snakes, but they are actually getting married? And the bride is actually Su Xian? Dad came at the right time. Let's get married together, ho ho ho. When Qinrui heard his daughters deliberately imitating strange laughter at the end, several black bars hung down on his forehead, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Ho ho ho. There was a familiar strange laughter in front. It seemed to be using the original version to correct the mistakes in Ms. Duodwa's pronunciation. This laughter made Chinrue's hair stand up, and a troublesome name blurted out, "Lalalia!" "Ho ho, it's me." A flat lowly shook her head and appeared in front of Chinrue. She was wearing a big pincer hat, but she didn't wear a mustache. "It's actually Lalalia. Didn't she return to Dragon Island after losing the last martial arts tournament?" Behind the flat lowly were Isabella, Kia, Lomont, Delia, and others. They were all wearing strange makeup, but Athena and Rolla were nowhere to be seen. Aunt Lalalia is a centipede demon and also Dwudwa's teacher. She was the one who taught Duo to snatch Su Xian away from the green and white snake, Aunt Isabella. The centipede demon became Fahai's teacher, and then Fahai snatched Su Xian away, defeated the green and white snake, and tied the knot with Su Xian. This was no longer a plot reversal, but a godly twist. Chinrue looked at Lalalia, who was laughing strangely, and suddenly understood who the screenwriter of the show was. He shuddered a few times. As the saying goes, 3 years old can tell one's age. Education starts from a child. I can't let my daughter be poisoned by this strange lowly, or else the consequences will be unimaginable. Chinrue, you're back. Isabella and Kia walked forward together. Their eyes were filled with joy. Yeah, Chinrue responded. He freed one hand from Lady Dwudwa's embrace and took turns to hug the two girls. The warmth of home lingered in his heart. Dad, who's the new aunt? Miss Duo pointed at Vasilna and asked. There's a new aunt. Isabella and Kia looked at the same time with vigilance. In the blink of an eye, the warmth of the family turned into the atmosphere of a public trial in the courtroom. The most annoying thing was that the two bad friends on the side were actually gloating and celebrating. Although Vasilna was brainwashed into a devout believer, she was not stupid. She immediately bowed to Isabella and Kia and said, Vasilna, Beelzebub greets the two mistresses. The title of mistress and Vasilna's respectful expression made Isabella and Kia look at each other and feel relieved. Only Lalalia's eyes were fixed on Vasilna. She seemed to gasp and asked carefully after a while, Demigod Master? Bang! The two gloating friends' glasses suddenly shattered. This woman who called Chinrue's master is a demigod master? Vasilna could naturally see that Lalalia had just entered the demigod level. She nodded slowly, thanks to Master's divine favor and guidance. As a believer, I have touched the peak of demigod. Breaking through is only a matter of time. A demigod who is about to reach the peak is your believer. Lalalia was shocked and looked at Chinrue in disbelief. The poison dragon was even more exaggerated as he spat a mouthful of wine on Lomont's face. Chinrue carried his daughter on his shoulder and turned his head to the flat lowly. It's none of your business. Let's go, Duo baby. Dad will take you to do the real plot mission. How is it none of my business? The flat lowly rolled her eyes and pulled Oliphius. Vasilna, Oliphius and I are both his fiancés, so you should also call me mistress. Wait a minute. Chinrue was shocked. When did you become my fiancé? Humph. Who am I? As the king of gamblers, I naturally accept my loss. The flat lowly patted her flat chest and said righteously, since I lost to you in the martial arts conference, I am naturally your fiancé. Isn't that not counted? Do you think it doesn't count just because you said it doesn't count? Are you going to forget me after eating me? The flat lowly looked sad and angry. Those who didn't know would think that she was abandoned by Chinrue after he slept with her. Boss, my dad knows that Lalalia lost to you, so he froze her property and drove her out of the Dragon Island. He said that unless she fulfills her promise, she can only be the poorest dragon. Oliphius on the side quickly took credit and revealed. She even took out a communication stone. This is what my dad left for you. As soon as Chinrue took the communication stone, the roar of his father-in-law came from it. Boy, I will give you both daughters now. Take good care of them. If you dare to mistreat them, I will break your bones. this burden. Chinrue could imagine the scene of all the dragons cheering when a certain scourge was driven out of the Dragon Island. He was speechless in his heart. He came to Lalalia. Name your price, brother. The flat lowly's eyes lit up. She patted Chinrue's shoulder with a look of, "You're very smart. In terms of material things, compensate me half of my property and give me either Kia or Isabella as mental compensation. I promise to leave right away. I will never harass you again. That marriage contract can go to hell with this old man. In your dreams." Chinrue didn't even look at this greedy and lustful lowly dragon. He turned around and left with his wife and daughter. Let's not talk about Kia or Isabella first. The property that Lalalia had accumulated for so many years was an astronomical figure. It was one thing to spend money to avert disaster, but it was another thing to be blackmailed by a sucker. Humph. The fiancée was not discouraged. Instead, she showed her signature weird smile. Wait and see. Chapter 905. Lalaria immigrated to the Dark Moon, and the dragons of the Dragon Island all cheered and fired firecrackers to send them off. Chinrue could only swallow it. Who asked me to bet with Lalaria for the Titan's material, right in? She has a fake godfather behind her, and my father-in-law has already said that I will give you my biological daughter and adopted daughter. What else do you want? Chinrue was actually very clear about Augula's intention. Oliphius was fine, but the main purpose of throwing Lalaria over was to use him to treat the flat lowly's Lala syndrome. As the current Dragon Emperor, Augulus certainly did not want his heir, the future Dragon's Empress, to be a weirdo who only liked women. However, over the years, his father-in-law had tried all ways to no avail. It just so happened that Lalaria continuously lost to Chinrue in the gambling game this time, so Augulus, who saw a glimmer of hope, used the gambling agreement to force his daughter to fulfill the agreement with the threat of property. But this caused Chinrue to suffer. In the next few days, Master Lalaria fully exerted the essence of the word scourge to the extreme. He had to be especially careful even when he was having sex. If he wasn't careful, a certain flat-chested lowly might swagger through the protective magic array and visit him. The deepest impression was that Lalaria suddenly bumped into him when he was making out with Athena and Kia in the room. The flat lowly who rushed over excitedly did not intend to do that. When she saw a scene that was not suitable for children, she was first stunned, but she actually did not avoid it. Instead, she took a stool and sat down with interest. She said, "You guys continue. Just pretend that I don't exist." As a result, she was naturally beaten out of the door by the crazy couple. Chinrue finally understood another hidden attribute of the Lala lowly, female hooligan. However, the flat lowly's strength had reached the level of a demigod, and there was almost no enchantment in the house that could stop her. Even if Chinrue could beat her, it was impossible for him to activate the polar transformation at all times. Compared with this kind of incident, causing trouble and swindling were trivial. Speaking of it, it was Chinrue who shot himself in the foot. He suppressed the creditor, the Black Dragon Girl, who borrowed the flat lowly, who knew that the Black Dragon Girl took Lilia to eat and drink outside and used Chinrue's name to put on credit. She seemed to have become an accomplice. If it weren't discovered early, the young ladies of the Dark Moon families would almost be abducted by Lilia. No wonder the flat lowly was called the #1 scourge of the demon realm dragons. She often threatened to abduct other people's daughters. Her lethality was really amazing. If it weren't for her high talent and the fact that she was the adopted daughter and heir of the Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid she would have been expelled from the Dragon Island. Chinrue learned from the painful experience and quickly adjusted his strategy. The Black Dragon Girl must not be let out to conspire with evil. He changed it to Viscerna to protect Lilia all day long. Viscerna was close to the peak of demigod, and the flat lowly was just a rookie who had just entered demigod. She was not her opponent at all. As a loyal believer who was brainwashed, Viscerna obeyed Chinrue. Under her supervision, although she still made some trouble from time to time, in general, the flat loli was forced to restrain herself a lot. After spending some time together, everyone had a deeper understanding of Lilia. This loli's nature was actually not bad. She did not have too much arrogance. Her temperament was also quite cute, and she was very sociable. It was just that her bad habit of liking beautiful women was deeply rooted and could not be changed. In Lilia's heart, although Chen Rui was the enemy who made her lose everything, he was also a sucker. He took care of her food and drinks. Most importantly, this was a big family with many beautiful women, which made her feel very comfortable. Therefore, she simply put on a "I'm willing to lose, I'm willing to stay" attitude. Seeing Chen Rui's defeated look, the flat loli felt very comfortable. However, the comfort soon turned into jealousy and hatred. The origin was a booty distribution conference, and it was about the rule fragments that Chen Rui had obtained in the UFO land. Chen Rui obtained a large number of rule fragments from hunting the wandering souls this time. He did not hide it at all. He took it all out and distributed it to his relatives and friends. The rule fragments contain the purest power of the law that the super powerhouse comprehended before being annihilated. It could help the trainers who did not have the law to comprehend the law as soon as possible. It was equivalent to a shortcut to the kingdom level. Of course, this shortcut also had its drawbacks. After entering the super level, the difficulty of progress and breaking through the bottleneck was much more difficult than that of normal trainers. Unless they could obtain it, unless they could find another way or obtain a true great understanding. Otherwise, their progress would be much slower than the trainers who comprehended the law on their own. The difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck would also be doubled unless they could find another way or obtain a special understanding. For Athena, Isabella, Kia, Jia, Delia, and Metalu, who were difficult to enter the super level under normal circumstances, this was a great opportunity. Fusing the rule fragments would not only greatly increase the speed and probability of them entering the kingdom level, but more importantly, their lifespan would be greatly increased. It would be at least 10 times longer than the demon overlord level. Every time they broke through in the future, their lifespan would double. At the very least, Chinrue did not have to worry about his wives dying due to the exhaustion of their lifespan for the next 10,000 to 20,000 years. As for the future, he would definitely be able to think of another way with so much time. In contrast, Lomont and Oliphius, who were about to break through to the kingdom level, were not in a hurry to break through in this way. The same was true for Crobolus, who had a long life and was close to the peak stage of the demon overlord. For Rala, Paglio, Dodo, Catherine, who was far away in the Shadow Empire, and demigod Vasilna, the rule fragments were also treasures that could only be encountered. They could absorb the power of the rule in it to enrich and strengthen their own rule foundation. It was equivalent to an extremely rare nutrient. After the foundation accumulated to a certain quantitative change requirement, the probability of catalyzing into qualitative change would be greatly increased. Chinrue, who had benefited a lot, had a deep understanding of this. Looking at Lala's covetous look, Chinrue thought for a while and gave her one of the 7 demigod crystal balls in his hand on the condition that she obediently abide by the house rules and strictly prohibit poisoning all women, including Ms. Duoduo. Since the projection training ground required a spiritual link to enter, it was not open to the dragon for the time being. Although the rule fragment was a good thing, one shouldn't bite off more than one could chew. A demigod crystal ball was enough for Lala, who had just become a demigod, to absorb and comprehend. Lala was a person who knew what was good, so she naturally understood this truth. Her eyes were shining, her brows were smiling, and she nodded continuously. She immediately made a declaration that she would repent, be strict with herself, and be a dragon. Next, in order to express her gratitude, she took turns kissing Athena, Isabella, Kia, all the women including Ms. Duoduo, and she habitually touched each other's buttocks. All the men were speechless. After the booty-sharing meeting, it naturally set off a training craze. Even Kia, who had the lowest strength, was full of energy because this could not only improve her own strength, but it also involved the problem of staying with her beloved man for a long time. No one wanted to fall behind. The faith projection of the super system's training ground played a crucial role. This projection was set up in a room in the house. After entering, it was another independent space with various environments such as gravity, deep sea, and so on. The time ratio was 1:100, and the projection was valid for 3 months in real time. It needed to pay 1,000 faith crystals per day, which was close to 100,000 in 3 months. However, this price was only a drop in the bucket for Chen Rui's current net worth. The maximum number of people that could enter the training space of the projection at one time was 2, so everyone arranged a training schedule for matching groups. Their gay friends, husband and wife, sisters, humans, and bugs, peaceful and happy days always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. In the UFO land, Chen Rui's understanding of the rule had reached a bottleneck, so he did not force himself to train during this time. He just maintained an hour of meditation in the training ground of the super system every day, other than accompanying his lover. The rest of the time was spent on the construction and upgrade of the City of Stars. In addition to the rule fragments and origin power this time, another important gain was the crystals. Chen Rui obtained a large number of crystals in the mysterious first stop, the Lost Land. Crystal Phoenix used these crystals to successfully create several core control crystals of the faith game. This kind of crystal could further enhance the function of the game. It could set up an emerald pillar similar to the fallen angel capital in each empire. In this way, the game signal would be greatly enhanced. It could save more sub-resources and make the coverage of the faith plane wider. The new version upgrade and charging would also become more convenient. The most important thing was that this crystal could be separated from Crystal Phoenix and become the server of the magic game, which meant that the control center of the magic game could be established in the human world. This was Chen Rui's early plan. He also reached a related agreement with his mother-in-law, who represented Ryuzaku at the Island of Storms. The core control crystal was equivalent to a separate game console. It did not have other functions of Crystal Phoenix, so even if it was damaged, it would not cause any damage to the City of Stars or Chen Rui. Another important function of the crystals was to enhance the power of the life center. Crystal Phoenix had only absorbed less than 1/10 of the stock, and it had already reached the bottleneck, which was the strongest loading of the Level 3 civilization core. The upper limit and controllability of controlling creatures had been greatly strengthened. The original spiritual imprint of the Master of the City of Stars was at the kingdom level. The upper limit of Crystal Phoenix was also directly related to the strength of the Master. As long as Chen Rui's strength could break through the kingdom level and reach demigod, then Crystal Phoenix, the center, would automatically upgrade to the Level 4 civilization core. However, to upgrade the entire civilization city, he still needed various rare materials. At this moment, the sealed Rainbow Valley space opened. Rala, who had been training behind closed doors, finally came out. After a cultivator entered the super level, his body could absorb the power of nature to replenish energy. He could not completely rely on food to maintain his life. The energy consumption was greatly reduced, and his lifespan increased by 10 times. Every time he broke through a small realm, his lifespan would increase correspondingly. However, the super-level powerhouse was only the starting point of a whole new world. Progress was more difficult than that of ordinary powerhouses. Every small step forward was extremely difficult. Sometimes he also needed to take considerable risks. For example, after the kingdom transformation was successful, he had to find ways to perfect his rule and transform the energy kingdom into a real kingdom. This process alone required the cultivator to spend a lot of time to completely integrate the soul and power into the location of the real kingdom. In order to advance to demigod, he also needed to transform the kingdom projection, accumulate faith, and construct the faith armor with the power of the rule. After becoming a demigod, not only did he have to further strengthen the kingdom, but he also had to understand the power of power from the rule and condense the pseudo-divine spark. Before Augustus condensed the pseudo-divine spark, he also entrusted Oliphius to Chinrue just in case. Every step required a lot of effort and time. Under normal circumstances, the superclass cultivators would choose to enter a low-consumption state where they did not need to eat for a long time, training in a way that was similar to seclusion. That way, they could further prolong and effectively utilize their life, as well as gain more understanding. Vasilna was considered a veteran powerhouse. Chinrue learned some secrets from her. The Battle of the Silver Box and the Battle of the Pseudo-Gods should have happened more than 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, the demon realm was full of super-level powerhouses and was worshipped by the world. Satan was known as the first pseudo-god, and there were also famous pseudo-god powerhouses such as Charlie, Ben-Hong, Mephistopheles, Rothko, and Rahab. At that time, the demon realm was still in the situation of 7 kingdoms, and there were often scuffles. Because the super-level powerhouses were too destructive to the ordinary world, Satan and other pseudo-gods reached an unwritten rule that prohibited the super-level powerhouses from interfering in the affairs of the ordinary world. Otherwise, they would be subject to the highest sanctions. This rule had lasted for a long time, and the 7 kingdoms had always maintained a stable tacit understanding with each other. Later, it seemed that the seal of a certain period of time was opened. As a result, the appearance of the silver box caused a bloody storm. In order to fight for the silver box, countless super-level powerhouses were killed and injured, including many pseudo-gods. In the end, including Satan, the super-level powerhouses all hid. The balance of the 7 empires was also broken as a result. They began to conquer each other, and the war was endless. At this point, only 3 empires were left. The reason why Raisin wanted to step down as soon as possible and give the throne to his illegitimate daughter, Tiffany on the one hand, was to consider the trend of the 3 empires. On the other hand, he also wanted to put aside the mundane affairs as soon as possible, concentrate on training, and strive to reach a higher level. In the future, if the demon realm's political situation is completely stable, Catherine is likely to choose this kind of retirement. Rala also wanted to increase her strength as soon as possible and become Chinrue's right-hand man. So she often chose to cultivate behind closed doors after the kingdom was established. Except for Catherine, she met Chinrue the least. This was because of love. Chinrue knew very well in his heart. Therefore, he gave the fairy Miss Long, who came out of her retreat, a fierce hug at the first moment. Then, Chinrue discovered an amazing fact. In such a short time, Rala's strength actually soared to the peak of the kingdom. Before this, Rala's strength was only at the early stage of the kingdom. This extraordinary advancement speed was even more amazing than Chinrue. Protagonist Halo. Rala, how did you do it? Paglio and other partners were stunned. Rala was just behind closed doors in the Rainbow Valley. She didn't enter the training room of the Faith Projection at all. What? Miss Long pretended to be stupid, but her eyes were full of pride. I can finally go out on adventures with a man in the future. I won't be a burden to him. If it was before going to the mysterious place, Chinrue would only feel excited about Rala's leap in strength. However, now he keenly thought of something, and an ominous omen inexplicably surged in his heart. Rala, are you hiding something from me? Chinrue frowned slightly. What? You come with me. Chinrue pulled Rala straight to the house. Athena and others saw that Chinrue's expression was a little off, so they did not follow. Chinrue pulled Rala into the room, closed the door, opened the isolation magic circle, and asked, Rala, tell me honestly, what is going on? What? Miss Long was obviously very happy, but she still pretended to be stupid. Rala. This stern tone made Rala slightly stunned. Then she showed an aggrieved expression. Did you touch the silver box? Chinrue held Rala's shoulder. Rala, you must tell the truth. This is related to your and my life. Rala was shocked. Looking at Chinrue's solemn expression, she finally told the truth. I didn't open the silver box. I was just training in the area of the Fountain of Resurrection. One day, after falling asleep, I seemed to have gained a lot of valuable insights in a dream. When I woke up, I found that it was actually a memory that was really imprinted in my soul. Just like that, I have been training next to the Fountain of Resurrection. I don't know why, but I unexpectedly broke through the bottleneck continuously, and I actually reached the realm of the Peak Kingdom. This is probably one of the mysteries of the silver box. We can go there to train together. In a dream, a real soul imprint. Chinrue was not happy at all. Instead, he felt frightened. He suddenly thought of the wisp of power left in his soul by Satan in Mountain Secret, and he already had an idea in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Chinrue pulled Rala into his arms. "What are you doing?" Rala looked at Chinrue in surprise as he hugged her, and his hand went all the way into the robe. "What do you think?" Chinrue used the general skill of men who are good at undressing people. He unbuttoned the front button of Miss Long's bra with one hand in 3 seconds, held the round and plump white skin, and gently rubbed his fingers on the pink bud. "You pulled me into the room to interrogate with a fierce look just for this. Humph. I must not let him succeed." As soon as Rala made up her mind, her hot body softened involuntarily, and she fell on the bed. Soon he felt a hot current secreting from the lower part of his body. "Baby Rala." Chinrue touched the wet spot and kissed Miss Long's ear. "It seems that you have realized something." Miss Long bit her lip, endured the softness coming from her earlobe, and finally squeezed out 2 words, "Asshole." "You are wrong. I am sacrificing myself to save you." A certain someone righteously separated the 2 snow-white legs of the beauty and pressed the murderous tool against the shimmering and tender entrance. He threw away all unnecessary worries and righteously began the rescue work that did not hesitate to sacrifice his essence. Chapter 906. The task of saving the fairy Miss Long was extremely difficult. He tossed and turned, changed positions, changed rhythms, and interspersed other techniques from time to time. The whole process was composing a powerful and dynamic movement of pa-pa-pa. The hardships in it were hard to imagine. According to the war correspondent Leia, pseudonym, the harem girls often put up signs like asking for help for a long time later. He didn't understand, but felt it was awesome. As the harem group was unwilling to be exclusively favored by the fairy Miss Long and collectively intervened, Chinrue felt the pressure skyrocketing. In order to maintain the stability and harmony of the Crystal Palace, he worked nonstop all day and tried his best to be fair. During this period of time, he was really exhausted, especially the powerful fairies like Kia and Isabella. They used all kinds of tricks and almost squeezed him dry. The Super Systems dual training was originally a technique similar to the life and death training. It could double the power of the skill, but it was forced to be a sideline. The keyword became pa-pa-pa. This skill was indeed amazing. Although the more the field was plowed, the better the cow was fortunately not getting thinner. As for the effect was quite obvious on the main rescue target, Rala. Rala clearly felt that with the rescue process, a trace of extremely powerful power in her soul gradually dimmed and was finally completely digested and absorbed by herself, until the last bit of soul power completely disappeared. And after a few days of consolidation of the treatment, Chinrue breathed a sigh of relief. He ended the high-intensity rescue, work that lasted for N days. He rubbed his sore waist and entered the Rainbow Valley that he deliberately blocked. Chinrue came all the way to the courtyard of a laboratory. There was a pool in the courtyard, which was the Fountain of Resurrection. In the Fountain of Resurrection, a silver box lay quietly, the box that contained the power of the law of destruction. According to Satan and Serial, it contained the last page of the Book of Destruction. Chinrue knew that there was not only the Book of Destruction in it, but also another small box. Before seeing the other two silver boxes, he always thought that the other two boxes had the same small box. But now he already knew that the small box was unique to the silver box. This was the silver box taken away by the fake god Ben Hong. Chen Rue slowly put his hand on the fountain of resurrection. The power of the super system ran, and the fountain of resurrection quickly dried up and was kept into the galaxy garden. He slowly opened the silver box and sat opposite. As soon as the silver box was opened, a powerful destructive breath instantly filled the entire courtyard. Even the walls protected by ancient runes began to crack and dissipate quickly. A touch of redness flashed past Chenrue's eyes. His whole person seemed to have integrated into the breath of destruction, so he was not affected. There was no special display in analytical eyes. Obviously, the small box was either a special material that could shield the detection, or it was a kind of space item. Its body had exceeded the detection range of analytical eyes. Chenrue took a deep breath and said, "Sir Ben Hong, let's talk." The small box did not move at all. It continued to exude an increasingly strong destructive aura. The entire laboratory building began to collapse and be annihilated. Chenrue was unmoved. He just calmly looked at the small box. "Lord Ben Hong, I've heard a lot about you. It's really impolite of me to visit you only today. Sir, I admire your wisdom and courage. For so many years, you've always been able to toy with a fake god like Satan in the palm of your hand with your spiritual body." Chenrue paused for a moment before continuing. "That's right, I have an important piece of news for Lord Ben Hong. Satan has already obtained the second silver box in the Chaos Realm. He is only one step away from completing the Book of Destruction. When Chenrue's clone, Shura, was annihilated, there was no winner between Satan and Charlie. It was just that Satan lured Charlie to send out Shura and killed Shura with the power of the silver box. Chenrue had a hunch that the whole situation was under Satan's control. Charlie was not his opponent, and the silver box would probably fall into Satan's hands. Chenrue's biggest goal now was to lure Ben Hong to appear. So he said that Satan got the silver box. In fact, this guess was correct. The silver box finally moved. There was a special aura in the endless destruction. Chenrue could keenly feel that when this aura passed through his body's power, even his memory, talents, abilities, etc., seemed to be deprived by some special law. Abilities such as the 4 seasons, territory, and time rule could not be used for a while. Unfortunately, Chenrue's power came from the super system. Although the power of the 4 seasons territory was deprived, his real star power was not affected at all. Chenrue did not fight back or escape. He still maintained his sitting posture. The deprivation, power gradually disappeared, and the silver box closed automatically. The small box actually appeared outside the silver box. The small box slowly evaporated into a silver mist. The mist condensed into a faint human figure, and a powerful soul power spread out. Analytical eyes still did not show that this human figure was probably just a space projection or illusion. At least 1,000,000 years. I can't believe the second page of the Book of Destruction still fell into Satan's hands. A strange voice sounded with a kind of ethereal meaning. Although it was close in front of him, it seemed to be far away. What surprised Chenrue was that it was actually a female voice. Ben Hong is a woman? Chenrue's surprise was only fleeting. This woman could be on par with Satan and Charlie. Regardless of strength or wisdom, she was a top powerhouse. Even if she was just a soul body now, she was not someone that Chenrue could defeat. "Sir, Satan is not the only one fighting for the Book of Destruction this time. There is also Charlie." "Charlie?" There was a hint of contempt in Ben Hong's voice. "Although that guy's strength isn't weak, and he's also a little smart when it comes to cunning, he's far worse than Satan. If we really fight, he's probably not Satan's match." Ben Hong was really insightful. He directly predicted the result of the battle between the 2 fake gods. The Phantom glanced at Chenrue and Chenrue instantly felt a terrifying soul power lock on him. As long as the other party had a slight thought, it could bring devastating damage to him. You deliberately came here and risked revealing my whereabouts. I don't think you just want to report this unimportant news, right? Ben Hong said calmly. Are you Charlie's subordinate? I can feel a trace of Evil Eye's breath in the power that was taken away just now. What I find strange is, why didn't you directly give this silver box to Charlie? Do you want to keep it to yourself? Sir's sensing ability is really extraordinary. To be honest, Charlie once cast the evil moon curse on me, and Satan once gave me a trace of soul power. However, until now I am still free. Chenrue had 2 more badges in his hand. To be honest, I can summon their clones at any time. Sir should know that their secret techniques can be inserted directly into their clones to project their real body. These 2 badges were carefully forged by Chenrue, the mechanic grandmaster. He had once gotten the real thing. Whether it was the material or the shape, it was exactly the same as the original. If he did not actually use it, it was impossible to tell the authenticity from the appearance. Ben Hong actually laughed. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. I'm just protecting myself. The badge in Chenrue's hand disappeared again. Sir is the top powerhouse among the fake gods. In terms of strength, I don't even have the qualification to stand in front of Sir, let alone talk like this. You don't have to be humble. Ben Hong's eyes glowed with a strange light. If you can grow to a fake god, you will at least be on par with me, or even surpass me. Sir, you flatter me. Although he got Ben Hong's praise, Chenrue didn't feel proud at all. Instead, he was more vigilant. The more Ben Hong said that, the more he wouldn't let his guard down against an ant like him. I'm not flattering you. Ben Hong suddenly converged the pressure of his soul. I have seen countless powerhouses or geniuses, but you are the one who impressed me the most. When I first saw you, your strength was still insignificant. At that time, you could resist my power of deprivation just like today. Not only that, a part of my soul power merged with the origin power of the Book of Destruction, and it was actually swallowed by your body. To this day, I can no longer sense the aura of my soul on you, and you are able to remain unscathed under the power of the origin of the Book of Destruction. This is something that even an ordinary false god would not be able to do. It is obvious that both the portion of my soul power and the laws of destruction have been completely absorbed by you. As for you being able to break through to the Peak Kingdom in such a short time, it is not surprising to me. Chenrue was shocked. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind like a replay, and the mystery in his heart was finally revealed. The first time he encountered the silver box, it was in the Fountain of Vitality in the underground treasure of the Silent Night wetland. He opened the silver box. At that time, Lomont and Delia's royal power suddenly disappeared. Later, he even used this trick to scare away Brock, who came to chase after him. It turned out to be Ben Hong's power of deprivation. Since the time he opened the silver box, Chenrue began to be troubled by a nightmare for a long time, and that was Shura. At first, he thought that Shura was just an inner demon. However, after he broke through the barrier of the inner demon and entered the next level of evolution, Shura still existed and became stronger and stronger. Finally, in the Tower of Glory at the bottom of the sea, after repelling the Saint Dragon Rodriguez, Chenrue risked his life to let Shura control his body. Then he used the realization of creation to completely defeat and assimilate Shura. Only then did he truly get rid of the nightmare. It was not until today that Chenrue understood that Shura was actually the product of Ben Hong's soul power and the origin power of the Book of Destruction. To be precise, when he opened the silver box for the first time and felt the cosmic truth of destruction, the super system absorbed part of the origin of destruction that was integrated with Ben Hong's soul. It happened to merge with the inner demon of the Alioth state and mutated into a special life form with independent consciousness, which was Shura. No wonder even Shura couldn't explain his origin. Chapter 907. Don't misunderstand my intentions. Although I'm a soul, I'm not interested in the body of your little lover. Originally, I just wanted her to help me with some things. Since you've removed my soul imprint, then these things will fall on you. In fact, it's even easier for you. As long as you fulfill 2 conditions, this silver box and 1 page of the Book of Destruction will be yours. Then, what were Ben Hong's conditions? Chinrue became even more vigilant. As long as Ben Hong was a threat, it was hard to guarantee that Miss Long or the others would not be plotted against next time. Taking a step back, if the same control method was used on a gay friend like Paglio, would he need to have sex to save him? Chinrue's mouth showed a smile, and he quickened his pace. The things left behind by creation and destruction of this world. Ben Hong looked up at the sky, his voice becoming more and more ethereal. Everything in the world, including the gods, all originate from this. Satan wanted to imitate Michael and the others. He wanted to collect the Book of Destruction and control all the super strong. He wanted to create the Black Temple and steal the faith of the gods to condense the godhood and step onto the path of becoming a god. But after so many years, whether it was Michael, Gabriel, or Raphael who stole the faith of the gods, even though they were infinitely close to becoming gods, which one of them could take that step and truly become a god? The peak of power is absolute, but there is more than one path to the peak. What I want to take is a different path. Perhaps I can even become an existence that surpasses the gods. The advantage was that Athena and the others could finally absorb the power of the nomological fragments to the maximum and reach the national level in the shortest time possible. The disadvantage was that they would have to give their all until their death again. Besides, other than his own women, the other companions could not be used. After all, that kind of rescue method was not suitable for people outside of the Crystal Palace. The surface world, where the Book of Creation is, now that he already knew that the silver box contained a remnant page of the Book of Destruction. The corresponding Book of Creation must be the peak of the holy mountain of light, the Temple of Light. Sir's wisdom is truly admirable. Chinrue smiled bitterly. To be honest, I don't have much ambition, and my strength is limited. A treasure like the Book of Annihilation is a disaster for me, not a blessing. I came here today just to have a frank and honest talk with you. At the very least, I don't want my family to be threatened again. Ben Hong used his psychic energy to probe the mark and immediately copied it. When he sensed that it was indeed a complete law of origin aura, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He also patiently answered all of Chinrue's questions. The guidance of a semi-deity was indeed extraordinary. Chinrue felt that he had benefited greatly from it, and his comprehension of the law of destruction had improved once more. I don't know. The gods call them the originators. I don't know what they are exactly, but what is certain is that they are supreme existences that far surpass all other living beings. When Ben Hong mentioned the founder, there was undisguised awe in her voice, but she did not continue. Instead, she returned to the main topic. I have stated my conditions, and now I want to hear your reply. That's right now. The Book of Annihilation and the Book of Creation were actually things left behind by existences that were above the gods. You have the snake emblem and the evil eye emblem. We won't verify their authenticity for now. Let's just take it that you have the trump card to summon Charlie and Satan. So, why didn't you use their power and instead risked your life to face me, a dangerous existence? Although Satan was powerful and extremely scheming, he wasn't a stingy person. If he had any promises, as long as he completed the mission, he would usually fulfill them. You're not a fool. On the contrary, you're very smart. The reason why you chose to come here must be because you had your own plans. So, let me guess, do you want to cooperate with me and share the mystery of the silver box? Or do you want me to leave so that you won't be threatened or get involved in the battle of the strong? Your smile tells me that you value your women and friends very much. This is a very admirable advantage. But sometimes it will also become your burden. This time, not only did he get rid of Rala's hidden danger, but he also obtained 5 pseudo-god-level soul brands. As for the silver box, Qinrui was not very interested in it. Instead, the condition that Ben Hong proposed to go to the Brilliance Shrine made his eyes brighter. The origin of destruction was already so powerful, and the power of the origin of creation could not be missed. Moreover, the Brilliance Shrine not only had the Book of Creation, but there was also an important thing that could be solved together. This time, Rala was very lucky to be discovered in time, but Ben Hong was, after all, one of the strongest pseudo-gods. She was very scheming, and even Satan was confused by her means. So far, she had not found the silver box. Of course, over the years, I have been using the power of the fountain of life, fountain of resurrection, and fountain of vitality to nourish my soul and absorb the origin of destruction. Not long ago, my soul body finally reached the realm of perfection. Even if I encounter opponents like Satan and Michael again, I will have the power to fight. If I can further understand the origin of destruction, even Michael may not be able to do anything to me. As for traveling through space, it is naturally not a problem. At that time, I will turn into a mark and attach it to your body. I can also protect you from falling into the most dangerous space turbulence when traveling through space. The power of the origin of creation and destruction. Qinrui suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "What does Sir want to create and destroy this world, including the gods?" Qinrui only felt a little short of breath. Who created the gods and this world? Ben Hong's voice interrupted Qinrui's thoughts. "I have a special sensing power. I can sense that you have a very strange ability. Even if you sign a contract, it may not be able to restrain you. I can't control you. I can't even control your woman. I clearly feel that the soul imprint imposed on the fairy dragon has disappeared, which is very surprising to me. Although I don't know how you did it, you are already qualified enough to stand in front of me with this alone. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to speak." The Light Elemental King once said that the Light Divinity Temple could only be coveted if one had the power of a pseudo-god. Although he was carrying the burden of a pseudo-god powerhouse, Qinrui's mood at the moment was more excited in addition to nervousness. Qinrui smiled and did not answer this question. "I and Rala will never be a real opponent. At the martial arts tournament, Qinrui once drew the same group as her. As a result, the fairy Miss Long just gave him a warm hug and directly admitted defeat. Your little lover from the Dragon Clan also has amazing talent. I only gave her an extra soul brand, and she actually broke through to the Peak Kingdom, especially that 6 Elemental Kingdom. She has great potential. With her current strength, she can almost be said to be invincible below the demigod level. Even if it is a junior demigod, she has the power to fight. What I'm interested in is if her opponent is you. I wonder who will win and who will lose." Qinrui bowed slightly. "It's my honor to be valued by Sir." Qinrui thought for a while and asked, "Sir Ben Hong, is your current state suitable to travel through space to the human world?" "Sir, what are the Book of Creation and Book of Destruction?" Qinrui asked the most critical question. Qinrui immediately had a hunch that this place was definitely not simple. What place? Haha. Ben Hong laughed coquettishly, and Qinrui felt that his soul actually trembled in this terrifying laughter. A few hours later, he released the fountain of resurrection again, soaked the silver box in it, and bid farewell. Qinrui's thoughts turned quickly, and he finally replied, "I promise you, Sir Ben Hong." Qinrui knew that Ben Hong had a special sensing ability, and he had comprehended the power of destruction for many years, so he did not play any tricks in the origin of destruction. He copied the complete origin of destruction law to Ben Hong. As long as he comprehended the origin of destruction, he would be able to match Michael? Then work hard. The stronger the pseudo-god Ben Hong, the better. Very good. My sensing ability tells me that you did not lie to me, but made the real choice and also the most correct one. What I find strange is that you seem to be full of confidence in going to that place in the human world. Don't worry, I only want the results, and I won't care about other things. From now on, this silver box is yours." Ben Hong made it clear that she was not afraid that he would go back on his words. In fact, she also had this capital. Ben Hong deliberately pointed out her strength, and Chenrue naturally knew it. She nodded and said, "Crossing the human world is not an easy thing. I need time to prepare. As for the memory imprint of the origin of destruction, I can copy it to Sir now, but my understanding of the origin of destruction is still quite shallow, and there are many difficult things in it. I wonder if I can consult Sir?" "Okay," Ben Hong nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since you are so sincere, then I will give you 5 more soul imprints. These imprints were produced when I accepted the baptism of the origin of destruction. For me, it is a redundant burden, but for cultivators below the pseudo-god level, it is extremely precious power and insight. However, one person can only use one, so your little fairy dragon lover will not be able to use it." There was a hint of threat in Ben Hong's words, and Chenrue had already heard it. "Sir, you are a sensible person. Please say it directly." The last sentence was obviously not leaving room for Chenrue. In fact, the bigger threat was hidden in the previous conversation. Ben Hong said very clearly that she no longer needed the silver box or the Book of Destruction. Even if Chenrue could really summon Satan or Charlie, she could escape without any scruples, and Chenrue, his woman, and friends would suffer terrible revenge. Or rather, she could have easily killed all of them before she escaped. Chenrue was shocked. The location of the Book of Creation? There was no doubt that Ben Hong was definitely not as easy to talk to as he looked. Whether it was the conditions or the agreement, he was just using him. None of these pseudo-gods who had lived for countless years was not an intelligent person. Chenrue's eyes lit up, but he was very clear that this kind of soul imprint was the same as what Rolla received. There was a back door, hidden danger of being controlled unless he used the same rescue method. Chenrue was stunned by Ben Hong's magnificent or crazy wish to fuse the origin of destruction and creation and become an existence beyond the gods. The second condition is simpler. Take me to a place. Chenrue's heart moved slightly, and he vaguely understood something. He asked, "I want to hear Sir's second condition first." "Great. I will leave the silver box with Sir. If Sir really does not need it, when I am ready to go to the surface world, you can give it to me. Don't be so nervous. For more than 1,000,000 years, this part of the origin of destruction has been fused with my soul imprint and has become a part of my soul. When I tried to use the power of deprivation on you just now, I could feel that there seemed to be a more complete aura of the origin of destruction in your body. My first condition is that I want your complete origin of destruction. Don't worry, you only need to copy the memory imprint, and it will not cause any loss to your existing power." Chenrue was shocked. The Book of Destruction? This reward was too great. Back then, Ben Hong did not hesitate to sacrifice his body to escape the siege of the pseudo-gods with the silver box, and now it was so easily given out? However, Chenrue also had his own calculations. Chapter 908. There was also a fourth person who attended the meeting. That was Chenrue. Then, this time Tiffany successfully retrieved the silver box. The reward promised by Satan, in addition to giving Tiffany real freedom, is also teleportation to the human world. This sentence had nothing to do with death omen, Kenshiro, etc., but it was because the person, Chenrue, was about to die. Catherine heard the hidden sigh in Raisin's tone. She knew that this kind of bloodline induction also had effect on her father, but unfortunately it was her mother who went to look for her. Raisin knew what he wanted to ask, and he gave the answer directly. That woman is in the human world. Your Majesty, Raisin, may I ask Tiffany's mother? What Raisin proposed was naturally the condition of marrying Tiffany last time. Chenrue was also mentally prepared for this. He pondered and said, Your Majesty Raisin, I'll tell you frankly. A few months ago, I went to a mysterious place with Ms. Tiffany and eventually helped her escape safely. However, I also offended two powerful false gods, Satan and Charlie. Recently, I've been hiding. I want to fake my death to avoid trouble so that my relatives and friends won't be affected. I can fulfill my promise to marry Ms. Tiffany, but for the safety of the three empires and Ms. Tiffany herself. This marriage can only be carried out in secret for the time being. The meeting of the three emperors began in a friendly atmosphere. The three parties had further consultations on the general framework and key issues of the establishment of the alliance, and the progress was very smooth. Chinrue looked surprised. This woman gave birth to a child for Raisin, and Raisin actually only knows this? Her Majesty Empress's visit was undoubtedly to visit this old minister and comfort Lord Athena, but the truth was often unexpected. Who could have guessed that Her Majesty Empress's visit was actually to have sex? The reason why she stayed for several days was that she couldn't get up from bed after too much sex. Since Her Majesty Empress was busy with state affairs, it couldn't be solved at once, so she adopted the treatment by stages method. This was the truth why Jia visited the Dark Moon 4 times in 3 months. Chinrue's mind turned quickly. He suddenly realized and blurted out, "Satan, I'll go find my mother. Take care." A piece of news had been circulating in the Dark Moon estate previously. The former most capable minister of the Demon Realm, the former sheriff and financial officer of the Dark Moon estate, the husband of the Dark Moon Lord and the third general, Athena, the human Chinrue, had been on the verge of death many times because he had not adapted to the environment of the demon realm. In addition, he was weak and sickly. Now he was finally on the verge of death. I don't know where she is either. I only know that her name is Andy, and she has a powerful light attribute constitution. Maybe this is a fake name. You can only determine Tiffany's location based on the blood-killing ring. At this moment, Jia, who received the last treatment, brought a piece of news. The Bloody Empire's Raisin and the Dark Shadows Emperor, Catherine, would jointly visit the Fallen Angel Empire in the near future to meet with the Fallen Angel Empress, Jia, to discuss the specific matters of the Three Empire Alliance. By the way, be careful of that woman. Raisin left the last sentence at the door and disappeared from the sight of the three people. Chinrue glanced at Catherine. Not only Miss Tiffany, Her Majesty Catherine and I are also the same. The blood-killing ring of the 7 artifacts. Chinrue was taken aback. I made this necklace myself. I remember giving it to Tiffany at the beginning. It seems that Tiffany should have met Raisin. But why did Raisin give me the blood-killing ring again? Since he and Catherine were also married in secret, Raisin should have no objection. The only headache was Ms. Duo. Although Catherine had come to the Dark Moon incognito once to visit Duo, when Chinrue went to the mysterious place, a few months had passed after all. The little girl had long been unable to hold back her longing for Catherine. Recently, she had been crying for her mother, so all the games were meaningless, since the equality link was now full, and if he wanted to use the star ceiling to pass through the Stargate, it would take another month of star-level enhancement. So Chinrue decided to take Duo directly back to the Shadow Empire. It turned out that Satan had been trying to make this key after the battle of the false god back then in an attempt to enter the Chaos Realm, and he finally succeeded today. Soon, the fallen angel capital really welcomed the 2 visiting emperors. Deliberate manipulation, giving birth to Tiffany, light and darkness in one body. The soul imprint of the false god was indeed a precious and incomparable thing. The effect was quite obvious. It was a match made in heaven with the law fragment. The law fragment could allow the women to advance to the kingdom level as soon as possible. But due to the shortcut, the progress after entering the kingdom level would be several times more difficult than the normal advancement. With the assistance of this false god imprint, this drawback would no longer exist, and it would be easier to break through the bottleneck. One had to know that this was an imprint left behind by the most powerful pseudo-gods who had undergone the purification of the fundamental laws of destruction in their soul bodies. This was the only one of its kind, and even Satan would not be able to create such a soul imprint. Raisin handed the space seed and the baleful blood ring to Chinrue and walked out. Catherine had met Chinrue previously and knew about this. Listening to him say it in front of Jia and Raisin, she nodded generously. Catherine was slightly moved. She and Raisin had known each other for many years. Even when facing the powerful Midnight Knight, Raisin had never spoken in such a pleading tone. "I know what you're wondering." Raisin snorted coldly. "My union with her, and even giving birth to Tiffany, are the result of being deliberately manipulated by someone. You've mentioned this person's name before." Chinrue didn't expect Raisin to even prepare this. He didn't explain the Stargate, but he said, "Don't worry, as long as we find Miss Tiffany, there will be a way to return." "But where is Ms. Tiffany's mother?" "Okay." Chinrue thought about it and agreed. Anyway, he had already promised Ben Hong to go to the human world, so he could look for Tiffany along the way. As for Tiffany's mother, let's see the situation first. If necessary, I can bring her back to the demon realm together. As for the human dying, it was completely a smokescreen released by Chinrue himself. As for Aguile, he had disappeared for a few months. To the public, he claimed that he was training behind closed doors. Tiffany was not only the future empress of the Bloody Empire, but she was also Raisin's daughter, the only daughter. Tiffany left, but she left the baleful blood ring. Raisin was silent for a moment, and then he said, "From the beginning to the end, she didn't say a word to me. She just left this note." Raisin looked at Catherine and then at Chinrue, but he shook his head and handed something to Chinrue. It was a necklace with a ring hanging from the necklace. "Take it." Someone had witnessed Chinrue fainting on the street. The fallen angel Emperor Jia also visited the Dark Moon 4 times in 3 months and stayed in the palace for several days, which further confirmed the authenticity of the rumors. Since Miss Tiffany has made her choice," Chinrue frowned, "why don't you respect her choice?" Seeing that he agreed, Raisin breathed a sigh of relief. There was a little green light in his hand. "This is the space seed to go to the human world. I obtained it from a demon realm human back then. As long as you activate it, you can go to the human world safely, but you have to find another way to come back." Unfortunately, the number of this soul imprint was extremely limited. Rala was originally a beneficiary. The remaining 5 were given by Chinrue to Athena, Isabella, Kia, and Jia respectively, and 1 was left for Catherine. "I have a question." Catherine said, "The union of Ms. Andy and His Majesty Raisin should be 100 years ago, so with the human lifespan, can she live until now?" Since Catherine would come, Chinrue naturally didn't have to make a trip. He quickly coaxed his precious daughter. Now the relationship between the 3 empires was extremely harmonious. Compared with the armistice agreement period back then, the cooperation was closer and more sincere. The demon realms showed an unprecedented, comprehensive prosperity, and the alliance of the 3 empires was already popular. In this regard, the girls of the Crystal Palace seemed to be laughing. From time to time, someone would join in to assist Her Majesty Empress in fighting together. Everyone was experienced. It was the side effect of the pseudo-god soul imprint that required such a wretched method to remove it. That is the human world, and she is demons. Once her identity is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Raisin clenched his fists a little tightly. "Whether you fulfill your promise or take it as my plea, for the sake of the Bloody Empire and Tiffany herself, please bring her back to the demon realm." Human world. Chinrue knew that Tiffany's mother was a human. He remembered that in the Chaos realm, Tiffany once said that the silver box could be exchanged for freedom and her mother. He thought that Tiffany's mother was imprisoned by Satan as a threat, but he guessed wrong. Tiffany's mother was actually in the human world. The attendance of Aguile was specially requested by Raisin. This was also one of the basic conditions proposed by Raisin at this Three Empires Alliance meeting. So Chinrue appeared in the secret meeting. Subsequently, at the request of Raisin the Great, the three emperors had a secret meeting. Not only Catherine, but Jia also expressed her approval. The marriage with Tiffany was not only a family matter, but also a national matter. This is the first time she said, "Take care to me since she became sensible." Raisin's expression was calm, but his eyes were full of bleakness. It is probably the last time. Her Majesty Catherine and Her Majesty Jia are both sensible people. So I won't beat around the bush. Raisin went straight to the point. I have no objection to the establishment of the alliance, and I fully agree with all your plans. But, Aguile, you haven't done what you promised me. Recently, the most popular saying in the Dark Moon's residence was, "You are already dead." Satan manipulated the combination of Andy and Raisin to give birth to Tiffany, who had light and dark body. Then he accepted her as a disciple and brought her back to Mountain Sacred to train. The real purpose was to create the key to open the gate of the Chaos Realm. You should agree to His Majesty Raisin's request. It turned out that after returning safely from the Chaos Realm, Tiffany did not accept the throne, but she went to the human world to find her mother. Aguile, I am willing to start the Three Empires Alliance now, but you have to bring Tiffany back from the human world to inherit the throne of the Bloody Empire. That woman's strength was the great Demon King back then, and she almost promoted to the Demon Emperor. It is definitely no problem for her to live until now. Moreover, Tiffany has a special bloodline that can find her. Chinrue took the note, and there was only one sentence written on it. Chapter 909. The Bloody Empire's Emperor Raisin and the Dark Shadow's Emperor, Catherine, jointly visited the fallen Angel Empire. After a few days of meetings, the Three Empire Alliance that was the focus of the entire demon realm finally took a decisive step. In the last meeting broadcast live on Magic TV, the three emperors issued a joint statement announcing that they would establish a confederal alliance called the Demon Realm Independent Empire Alliance next month. The newspapers of the three empires published the major resolutions and rules of the meeting on the front page as soon as possible. This was the first true empire alliance in the history of the Demon Realm. The alliance had the highest public institution, the Parliament. The representatives of the three empires, including the survivors of the other four royal families, were members of the Parliament and had the right to vote. The main function of the Parliament was to negotiate, deal with, and regulate the common activities and affairs of the three empires, but it was not the highest central authority. The three empires still had independent regimes. Each had complete independent autonomy in diplomacy, law, and military. The citizens of each member state only had their own nationality, and there was no common nationality of the Confederation. This alliance was somewhat similar to the European Union in Chenrue's previous life. It was between the Federation and the Confederation. The main nature was still the Confederation, but in some cooperation and details, the unity was stronger and the common interests were more prominent. The news that the Three Empire Alliance was about to be officially established made the entire demon realm rejoice. Between countries, interests were always paramount. Disputes and contradictions were inevitable even in peaceful times. However, this alliance tied the greatest interests of each country together. As long as the general direction was grasped, there should be no crisis of disintegration in the next 10 years, and the people could enjoy peace. In the future peaceful era, the brave and ruthless demons also had a stage to fully show their abilities. Endless Warrior Online, a comprehensive training game that combined various elements such as individual battles, team battles, skills, tactics, and entertainment, had become the most popular activity in the Demon Realm with the largest number of participants and the widest coverage. The Battle Ball League was also further heating up in popularity, and a cup competition was added. The Demon Realm fighting competition that was successfully held in the Bloody Empire would be held every 4 years. The armies of the three empires would hold military competitions from time to time. The newly established three empire colleges would also hold a school exchange competition. The others included mechanic competition, potioneer competition, and so on. After the meeting of the three empires, Raisin returned to the Bloody Empire immediately. The Dark Shadow Emperor, Catherine, accepted the invitation of the fallen angel emperor, Jia, and stayed in the fallen angel empire for more than 10 days. The relationship between Catherine and Aguile was already well known in the demon realm. The relationship between Jia and Catherine, who had the same husband, naturally became the focus of private discussion among the demon realm people. Now that the three-nation alliance was set in stone, the two empresses had nothing to worry about, whether in terms of national interests or personal feelings. Catherine's stay this time would further deepen the relationship between the two countries, but from another perspective, it was more like a private invitation. Unfortunately, the man at the center of everyone's jealousy and hatred, a certain mysterious husband, had always been cultivating in seclusion. He didn't even make an appearance during the Three Kingdoms talks, as if he had evaporated into thin air. One of the main reasons why Catherine stayed was to absorb the law fragment and the pseudo-god's soul imprint. Of course, she had to spend time with her lover who she had not seen for several months and receive treatment. After absorbing the law fragment and the pseudo-god's soul imprint, not only the Dark Shadow Empress' strength increased greatly, but after being fully nourished by the man, she looked radiant and gorgeous, which made the harem girls envious. When Catherine returned to China, she took her daughter away. Although the little phoenix cried for her mother before, she cried sadly when she really had to part with her father and these aunts that she liked. Catherine saw that the harem really loved her daughter, so she promised to secretly bring Duo to reunite with the girls after a while. At that time, she would let Duo stay here for a while. Even so, the girls were still reluctant to part with this most precious little princess. They hugged and kissed the little phoenix, and they finally parted with tears. The major events of the demon realm had basically settled down. Qin Rui decided to set off for the human world. There were two main tasks for this trip to the human world. One was to fulfill his promise to Ben Hong, and the other was to bring back Tiffany. Since Chen Rui had now mastered the mystery of star-level strengthening and star sealing, as long as it was a spiritual link object, it could be fused with the star sealing platform and teleported with the Stargate. This had been successfully tested on Dodo, although the fusion time was only 3 hours, and it could only be refused every 24 hours. It only took a few seconds to pass through the Stargate. In other words, the harem group and the group of relatives and friends who had received the star sealing could all go to the human world together. Now that the Three Empire Alliance was about to be established, the affairs would be very busy. The two empresses, Catherine and Jia, would definitely not be able to go. As the Lord, Athena was also unable to leave. Kie was currently breaking through the demon emperor level. In addition, Athena needed her assistance, so she could not go. Before the meeting of the three empires, Lomont, who felt the power of the kingdom, had already trained behind closed doors. Metaloo and Delia naturally stayed to accompany him. Under the stimulation of the boss's salary increase, the Black Dragon Chick accepted Lala's guidance. She was preparing to use the absorption of the law fragments to advance to the kingdom level. Chinrue had promised Ryuzuka's father-in-law and mother-in-law to take Rala back to her parents' home, so Miss Long the Fairy would definitely go. Isabella had just broken through to the demon overlord level, so she had no plans to train for the time being. She would also go together. The Poison Dragon couple was also interested. Initially, the Black Dragon Chick also wanted to go. Later, after getting the boss's promise of a salary increase, she happily absorbed the law fragments to advance to the kingdom level. Lala also stopped temporarily. While absorbing the demigod law crystal ball, she guided Oliphius. In fact, Chinrue deliberately kept Oliphius. He even spent a lot of money to bribe Oliphius. With the Black Dragon Chick as the insider and Vasilna's supervision, Lala's destructive index should be greatly reduced. In the end, the list of the Human Realm Tour group was officially finalized. The specific members were Chen Rue, Miss Long the Fairy, Madam Ant, Master Poison Dragon, and his wife, plus really handsome. After all the preparations, Chen Rue activated the skill of the Star Sealing Platform and took Rala and the others into the Star Sealing Platform. Everyone touched the statue and entered the dormant state of Star Position Fusion. Subsequently, Chen Rue entered the Rainbow Valley and came to the Fountain of Resurrection. Sir Ben Hong, we can go now. The Fountain of Resurrection boiled and slowly separated, revealing the silver box in it. A mist rose and condensed into a faint human shape. Your efficiency is commendable. The mist surged toward Chen Rue. Chen Rue did not exert any defensive power and let the mist pour into his body. Ben Hong did not invade his soul, but it condensed into a hexagonal star symbol and fell on his wrist. You can do whatever you want with the silver box, but I still need the Fountain of Resurrection. You can use your special ability to keep the Fountain of Resurrection first. When we travel through space later, I will use my power to protect you from falling into the space turbulence. No need. Chen Rue put away the Fountain of Resurrection and smiled slightly. I have a space seed to return to the human realm. With a special teleportation magic circle prepared during this time, I can reach the human world safely at the fastest speed. However, if I want to return to the demon realm, I may have to rely on Sir's power. These words were actually half-truths, not to mention that evil I might not be able to hide from Ben Hong. Ben Hong had seen Chen Rue a long time ago. She had probably already seen through his human identity. This might be one of the reasons why she used Chen Rue to go to the human world. As expected, Ben Hong did not doubt it. As long as I am here, returning to the demon realm will not be a problem. I will leave everything to you, sir. Chen Rue walked to a laboratory in the Rainbow Valley, where there was a star gate that had long been opened. Chen Rue walked through the gate, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared along with the space gate. In a sunny valley, a light blue light gate opened, and Chen Rue's figure appeared. It was not the original star point of Storm Island, but a barren mountain outside Garten City of Yangshao Kingdom. Of course, this was Chen Rue's early preparation. He did not want to expose the secret of Storm Island in front of Ben Hong. So before this, he arrived in the human world in advance and changed the star point. This location was very particular. From the south of Garten City, one could quickly reach Storm Island by sea. Sir Ben Hong, we have arrived. It is indeed the surface world. Very good. Ben Hong's voice sounded. The light element here is too strong, and my soul can't exert its strongest power for a while. I must find a secluded place and use the power of the Fountain of Resurrection to integrate the power of the light element. It will take about 2 months. I will leave a mark for you. You can make your own arrangements within these 2 months. When I complete the integration, I will inform you through the mark. No wonder Ben Hong asked him to put away the Fountain of Resurrection. It turned out that there was such a use. Chen Rue's eyes lit up because the Star Sealing Platform was also a trump card that he did not want to expose. He was looking for an excuse to send Ben Hong away for a period of time and release Rala and the others. He did not expect Ben Hong to make this request first. This barren mountain was very remote. Very soon, Chen Rue found a cave and released the Fountain of Resurrection from the Galaxy Garden. Ben Hong immediately flew out from the 6-star mark on his wrist and integrated into the Fountain of Resurrection. The spring water was immediately covered with a layer of steam. Chen Rue then set up a hidden magic formation in the surroundings. In fact, with a fake god like Ben Hong around, it would not be a problem even if they were discovered. After Ben Hong flew into the Fountain of Resurrection, the 6-star mark did not disappear. It still remained on Chen Rue's wrist. Don't worry, this mark will not affect you in any way, nor can it monitor your actions. Moreover, The power of the soul stored in it can also allow you to use the power of deprivation 3 times. This power can deprive the enemy of their power, including their talent. With my power, even a fake god would not be immune to it. However, this power is not unlimited. The stronger the opponent is, the less power the deprivation will be, and the shorter the time limit will be. Compared with Satan and Serial, Bunholm's attitude and means were much gentler. In other words, it was more of a temptation rather than coercion. However, it didn't mean that she was a good person. On the contrary, Chinrue never relaxed his vigilance in his heart. He even became more cautious. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Now that he had value, Ben Hong was like this. Once he lost his value, it was very likely that even his bones would be eaten by the other party. Thank you, my lord. All right, you're a smart person. I won't say anything unnecessary. I wish you good luck. Chinrue heard the implication of this sentence and bowed slightly. I will rush back as soon as possible after Sir sends out the mark notice. Although Ben Hong said that the 6-star mark had no effect, Chinrue immediately used deep analysis and the power of the evil pupil to conceal the mark just in case. Of course, if Ben Hong sent out a notice, he could still sense it. More than 2 hours later, the relatives and friends of the tourist group were released from the state of star position fusion and regained consciousness. Above their heads was a scorching sun that was different from the 2 moons. Under their feet was a slightly swaying deck. All they could see was a vast sea. Chinrue's voice sounded. Everyone were here. Welcome to the sunny human world.